long journeys and joining us as we all come together towards our shared goals and vision of harmonizing standards and building more safe and sustainable and resilient food systems across the globe. As I welcome you all, requesting you to be kindly taking your seats. There are already seats which have been marked. As you can see, the first few rows are reserved. I would like to request our representatives to be please guiding the delegates at their respective seats. We also welcome all the students who have joined us. You are as we say, the Gen Z, who's going to be further taking this message and also ensuring compliance to the regulations and the standardizations of food, and as we work towards a more healthier world and our healthier families and healthier planet. So welcome to all the students who have joined, welcome to all the coordinators and principals who have taken that special effort in having your students here joining in these discussions and deliberations of 2 days. So just once again a humble request to the people who are still standing to be taking your seats. We are going to be starting shortly with the inaugural session, and joining us in the inaugural session we have as our chief guest the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji. We are also going to be joined by respected Secretary Department of Health Research, which is under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He is also the Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research. Joining us, Dr. Rajiv Behel. We also have our Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, joining us, and then we have the leadership of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, the CEO and the Executive Director, who are going to be seated here on the dais. Just to apprise you, the very first session, the opening session, is going to be close to 1 hour, and post that, and that goes this announcement. I would like to request everyone who's seated here, for you're going to be part of these extensive discussions and deliberations which are going to be taking place after the inaugural session. Would like to mention, and in fact more pressure on that I would like to give, that we are going to be, as we close with the inaugural session here, we are going to be immediately starting with the very first technical session. This is a plenary hall where you are. So in the plenary hall we have our inaugural session. Immediately it's going to be followed by the first technical session. The students who are present here, you are, after the inaugural session, on the closing of the inaugural session, you're requested to kindly move to the multi-purpose hall, which is right at the back. You're requested to kindly assemble there, and then from there you're going to be taken to your respective buses. For the rest of the delegates, we continue our sessions here, starting with the very first technical session here, and the post-lunch sessions. That's going to be then followed by lunch, and the post-lunch sessions, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be taking place in the level 2. We are right now at level 3. This is the plenary hall. The technical, the rest, the post-lunch sessions, all the technical sessions are going to be taking place, along with the parallel sessions which we have, are going to be taking place at level 2. But that happens post-lunch. Pre-lunch, we are going to be in this very hall. So, a humble request to everyone to be following these instructions, so that as the Honorable Minister, sir, after the closing of the session is escorted outside, you are there at your respective seats, and we are able to seamlessly move into our very first technical session. I would like to welcome all the international delegates who have joined us. As I said, you've taken these long journeys to be joining us in the shared vision and our shared goals. We have a huge representation from over 51 countries joining us, 83 international participants joining us, representing the WHO, WTO, FAO, also from the Codex Alimentarius Commission. We have from various risk assessment authorities, and then from various academic institutions, research institutions, all joining us in these 2 days. Now, as you're aware, this is the 3rd edition which we have. which we are going to be starting shortly. And this is part of the larger World Food India, which was inaugurated by our beloved Prime Minister yesterday. The World Food India, the 4th edition of it, was inaugurated yesterday by the Honorable Prime Minister, and a part of the World Food India is our 3rd Global Food Regulators Summit, which we are going to be starting shortly.
Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए।
May I request the delegates who are seated at the back, you can probably move in front so that the other delegates who are going to be joining us, they can be joining us from the back and they're taking their seats at the back. जो लोग पीछे की तरफ बैठे हैं आप आगे की तरफ आ सकते हैं, just ensuring that you are not there on the reserved seats. Reserved seats को आप खाली रखें क्योंकि वहाँ पर हमारे जिनके लिए रिजर्व्ड है वो वहाँ पर स्थान ग्रहण करेंगे. बाकी लोग जो पीछे की तरफ हैं आप आगे की तरफ आ जाइए, जिससे पीछे की तरफ से जो लोग आएंगे फिर वो पीछे बैठ जाएंगे. Just requesting everyone, we still have time, we can set the hall as per the seating order, so requesting people at the back to be kindly moving in front. So ladies and gentlemen, as you were seeing on the screen and the Honorable Prime Minister making a clarion call to everyone to be reducing the content of oil in your food, and towards that the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India has also been creating greater awareness among the people towards eating healthy. And there have been various campaigns of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India towards it, creating greater awareness among the masses about eating the right kind of food, a balanced food, probably switching over to our traditional foods which are enriched in nutrients, and also foods which provide you natural oil. And that is where India, which till now, as you know, has been the pharma capital of the world, India is now aiming to be becoming the wellness capital of the world, and focusing on nutraceuticals, focusing on healthy foods, ensuring that the food which reaches your plate is safe, is healthy, is nutrient healthy, and is sustainable. And towards that, we thank all the international delegates and the experts, the food regulators who have joined us, in joining us in harmonizing these standards across the globe. As we all understand that the food systems and the regulatory system also over in various countries have evolved. But then as the food travels the globe, food travels across the boundaries, it is necessary that there is harmonization of standards. There is a complete system, a food system which is created so that the food which reaches our people across the globe is also safe, sustainable. So the Food Safety Standards Authority of India has been working with the government, it has been working with the industry, it has been working with the global leaders towards ensuring this, and they have been working also towards creating awareness by various campaigns which are being organized by the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. I would just like to also mention, as you're taking your seats, the As I mentioned, the World Food India was inaugurated yesterday by the Honorable Prime Minister, and some of the finer points which the Honorable Prime Minister had mentioned, and which we urge everyone to be following, taking the vision and the mission of our Honorable Prime Minister to more and more people. Yesterday, when we started, the World Food India was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. We had the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation as the guest of honor. Honorable Prime Minister had stressed on India's triple strength of diversity, demand and scale, making the country an attractive destination for global food investors and a key driver of food sector innovation. As I mentioned, the World Food India, that was the fourth edition which has been organized and inaugurated yesterday. And in the three editions, it has been graced by the Honorable Prime Minister. Yesterday was the fourth one where the Honorable Prime Minister had inaugurated. He also had highlighted on India's unique agricultural and culinary diversity, rapid reduction in poverty, the global rise of India's startup ecosystem, and then the major initiatives to boost food processing and nutrition. These were the points which Honorable Prime Minister had stressed upon. Prime Minister pointed out that more than 85% of the Indian farmers are smallholder of marginal, yet are now becoming a significant market force due to policy support and cooperative structures. He also mentioned that we have been able to reduce the poverty in the country. 25 crore people have been lifted out of poverty in the past decade, creating a growing new middle class, which is shaping the new food consumption trends. Prime Minister Modi had also mentioned about the various investment and the innovation opportunities which are there in India, as India now aims to become the wellness capital and the food capital of the world. He emphasized that India is one of the best places for investments in food processing, citing major policy initiatives like almost 100% of the FDI in food processing and the PLI scheme. Also, our national audience is aware that Honorable Prime Minister has given us the next-gen GST reforms, the Diwali bonanza, much ahead of Diwali, the reduction in the GST rates, and that is where the food prices are going to be drastically also reducing, benefiting the farmers and benefiting the consumer. At the same time, also benefiting the industry, for it brings in a greater, larger outreach to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to just once again request people who have joined us to be kindly moving slightly in the front rows. You can be seated there. The Honourable Minister, sir, our Minister for Health and Family Welfare, who's also the Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, the chief guest of the inaugural session, is going to be joining us shortly, and then we are going to be good to be starting the session. Meanwhile, please be at your respective seats, and once again, many thanks to our international delegates who have joined us. So the Honourable Prime Minister had also yesterday mentioned about various government initiatives leading to almost a 20-fold increase in our food processing capacity, and it has more than doubled processed food exports over the past 10 years. So these are some of the highlights. Prime Minister also mentioned about future-ready food systems, positioning India as a food basket of the world. We are all aware India is already India is known for the richness of its wisdom and knowledge of Ayurveda and the modern science. And the confluence of both of them, ladies and gentlemen, makes India also now the wellness capital of the world. We are the third largest ecosystem we have in terms of the startup. We are the fourth largest economy, aiming to become the third largest. In another 5 years, we should be the third largest economy of the world. So these are the transformational changes which you are seeing in our country, and that is where India is a land of greater opportunities. And as our food travels to the various nations, we are further ensuring the harmonization of standards. We are ensuring food systems, more safe, sustainable food systems across the globe, so that we can promise a healthy life and a healthy living to the people, and working towards building a healthy planet. So ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request you to be at your respective seats. People who are still standing, जो लोग अभी भी खड़े हैं, उनसे मैं विशेष निवेदन करना चाहूँगी. जो मंच के सामने खड़े हैं, उनसे पुनः निवेदन कि आप प्लीज़ अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. माननीय मंत्री जी अब से बस थोड़ी देर में हमारे साथ इस सभागार में होंगे और हम अपना पहला सत्र, हमारा ओपनिंग प्लेनरी सेशन हम आरंभ करने जा रहे हैं. इसके पश्चात इसके क्लोजिंग पर एकदम हम अपना दूसरा सत्र आरंभ करेंगे. तो आप सभी से निवेदन है अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister joining us, and we have the Honorable Minister given a very traditional welcome. In fact, what you can hear outside, we have the folk artists, they with their folk instruments and in their folk traditional attires, giving a very traditional welcome to everyone, to all the delegates, and also to the Honorable Minister, sir, as he joins us, welcoming everyone in India, welcoming everyone in this iconic place, the Bharat Mandapam, welcoming everyone to the 3rd Global Food Regulators Summit, which we are starting, to all the international delegates and the very eminent officials and heads of WHO and FAO, WTO, of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, joining us from the various risk assessment authorities, from various international academia and academic institutions and research institutions, and they all being given a very traditional welcome as they join us here. The Honorable Minister, sir, joining us shortly, along with our other distinguished guests of honor.
A genuine human concern for centuries. Kautilya, ancient India's most original thinker, described food adulteration, making it a punishable act. Other civilizations, the Egyptians...
Ladies and gentlemen, as you join us, requesting you to be kindly taking your seats as per the seating order. People who are moving in, people who are standing in front, a very humble request to them to be kindly taking your seats. The Honorable Minister, sir, joins us shortly. We have our international, very eminent international delegates and participants joining us. As I mentioned, we have the leaders from FAO, from WTO, from WHO, and then from the various risk assessment authorities, from various academic institutions, research institutions, as all of us come together. This is a platform, ladies and gentlemen, which sees the captains and leaders of the industry also. It sees the micro, small and medium enterprises along with the startups joining us. And just to mention, especially to our international delegates, India has the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. If we talk about just the food business, 1.25 lakh plus we have startups in the food business, and 100 of them are unicorns. That's the strength of India in the food sector. And as we all work together towards greater bringing in parity, building in more safe, sustainable and inclusive food systems across the globe, we have our discussions and deliberations which is going to be taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, accordingly, we have 9 sessions, 9 technical sessions in which we deliberate on the various topics. Also, we are going to be covering the global regulatory harmonization and policy frameworks, integrating science and technologies towards sustainable food systems, dynamic food landscape, which calls for a need for pragmatic approaches, and then the traditional foods and the global standards. Also harnessing the digital systems for intelligent surveillance, empowering our regulators, updating, upskilling also our regulators with the next-gen skills for a complex food system, driving food safety, combating obesity, which today has become, in fact, a disease. Just to again mention to you some of the facts and figures in obesity. Obesity rates have tripled over the last 3 decades with almost 44 million women, and that goes especially for the women who are also present here in this August gathering. Over the last 3 decades, 44 million women and 26 million men over 20 years, they are considered obese. And we are also all aware about the obesity which is setting in among our children, among our young blood. That is where greater awareness needs to be created about obesity also. We are going to be addressing that. Apart from the parallel technical sessions which are going to be taking place, we also have the MSME conclave. That's a conclave where we have our micro, small and medium enterprises, the startups. We introduce to them the opportunities which are there, the various policies of the government, the regulatory environment which is there, and enabling them, facilitating them towards becoming globally competitive so as to be part of the global supply chains. So the challenges, opportunities, and the food safety culture among the MSMEs we are going to be discussing in the MSME conclave. We also have a CEO's conclave, which brings together the major industry leaders with the government stakeholders, the government representatives, and the association representatives. They having a conversation and a dialogue on responsible food systems, on compliance, on consumer trust, on good health and well-being, also further strengthening the research and development. We are all aware that we have been investing hugely now, India has been investing hugely in research and development, and that is where the industries have been taking leads towards building more collaborations with the academia. So these partnerships and collaborations, leveraging the emerging technologies, AI, blockchain, IoT, advanced data analysis to build robust food systems across the value chain is going to be discussed in the CEO's conclave. We also have the Ambassadors Conclave, and that is where we build greater partnerships and collaborations with the other countries. So the Food Safety Standards Authority of India collaborating with the partner nations on people-centric aspects on food safety that directly affect our daily life and contribute to public health. So in this Ambassadors Conclave, we have the representatives, we'll have the honorable ambassadors, the consul generals, and the senior diplomats from the other countries, the delegations who have joined us in the GFRS are going to be part of that, of this ambassadors conclave. And our discussions are going to be focusing on strengthening communication on food regulations and trade, on the role of our embassies in global food traceability and emergency response are going to be discussed in this. Just request to the people who are still joining from the back, you're requested to be kindly taking your seats. Having your mobile phones also on the silent mode. सभी लोग जो अभी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, विशेष रूप से जो पीछे की तरफ से अभी एंट्री कर रहे हैं, उनसे निवेदन है कि आप जल्द से जल्द अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और अपने मोबाइल फोन्स को प्लीज साइलेंट मोड या मीटिंग मोड पर रखें। अब से थोड़ी देर में हम अपना पहला सत्र उद्घाटन सत्र आरंभ करने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें शिरकत कर रहे हैं हमारे देश के यशस्वी स्वास्थ्य मंत्री आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी, हमारे मुख्य अतिथि। उनके साथ हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ रिसर्च के सेक्रेटरी जो डायरेक्टर जनरल भी हैं इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ मेडिकल रिसर्च के, वो है हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि, और उनके साथ जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ। May I just request people, some of the people who are seated that side, if you can kindly move this side also, so that we have a full hall, and people who are going to be seated in front, you will also get a larger view of all which is happening here on the stage. So as I was mentioning to you, the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, which is a statutory body under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, it was established under the Food Safety and Standards Act of 2006, and it has been setting science-based standards and further regulating the food manufacturing, the food storage, the food trade, the food business, so that the food which travels across the globe and it reaches our plate, reaches our tables, is more sustainable and safe and healthy and nutritious. So the primary role has been of FSSAI towards protecting the public health by establishing food safety regulations, licensing food businesses, providing scientific advice, and promoting food safety awareness among the consumers and businesses through various initiatives, through various campaigns which FSSAI has been running. Some of them have been like the Trans Fat-Free India, and you also heard the Honorable Prime Minister urging the citizens to be consuming less oil, to be reducing the oil content in your food by almost 10%. And there are also other means as you're cooking. How can you reduce the oil content while the taste and the aroma, everything remains maintained. So there is a Trans Fat-Free India campaign which FSSAI has been running towards eliminating the trans fat. Swachhta Hi Seva. This is towards reducing the plastic use, especially in the packaging, in the storage of our food also, reducing the plastic use. Food Safety Mitra Scheme. Now this is a scheme which is by FSSAI towards training and certifying the food handlers and then the small businesses to comply with the food safety regulations. There's also the repurpose used cooking oil, RUCO as we call it, using the cooking oil once you've used it, how you can reuse it. So that's the circular economy promoting, and in this the oil, the used cooking oil is collected and then it is converted into biodiesel, reducing the environmental pollution and promoting sustainability. So this is another campaign which FSSAI has been running. The food fortification initiatives. This is towards addressing the micronutrient deficiencies by fortifying the staple food like the salt, the oil, the milk, the flour to combat the hidden hunger. And then we have the Eat Right School and the Eat Right Campus, which is at the workplaces and the schools and the colleges, which is towards creating more healthy and more nutrition-based habits. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can hear, the Honorable Minister, sir, joining us, and he's been given a very traditional welcome and an electrifying welcome by the folk artist from the state of Himachal Pradesh. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the hometown of our Honorable Minister, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and also the Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers, our chief guest. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, give him a very warm and a hearty welcome to Shri J.P. Nadda ji. Namaskar, sir. And we have Dr. Rajiv Behel, the Secretary, Department of Health Research. माननीय मंत्री जी का यहाँ पर स्वागत करते हुए हमारे फोक आर्टिस्ट हिमाचल प्रदेश से और इसके साथ साथ केरला से माननीय मंत्री जी का और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का स्वागत करते हुए मंच पर हमारे साथ डॉक्टर राजीव बहल भी, साथ में निखिल गजराज जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, श्री Rajit Punhani ji, the CEO of FSSAI, and Shri U.S. Dhyani, Executive Director, FSSAI. Requesting you all to kindly be taking your seats at the earliest possible. Please be at your respective seats, please. So namaskar to everyone, and welcome now to the inaugural session of the third Global Food Regulators Summit being organized in this iconic place, Bharat Mandapam. And this year, ladies and gentlemen, our summit is on a very topical theme, on a very relevant theme of evolving food systems, Yatha An Tatha Man, which translates into India's timeless and age-old belief and ageless belief that as is the food, thou is your health, establishing a very direct connect between the food we eat and our health. As they say, you are what you eat. And then food, ladies and gentlemen, in India is not just for sustenance or for nutrition. Food is sacred to us. Food represents our culture. And that is where you see so much of diversity on our plate. And as per our culture, we believe in sharing of food. We believe in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramya, which translates into let everybody be healthy, let everybody be happy. And we believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is that this whole world is one big family. So ladies and gentlemen, in this era, now as food crosses borders and the food systems across the world becomes all the more very complex, it is necessary that there is harmonization of standards. And we all agree that regulations are not bottlenecks, but they are enablers, they are safeguards of public health, of public trust, of innovation, and of fair trade, so that the food which reaches your plate is not only palpable, but it's safe, sustainable, healthy, and nutritious. And that is where we would like to express thanks and are extremely grateful to more than 51 countries, delegates joining us, and then we have the senior officials and representatives from WHO, FAO, from WTO, from the risk assessment authorities, from Codex Alimentarius Commission, and from the various research institutions joining us as we all come together towards co-creating resilient and more safe and sustainable food systems and harmonizing the standards. As we tread on this path, ladies and gentlemen, in the inaugural session to lead us and guide us, we have very influential voices of the Indian healthcare sector who are shaping the Indian healthcare and wellness agenda. We have our Honorable Minister, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and the Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizers, and he represents, ladies and gentlemen, both the demand and the supply side of good health and good food, and his guidance and his vision to the Food Safety Standards Authority of India has been guiding us towards safeguarding the health and the nutrition of our citizens. So at the very outset, we would like to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister, thank him, and I would like to request the CEO of the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, Shri Rajat Punhani ji, to welcome the Honorable Minister, sir, by presenting him a plant. And please join us, ladies and gentlemen, as we deeply thank and express our gratefulness to the Honorable Minister, sir, for his presence, for his guidance, for leading us and being our Margdarshak. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, on the dais we have a renowned physician, scientist by training, who has held key roles at WHO, where he was the head of the research on maternal, newborn, child and adolescent health, and earlier responsible for the newborn and child health research, with over 250 peer-reviewed publications and an H-index of 78, placing him among the top 1.25% scientists globally in all disciplines. He, ladies and gentlemen, has led multi-country research efforts across Asia and Africa and capacity building in many institutions. That's Dr. Rajiv Behel, whom we welcome, the Secretary, Department of Health Research and Director General of ICMR, and would like to request Shri U.S. Dhyani ji, the Executive Director of FSSAI, to please accord him a green welcome by presenting him the plant. And would like to request Shri Dhyani also to welcome Shri Nikhil Gajajdi, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, whose contributions, ladies and gentlemen, in the health policy and regulatory framework are invaluable. We thank him for his presence. And ladies and gentlemen, we mark the auspicious inauguration of our third GFRS as per the Indian traditions by lighting this Mangal Deep. I would like to request our Honourable Minister, sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the ceremonial lamp. This, ladies and gentlemen, though represents our Indian tradition, we mark the auspicious inauguration of any new activity which we undertake by lighting this ceremonial lamp, the Mangal Deep as we call.
Shadamanam bhavati satayuh purushah satendriya ayushyevendriye pratitishthati. Shadamanam bhavati shadamanagum shadamanam bhavati satayuh satayur bhavati shadamanagum shadamanam bhavati satayuh shadamanamiti shadamanam bhavati satayuh satayur bhavati satayuh purushah satayur bhavati satayuh purushah satayuh purushah satayuh.
What you can hear, ladies and gentlemen, are the shlokas. These are the prayers. We invoke the blessings of the Supreme Power and the blessings of everyone present here, these blessings reaching everyone as we start our summit. And now to set the tone for the Global Food Regulators Summit, would like to invite Shri Rajat Punhaniji, the CEO, who's recently taken over as the CEO of the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, but then brings in diverse and wide administrative experience, having worked at the central level, in the state level, and also on various international platforms, and someone who comes with a reformist approach, having led various reforms in public policy, in finance, in social security, taxation, health, energy, security, and governance. I request Shri Rajat Punhaniji to please address the august gathering with his welcome remarks.
Good morning, respected Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, distinguished members from the WTO, the Codex Alimentarius Commission, WHO and FAO, esteemed regulators from across the globe, distinguished delegates, scientists, industry representatives, colleagues and friends. I warmly welcome you all to the third Global Food Regulators Summit. On behalf of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, I extend my warmest greetings and heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for joining this distinguished event. It is a proud moment for all of us to come together once again on this global platform. Food safety is not just a technical or regulatory issue. It is a matter of culture, public trust, and global solidarity. Transparency, accountability, and assurances that the food is safe and nutritious are the goals of the regulators globally. Our responsibility as policymakers is to build systems that uphold these standards while balancing innovation and accessibility. The GFRS, as we call it, has become a significant milestone in bringing together regulatory experts and stakeholders from across continents. The success of our previous summits stands as a testimony to our collective effort for a safer ecosystem. The first summit laid the foundation for global discussions on regulatory aspects of food safety. While the second summit, we had an outstanding participation from over 70 countries with more than 4,500 delegates attending in person and more than 1 lakh participants joining online. These numbers reflect the growing interest and commitment of the global community to improve food safety, share knowledge, and learn from each other's experience. I am proud to highlight a number of key achievements from the previous summits. Notably, successful implementation of the agreement between FSSAI and the Bhutan Food and Drug Authority, technical collaboration with New Zealand's Ministry for Primary Industries, Pan-India trainings and workshops were conducted in collaboration with FAO, highlighting India's leadership in adopting a One Health perspective. India has been taking a leading role in shaping global food safety standards and continues to strengthen its position through active engagement at Codex and other international platforms. In recognition of India's unique food heritage and public health priorities, India has received strong support in notifying country-specific standards at Codex, such as the standards for millets and spices. India expresses its sincere gratitude to fellow countries and partners at these international platforms, which embodies the spirit of the GFRS and advances our shared goals for a safer, healthier food systems. This summit serves as a critical platform for knowledge sharing, exchange of best practices, and building networks that can help us strengthen food safety frameworks, enhance regulatory coherence, and promote innovation in testing, surveillance, and enforcement. At this third GFRS, our shared objectives are focused on shaping the future of food safety through science, sustainability, and collaboration. We seek to promote cutting-edge technologies and digital tools that enhance risk assessment, surveillance, and decision-making, resonating with the science in action, which is the theme of the World's Food Safety Day 2025. The summit also looks to strengthen global regulatory collaboration by promoting transparent food trade and leveraging digital frameworks to create seamless cross-border cooperation. The expected outcomes of this summit are clearly focused on action. We strive to achieve a cohesive global network on food safety and regulatory aspects, providing a foundation for long-term cooperation. Let this summit be a space for open dialogue, mutual respect, and forward-thinking solutions that pave the way for a safer and healthier global food ecosystem. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank each one of you for being part of this important gathering. I look forward to engaging discussions, fruitful collaborations, and a renewed commitment to protecting public health. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the very objective and the promise of this summit and the approach which is being taken towards realizing this vision. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting the leader who stands at the intersection of health research and public policy, Dr. Rajiv Behel, the Secretary, Department of Health Research and the Director General of Indian Council of Medical Research.
Respected Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, respected Shri Rajit Punhani ji, CEO FSSAI, distinguished delegates from international organizations, from food regulators across the world, scientists, researchers, industry representatives. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to address this third Global Regulators Summit 2025. As the Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research and Secretary, Department of Health Research, I bring the greetings from the entire scientific community dedicated to advancing evidence-based food safety and nutrition. In India, we very strongly believe that science must anchor regulation. Towards this, for more than a century, the Indian Council of Medical Research has led research on foods, food safety, and nutrition. We have a dedicated institute on nutrition, which is more than now 80 years old. It is the National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad. and it has done pioneering work on foodborne diseases, mycotoxins, contaminants, and nutrition deficiencies. The outputs of this research are not only for publications and reports to sit on the shelves, but have fed directly the regulatory framework and the policy choices. This is exactly the bridge we strengthen through our partnership between the Indian Council of Medical Research and FSSAI. Aligned with the World Food Safety Day 2025 theme, Science in Action, our ICMR FSI partnership demonstrates how evidence can become enforceable standards. The 8 focus areas of this summit are designed to address the current priorities of regulators establishing harmonized standards across borders, leveraging digital tools in advancing sustainability and balancing modern safety and nutrition goals with respect to traditional food cultures. One of the implementation pathways is already visible in our joint outcomes. The 2024 Dietary Guidelines for Indians offers clear, research-backed nutrition advice tailored for national health programs. The high fat, sugar, salt food standards based on the ICMR NIN criteria bring scientific rigor in food labeling, aiding reform and informed choices. To keep pace with evolving risks, we are expanding technology-enabled science. We have a food net task force across the country which pinpoints risk factors for sporadic and outbreak infections, and it has shown that different types of outbreaks are important for different parts of the country, and we are looking at the practices that can actually eliminate all these outbreaks. In parallel, we are working very strongly on antimicrobial resistance research rooted in the One Health approach and linking food safety with human, animal, and environmental health, aligning the national work with the global AMR strategies. These innovations are necessary because the challenge is shifting. Interlinked supply chains, climate stresses, emerging pathogens, chemical contaminants, and changing diets require agile responses. ICMR's multidisciplinary model, integrating epidemiology, toxicology, nutrition, molecular biology, and all other areas relevant to food and nutrition, allows us to anticipate and counter threats that are becoming important. Recent research on microplastics, pesticide residues, and rapid adulteration detection show that how we can convert early signals into practical safeguards. Given the shared natures of these risks, collaboration, which is global, multilateral, is extremely important, and this summit offers a platform to exchange ideas, methods, data, and lessons that we have all learned. The ICMR FSI collaboration must always and will always keep science at the center of decision making. Our approach is consistent: build policy on rigorous evidence, assess risk within local diets and exposures, monitor continuously and adapt as data evolve, and invest in capacity from national labs to local authorities so rules are implementable. We work on a simple acid test to a question that would this standard protect my own family at my dinner table? Looking ahead, we propose to have a clear agenda for joint action. In particular, I want to mention the National One Health Mission, in which we have created an integrated national joint outbreak response team that covers human health through the national CDC, the Indian Council of Medical Research, the Department of Animal Husbandry and Indian Council of Agricultural Research, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, FSAI, and the Ministry of Jal Shakti or Water. And we believe that we will continue to work both on the standards as well as avoiding any future outbreaks. In closing, science is our most reliable guide to safe, nutritious, and sustainable food and regulatory action for that. Let this summit mark a new chapter where scientific evidence guides every policy and regulatory framework, delivering safer food systems for current and future generations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very insightful and guiding message on how science, evidence, technology, innovations, collaborations, and regulations can come together towards safeguarding the public health. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to an important launch that reflects the very spirit of this summit. We have the launch, the release of the book, Eat Right Thali Book. Would like to request our Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly release the book coming from a land which is known for its diverse and rich culinary delight. This book, ladies and gentlemen, celebrates India's rich culinary heritage through traditional thalis from all 29 states, showcasing balanced and diverse regional meals that reflect local ingredients, cooking techniques, age-old dietary wisdom. Each thali offers a variety of taste, textures, and nutrients, promoting portion-controlled and wholesome eating. Aligned with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's call to address obesity and lifestyle diseases through traditional food practices, the book, ladies and gentlemen, highlights how regional Indian diets can support healthier lifestyles. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we seek to be led and guided by the Honorable Minister, whose vision, ladies and gentlemen, has been central to putting the food safety at the core of public health policy, and then this summit as a platform for global regulatory harmonization. So please join me as I request our Honorable Minister, sir, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, to address this congregation, the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and also of Chemicals and Fertilizers.
Shri Rajiv Bahelji, the Secretary, Department of Health and Research and Director General of Indian Council for Medical Research, Shri Rajit Punhani ji, the CEO, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Shri Nikhil Gajraj ji, the Joint Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri U.S. Dhyani ji, the Executive Director of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, regulators from around the world, representatives of industry, scientists, innovators, policymakers, friends from the print media and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Namaste to all. A very warm welcome to all of you. It's a matter of great privilege to join this August gathering at the inaugural session of the 3rd Global Food Regulators Summit. I commend the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India for bringing together this global congregation of experts, regulators, scientists, innovators, and policymakers united by a shared commitment to ensure food safety and nutritional well-being for all. Last year, the Global Food Regulators Summit 2.0 concluded with a remarkable success, fostering invaluable exchanges of knowledge, strategies, and best practices with the success of 2 Global Food Regulators Summits. The third in the series highlights our commitment to nurture international dialogue and regulatory innovation. This summit serves as a vital platform to deepen our collective commitment to food safety and enhance global cooperation and ensure that our food systems are safe, resilient, and inclusive. This year's theme of the summit draws deeply from the ancient Indian wisdom captured in the Sanskrit phrase, as it was said, Yatha annam tatha mana, which means the quality of our diet influences the quality of our body, mind, and intellect. It is a timeless truth that resonates across cultures and generations, reminding us that food is the most, and food is far more than just nourishment. It is powerful force that influences not only physical health, but also mental well-being and emotional balance. Gone are the days when each country and local populace confine themselves to food produced domestically. Whatever is produced today in one part of the world is available on the other parts. When countries engage in the global exchange of food products, they are not just trading goods. It has impact on the health and the well-being of their populations. Any lapse in food safety can lead to serious public health crisis, disrupt trade, and damage the reputations of business and nations alike. Therefore, food safety is not just about compliance, but more importantly, about building trust in the global food systems. This underscores the importance of significance of such platforms in today's globalized and interconnected world. I am happy to share that FSSAI has emerged as a global leader in food safety and standards, playing a pivotal role on the international stage through the Codex Alimentarius Commission. India, through FSSAI, hosts the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs and has developed 14 global standards and serves as the regional coordinator for Asia, promoting street food safety and regional cooperation. India has secured critical codex support for standards related to millets, cashew, and advanced supplement and functional food standards. Partnership through MOUs with nations such as Bhutan, Argentina, Chile, New Zealand, Brazil, and recently with Australia underscores FSSAI's leadership in international cooperation. At the national level, FSSAI has modernized food standards, approved rapid testing kits, and expanded laboratory infrastructure, including mobile testing laboratories. FSSAI has strengthened safe food imports by recognizing accredited overseas labs, introducing provisional clearances for importers, and enhancing transparency through integration with SWIFT and iSCATE systems. In the FSSAI's efforts to ensure that every food plate is safe, nutritious, and trustworthy, Eat Right Thali book, released today just now, is another step in this direction. This book showcases balanced and diverse regional meals that reflect the local ingredient, cooking techniques, and age-old dietary wisdom. I am confident that this book will serve as a tool for promoting preventive healthcare and nutrition. As we all know, street food vendors form a big chunk of all food business operators. Keeping in view of the popularity of the street food, FSSAI has taken up the Herculean task of training street food vendors in a large numbers across the country and spreading awareness about food safety and hygiene among them. Realizing the importance of food safety and effective effect on health food has on the body, well-being and productivity, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has always given strong emphasis on healthy eating habits to make our future stronger, fitter and disease-free. It is in this context he has given a call for reducing the edible oil consumption by at least 10% so as to fight obesity, which has become one of the leading public health challenges. Under his visionary guidance, the Government of India has launched several initiatives including Fit India Movement, National Program for Prevention and Control of NCDs, National Program and Poshan Abhiyan, Eating Right India and Khelo India to promote healthier lifestyles, better nutrition and physical activity. These programs aim to encourage long-term behavioral change, ensuring a healthier future for all. I am confident that the technical sessions today during the summit will look into the latest strategies and research for combating existing and future challenges. I would like to urge all of you to continue to work collectively in this endeavor to foster a unified approach towards enhancing food safety systems and regulatory frameworks globally. I hope you will get some time to explore this beautiful city, have a comfortable stay in this historic capital city of Delhi. I thank you all for participating in this impactful summit and wish the third Global Food Regulator Summit a grand success. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir, for bringing to us the message of the Honourable Prime Minister. And under the leadership of Honourable Prime Minister Modi and your guidance, the government's responsible approach towards building healthy people, healthy minds, healthy economies, and a healthy world. Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this inaugural session, would like to request Shri U.S. Dhyani, the Executive Director, Food Safety Standards Authority of India, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Union Ministers of Health and Family Welfare, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda sir, Secretary of Department of Health and Research and DG ICMR, Dr. Rajiv Bahal sir, CEO FSSAI, Shri Rajit Punhani sir, esteemed dignitaries, colleagues, partners, students, media personnel, and friends. It is indeed my privilege and honor to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of FSSAI and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We are really deeply indebted to the Honorable Minister, sir, for gracing this occasion, sir, with your presence, and sir, for sharing your vision and guidance with us. Your words, sir, not only inspire confidence, but also remind us of the responsibility we collectively have and to shoulder in safeguarding of the health for our citizens through safe and nutritious food. I would like to extend and express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Rajiv Bahal sir. Sir, your emphasis on keeping science at the core of decision making in context of setting food standards is truly valuable and inspiring for all of us. I also extend my gratitude to Shri Rajit Punhani sir, CEO FSSAI, for the warm welcome, for laying out a clear perspective on the agenda that lies ahead for the next 2 days, providing us all with a direction to channel our discussions. This event has brought together an extraordinary gathering of global regulator experts, senior officials from central and state governments, representatives of regulatory bodies, industry leaders, experts from academia, and international partners. We are particularly grateful to our international experts and partners who bring with them a wealth of global experience, enriching our dialogue and broadening our outlook. The platform we inaugurated today is not only about deliberations, but also about building stronger partnerships, harmonizing our approaches, and creating actionable pathways that benefit every citizen of this country. Finally, I extend my warm thanks to all participants for joining us today. Your engagement, ideas, and perspectives will be crucial in shaping the outcome of this forum. We look forward to meaningful deliberations, to forging stronger collaborations, and to identifying clear, actionable steps that will take our food safety ecosystems to new heights. With that, I once again express my gratitude to each one of you and look forward to the fruitful sessions ahead. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll close this session with love and respect to our mother nation. Would like to request you all to please rise at your positions for the national anthem. Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, this national anthem is once again a reminder of the Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call towards creating a healthy India. Thanking Honorable Minister Sir for leading us and guiding us in the 3rd Global Food Regulators Summit. Many thanks also to Dr. Rajiv Behel and to the Joint Secretary. Thanking each one of you. Would like to request you to remain at your respective seats, for we are going to be moving straight into our next session. That's the the technical session which we are going to be starting here. As for the students, you are requested to kindly move to the multi-purpose hall where you are requested to assemble, and then from there you are going to be taken to your buses. सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे कि आप अपने स्थान पर ही बने रहें, क्योंकि हम अपना पहला तकनीकी सत्र आरंभ करने जा रहे हैं और हमारे जो विद्यार्थी गण हमारे साथ यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं उनसे निवेदन है कि आप मल्टीपर्पस हॉल की तरफ प्रस्थान करें। सिर्फ विद्यार्थी गण, बाकी लोग अपने स्थान पर ही बने रहें। हम अपना पहला तकनीकी सत्र आरंभ करने जा रहे हैं। Once again, many thanks to all our international delegates also for being a part of the inaugural session, which has actually set the tone and the context to the discussions and the focus which we need to have and take as we commence Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Tanzania, Suriname, Egypt, Iraq, Zambia, South Sudan, Gambia, from Fiji, Tanzania, Nigeria, Cambodia, Turkey, Vietnam, Nepal, Uganda, Panama, Mauritius, Nigeria, Seychelles, Uzbekistan, Algeria, Malawi, Ghana, Netherlands, joining us also from Spain, Belgium, Portugal, Argentina, Indonesia, Singapore, and France. And then we have from WHO, joining us is Dr. Moez Sana, the Senior Epidemiologist, World Health Organization, Geneva, Switzerland. Also Dr. Pradeep Kumar Dua, the Technical Officer, Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine at the WHO headquarters at Geneva. Dr. Manisha Sridhar, the Advisor, Intellectual Property Rights and Trade and Health, Regional Office India, WHO CRO, and Dr. Gyanendra Gongal, the Senior Public Health Officer of WHO. These are the 4 distinguished officials joining us from WHO. We also have from FAO, Mr. Milo Bistricki from FAO, the Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, Bangkok, Thailand, and Mr. Sridhar Dharmapuri, the Stream Leader, Agriculture and Food Systems, Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer of FAO from the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, Bangkok, Thailand. Also joining us in these 2 days from speakers from WTO, we have Ms. Christiane Molv, the Secretary WTO Committee on Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures, that's the SPS Committee, World Trade Organization, Geneva, Switzerland. Also from WTO, we have Mr. Peter Donlan, the Deputy Head, Standards and Trade Development Facility, again from WTO, Geneva, Switzerland, and Mr. Anwar Hussain Sheikh, the former chairperson of WTO TBT Committee and the ED of Traffic Commercial General, Railway Board, Government of India. Joining us from Codex, we have former chairs and vice chairs, Ms. Hild Cruz, the Senior Food Standards Officer, Joint FAO-WHO Food Standards Program, Secretariat of the Codex Alimentarius Commission from the FAO headquarters, Rome, Italy. Also we have Ms. Avilo Ochiang Panet, the former chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, Swiss Federal Food Safety and Veterinary Office, Switzerland. Mr. Diego Varela Maino, the former vice chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission, Agencia Chilena para la Inocuidad, joining us from Chile. Mr. Rajashekar, the senior program manager and the former vice chairperson of Codex, Ministry of Primary Industries, New Zealand. We also have speakers from AOAC, Dr. Katarina Mastovska from AOAC International USA, Dr. Joe Joseph, the technical director, Assure Quality Laboratory from the New Zealand government-owned laboratory, joining us. And then the other international speakers and regulatory bodies, and from the government, we have various distinguished speakers and experts who are going to be part of these technical sessions and the CEOs meet and the ambassador sessions which take place and the MSME conclave which takes place in these 2 days as we all work towards building these safe, sustainable and inclusive food systems. So just once again a request to the people who are still standing in front to be kindly taking your seats as the speakers of this section join us. We are going to be starting with the session and taking these discussions, deliberations along with you. Just requesting people seated at the back, you can probably move in front and actively participate in these deliberations. Thank you.
Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization led to the creation of the Codex
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting with our very first technical session, which is on global regulatory harmonization and policy frameworks. And to take this session forward, we have Dr. Alka Rao, the Advisor, Science and Standards Division of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. I hand over to her for the proceedings of the session. Dr. Alka Rao.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor, privilege to have all the dignitaries, experts from all over the world with us today. And as has already been shared with you the details, close to 100 experts have joined us today for the Global Food Regulator Summit, the third in line. We welcome you all in this magnificent Bharat Mandapam. We are absolutely thrilled to kick this plenary session of the third Global Food Regulators Summit 2025. And over the next 2 power-packed days, we are going to discuss and deliberate into this globally significant areas of interest and challenge captured by our theme, Evolving Food Systems, Yatha Annam Tatha Manah. Year after year, this summit is India's unique endeavor to provide a consistent platform to food regulators across the world to exchange perspective on strengthening food systems and regulatory frameworks across the food value chain. It's all about we coming together, joining our hands, and transforming food governance for the better. And in this third summit, we are shifting our shared vision from simply a reactive compliance model to building a proactive, resilient, and most importantly, science-driven ecosystem. So what's going to happen for the next 2 days? I'll just give you a quick snapshot. These technical sessions have been thought of with a sincere and strategic reasons and approach. We have structured 8 themes for these plenary discussions. We have parallel conclaves designed for maximum engagement of all stakeholders. Together, we plan to discuss and strategize on how to strengthen global regulatory collaboration, meaning we need to harmonize our national food laws of various countries with the international standards to foster transparent and safe global trade, and that has been the ask, that has been the discourse in Codex Alimentarius Commission over past few years as well. In its strategic document, in its various meetings, the need has been felt to now look at the active harmonization by all the countries to extract the maximum benefit from these global standard setting exercises. We shall strategize to tackle the environmental side by integrating science and technologies towards sustainable food systems. And this includes regulating processed food waste and looking at packaging, recycling as a global model, while also addressing those tricky contaminants like micro and nanoplastics. We would also be discussing and trying to create pragmatic approaches for the traditional and novel food landscapes, covering everything from indigenous to novel food sources to emerging technologies like precision food and personalized food systems. Looking into the future, of oversight by harnessing digital systems for intelligent surveillance. We'll discuss AI-driven lab networks, data-driven inspection systems, and improving global traceability to fight fraud as well as corresponding new age skill building needed by regulators and public-private partnership to enhance food safety systems. And the most important, or the heart of the entire discourse, is the human health. Our closing session would be about advancing public health by combating obesity through nutritional strategies, focusing on the promotion of the sustainable foods such as millet and the better consumer awareness. And every important parallel session will be addressed by our experts coming from very reputed global agencies or the regulatory forums. This year, we have done 2 new additions in our technical programs. One is focus on skill building. While we talk about systems and frameworks, we need to also initiate the dialogue, discussions, and the preparation towards making our skill building exercise in alignment with these framework changes. So there'll be a dedicated session around that tomorrow. Another important aspect which is at the center of all these deliberations is the risk assessment methodologies, the tools. So the kind of advancement that technology has brought in the food landscape, the approaches for risk assessment has become another challenge area. And there is going to be a parallel session tomorrow, which will be exclusively discussing, debating, deciphering what are the new age risk assessment methodologies, approaches, how different countries are dealing with it. And we have over 40 countries' participation in that single session alone, and it's going to be a big roundtable discussion. Every country is going to speak about how they are taking this challenge forward, and we would like to make a headway from that discussion for further discussion, maybe during the upcoming Codex Executive Committee sessions and during the Codex Alimentarius Commission sessions as well. So we seriously look forward to that enriched deliberation. And one of the reasons we are going slow at this point of time, and you all must be thinking that where are the experts who we are promising you that they'll be sharing their thoughts. Our keynote expert is on the way, and we have been informed that in another five minutes or so, he'll be joining us. So bear with me and allow me to share some more information and details. For this particular session, I would like to save some time before our guests join and just share a couple of briefs on the session. The Global Regulatory Harmonization and Policy Framework is our opening technical plenary session. And our strategic focus for this session is aligning the national food laws with international standards and fostering consistent regulatory environments. We have focused on a certain key elements, and we would request our experts to touch upon these dimensions for a strategic position that could emerge from this session. About Codex, one aspect is about the Codex Alimentarius Commission outcomes or the standards, the code of practices, and discussions around their implementation and beyond. As I said before, this remains one of the challenge issues during all deliberations happening in Codex Alimentarius Commission these days, and not just now, but for over a couple of years. So this is an area how, the practical dimensions can be taken forward. Then there are other issues like trade facilitation and regulatory cohesion. Our experts would be discussing on those and touch upon the various aspects around this. A very important area is regulatory impact assessment. Very few nations have been able to carry out such studies across the world. There are very many nations where the food laws or the regulations are very recent and they are in stage of infancy or the various development stages. So regulatory impact analysis remains a curious area for discussion as well as both in terms of approaches and the outcomes that these assessment studies bring or their policy influence. And with this, I would leave you for a few minutes of absorbing the themes of this session and check upon the availability of our experts and come back to you. So just a few minutes of break and I'll be joining again.
In the international food trade. India has a long history of Codex involvement. One of the first to sign up, India's engagement with Codex has only grown. India's food safety journey reflects both national and international concerns and her response to changing times. In line with emerging complexities, consolidation of laws became the motto for nations across the globe. From prevention to a risk-based approach on food safety, in India, the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 repealed all previous laws. In 2008, the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, or FSSAI, was established, swiftly becoming the single reference point for all food safety-related issues. FSSAI has consistently modernized and adapted its approach to global standards, keeping national requirements in mind. Today, India can proudly say that it has pioneered and paved the way for the world in evolving global food safety ecosystems.
Annam Parabrahma Swarupam.
Food is God's gift to us, reflecting the richness of its diversity. India's culinary traditions carry an opulent cultural heritage.
From aromatic spices of the south
to fresh mist of the east and all the sizzles and drizzles in between, Indian cuisine is truly a rainbow on the platter. According to ancient Indian philosophy, we are what we eat. Prime Minister Modi, in the 51st edition of his address to the people, Man Ki Baat, highlighted that a strong nation is built on the foundation of healthy and hygienic food.
जब भारत स्वच्छ होगा, स्वस्थ होगा, तभी भारत समृद्ध भी होगा. अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए सबसे आवश्यक है पौष्टिक भोजन.
India has a staggering 7,200,000 FPOs dotting its sprawling landscape, including large operating chains to street vendors. Ensuring food safety at this scale is a Herculean task. To tackle this massive challenge head-on, the Indian government introduced the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. This landmark legislation gave rise to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, also known as FSSAI, an apex body entrusted with the responsibility of establishing science-based standards for food items and overseeing their production, storage, distribution, sale, and importation. Under the watchful wings of the FSSAI, a remarkable alliance thrives, a scientific committee and 21 panels comprised of over 200 experts from prestigious scientific institutions. These brilliant minds, guided by the Food Authority, tirelessly set new standards that strengthen the nation's food safety ecosystem. At the core of this comprehensive system lies the strength of 246 state-of-the-art food testing laboratories. Constantly vigilant, they form a bulwark against the perils of foodborne illnesses, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people. India proudly houses the world's largest network of mobile food testing laboratories, Food Safety on Wheels, which brings food testing facilities to the nation's remotest corners. FSSAI conducts regular surveillance drives through random sampling, with a focus on preventive healthcare and the vision of bringing about changes that are large-scale and sustained. The Eat Right India movement was launched in 2018. The transformative nationwide campaign seeks to educate consumers, revolutionize the conversation surrounding food safety and standards, and pave the way towards a healthier nation through initiatives like Eat Right Campus, Eat Right Schools, Eat Right Places of Worship, Eat Right Stations, Eat Right Street Food Hubs, Eat Right Fruit and Vegetable Markets. In less than a decade, FSSAI has embarked on a remarkable journey of transformation, transitioning from an enforcer to an enabler. Spearheading the evolution of India's food safety landscape, FSSAI has played a pivotal role in fulfilling the pledge of Swasth Bharat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are, in the interest of time, going to begin the session now. And I would request our first expert, Ms. Christine Wolf, Secretary WTO Committee on SPS, to please join us on the dais. Ms. Christine oversees SPS committee activities related to food safety and trade, and the committee focuses on issues related to risk analysis that have been raised in WTO dispute settlement cases and the relevant findings. We thank you for joining us. And our another delegate or member who's about to join us shortly, Dr. V.K. Paul. He's very close by, and we are hoping that he'll join us within the next 5 minutes or so. And keeping in sync with our timeline, I request straight away Ms. Christine Wolf to please address the gathering and set the context for this session. Over to Ms. Christine, please.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Is that better? Thank you for inviting me. I'm Christiane Wolf from the World Trade Organization, where I work in the Agriculture and Commodities Division, and I lead the section that deals with sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So, distinguished participants, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I feel very privileged to have been invited to this summit and to address you today in this session on global regulatory harmonization and policy frameworks. Let me start by saying that I will share my personal reflections, which do not necessarily represent those of WTO members or of the WTO Secretariat. So I was asked to give a context-setting presentation today, and so I asked myself, well, what is the context in which we are working these days? Of course, there's the framework of international rules and institutions. There's the framework of evolving technology, both food technology, digital technology, the use of AI in risk assessment, and more in our everyday lives. There's the economic and political context. And then there's the international framework of rules, institutions, international standards that has actually been quite stable, maybe a little boring, and although we cannot say the same necessarily about the political and economic context these days. Only trade nerds used to think about tariffs, but suddenly they're in the news every day. Luckily, the WTO is about more than tariffs, and over 70% of world trade still takes place on WTO terms based on WTO rules. So what is the international context of trade rules and food standards in which we are operating? Since the mid-1990s, we have the WTO agreements, the SPS and the TBT agreement that set part of the context. We have the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the negotiations of which concluded in 2013, and it entered into force about 8 years ago. And then we have the Codex standards, which of course go much further back. Codex has been developing standards since the 60s. But something changed in the area of food regulation and food safety in 1995 when the SPS agreement recognized Codex standards as a benchmark for food safety requirements in international trade. The text of the SPS agreement incorporates many of the principles that we now take for granted, and it codified some of them for the first time. And the TBT agreement did something very similar for other food-related regulations, for example, on food labeling and food quality. Transparency is one such principle, and maybe the most important. Regulations have to be published so that producers and traders know what requirements they need to fulfill. And uniquely, the SPS and TBT agreements require notification of draft regulations with a comment period for trading partners to submit their feedback in case they anticipate difficulties with a planned regulation. Last week at the WTO, we had the public forum where we opened the doors to representatives of all kinds of stakeholders that are active in trade. And one representative of the food industry told me that for them, transparency is a key benefit that they get from the WTO. He referred to the possibility to submit comments on regulations as providing due process when they face changing regulatory requirements so that they have a say in the process. Another principle is non-discrimination with equal treatment for all safe food that complies with the country's regulations, regardless of its origins. For food safety measures, the role of science and risk assessment is another principle that is so well established that now it seems obvious, and we'll talk a lot more about that tomorrow, I understand. But harmonization of national regulations on the basis of international standards is another such principle. But why do we need it? If we have transparent, non-discriminatory regulations that are based on scientific risk assessment, isn't that enough? FSSAI prepared a brief for this session, some of you may have seen it, and it contains some figures about international trade in food. According to WTO figures, trade in food and agricultural products these days is worth about $2 trillion per year. Trillions, not billions, so that is a 2 with 12 zeros, I looked it up. And to make safe food available to consumers at affordable prices, costs matter. Transparency reduces information costs, which can be surprisingly high, especially for smaller producers and traders who may have a hard time finding out what requirements they need to comply with in their export markets. Advance notification reduces the costs that are associated with a lack of predictability. It's much easier to invest in developing international markets for your products if you are reasonably sure that import requirements will not suddenly change, leading to rejections at the border and large losses. Requiring that regulations be based on science and not more trade restrictive than is necessary to protect health reduces the costs of complying with import requirements that go beyond what is necessary, and requirements that are not based on science do not contribute to ensuring that food is safe. But even when all import requirements are transparent and they're non-discriminatory, they're based on science, costs will be high if each importing country applies slightly different requirements. And if the approval procedures to gain market access and the inspection and certification and conformity assessment requirements in general are different for each market. And that's why harmonization is such a key principle. And while the SPS agreement is quite specific that harmonization means the adoption of national measures based on codex standards, when we're talking about food safety, and WOA and IPPC standards for animal and plant health, the TBT agreement, with its much broader coverage, contains a more general provision on harmonization with international standards, without naming any particular ones. Of course, there are many good reasons to adopt codex standards, even in the absence of international trade, and the most important, naturally, is to ensure consumer protection through science-based food safety regulations. Is the adoption of codex and other international standards mandatory? Under the SPS agreement, the answer is yes and no. And the situation is similar in the TBT context. Yes, because the agreement requires that WTO members base their food safety measures on codex standards. And no, because the agreement also clarifies that if a member wishes to achieve a higher level of health protection than would result from the international standard, they can do this while ensuring that the regulation is based on a risk assessment and complies with the other provisions of the agreement. Now, making sure that every food safety requirement is based on a risk assessment is challenging. And the agreement recognizes this by granting a presumption of consistency for regulations that conform to a codex standard. This provides a safe haven for members that may not have the resources to conduct a risk assessment for all their food-related regulations. Now, that's the framework, but what about the current context? The multilateral trading system and the WTO are facing a challenging moment. But in the SPS and TBT committees, we're faced with a different reality. We're lucky to continue to have strong engagement from all major trading nations and many developing members in a very constructive spirit, actually. Discussions are more technical than political. Both committees recently concluded reviews where they took stock of their work and adopted forward-looking recommendations. The SPS committee agreed to create a new transparency working group, a mentoring system. It continued on thematic work, including on pesticide, MRLs, and regionalization, and India took the lead on some of this thematic work. There's also a recommendation on collaboration with the Standards and Trade Development Facility. Continued discussion about modern challenges and opportunities and experience sharing among members continue. And the committee has, for example, looked at topics such as AMR in June and science-based import controls, which will be held in November. It also took stock of the work over the past years, and there's a lot to be proud of. With growing numbers of notifications submitted, we had, I think, over 2,000 SPS notifications in 2024, and most of them by developing country members. Only a fraction of these notified regulations are ever raised as trade concerns in the committee, meaning that transparency works as a dispute prevention mechanism. And how are we doing with harmonization? It's surprisingly difficult to measure, actually. Since harmonization is a mandatory provision in the SPS agreement, it's difficult to get straight, honest answers when you just ask. But we have some indirect sources of data. Of the notifications that I mentioned, of the ones submitted last year, 21% indicated that a relevant codex standard exists, and the figures are 16% for the International Plant Protection Convention and 7% for the World Animal Health Organization. This means that over 50% of the notifications do not refer to an international standard. Now, this may be because the regulation is about a topic for which no relevant international standard has been developed so far, and members are asking for more international standards to be developed more quickly all of the time. Of the 42% of the notifications that did identify a relevant international standard, 87% indicated that the notified regulation conformed to it. So the notifying member was saying that the regulation was basically the same as the international standard. Keeping track of the adoption of international standards is challenging, and we also don't have a lot of information about other forms of harmonization, such as recognition of equivalent measures or mutual recognition agreements. All three standard-setting bodies recognized by the SPS agreement are currently taking a look at the adoption of their standards by their members through, for example, their observatory projects, which take a look at the implementation of their standards. During the recently concluded review, the SPS committee asked them to report on these activities so it can act as a hub for the exchange of information on this. Maybe more important than the question how many international standards are reflected in national regulations is the question of why regulators do or do not adopt them. There is certainly a question of trust there, of capacity, and of good regulatory practices. And I look forward to our discussion today on how we can encourage greater harmonization to help make safe food available to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christine. Fantastic insights. And in the interest of time, I straight away invite Dr. V.K. Paul on the dais, sir. And sir doesn't need any introduction. He's been associated with India's health policy and progress since 1980. Sir is a physician, a medical scientist, and a public health exponent. He has played a pivotal role in formulating Ayushman Bharat, PMJY, Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center Scheme and Poshan Abhiyan for India. And I request now, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, Excellency Ms. Christiane Wolf, Dr. Alkara, my colleague, esteemed dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be here, and I bring to you the greetings of my organization, the Niti Aayog, which is the apex public policy think tank of the Union government, to you on this momentous gathering. I'm sure this has been stated over and over again, but for this particular session, let us restate it and recognize that food is not merely for sustenance, which indeed it is, it's a biological need, but it's also linked to culture, it is linked to science, it is linked to health, it is linked to society in many, many ways. And in today's world, it transcends borders. And in doing so, the food of one nation, one geography reaches other geographies and vice versa. If food systems transcend borders, the food regulatory systems also have to transcend borders. And there has to be friendship, there has to be connects, there has to be harmonization. And that's the theme of this particular session. And the aspects in which attention needs to be paid, of course, first and foremost standards, but then it moves through the paradigm of global trade system, trade barriers, non-trade barriers, public health, issues of technological advancement, and above all, the issues that concern us all in terms of sustainability. When our regulatory systems are not aligned and not harmonized, there are problems. There are delays for businesses to be efficient. Trade becomes harder, and consumer safety becomes at risk. And when we are aligned in terms of our regulatory systems, it benefits everybody. Food is safe, trade is smooth and efficient, and the consumers are benefited. And indeed, it's a win-win situation for all, and that's the sentiment that brings us to this discussion that will follow. The frameworks that drive standards and pathways that drive implementation of standards need to be based on science, need to be based on best practices and mutual respect across nations. And what binds us together is Codex Alimentarius and the global system that builds and expands on the work of the Codex. We are looking at encouraging mutual recognition of equivalence between countries to avoid duplication and to avoid overlap. We are looking at making use of digital tools, traceability system, usage of traceability systems, e-licensing, data-driven inspections in order to bring efficiency, transparency, accountability, and shared responsibility. We need to bring together the political will, the ecosystem of our respective sectors, and other stakeholders together to ensure that we work in a harmonized world and harmonized ecosystem. India has placed food policy at the heart of our priority agenda under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. We are making efforts, and successfully so, in balancing the interest of the consumers with the interest of the industry, because both feed into each other and both benefit each other. It's about safety of food, it's about quality of food, and it's about nutrition in terms of the right nature of food that protects health and protects the welfare and well-being. We are actively deploying technology, including digital compliance system, risk-based inspections, and third-party audits for accountability and efficiency. At the global stage, we are engaged very deeply with Codex, and we are working together with other nations to develop and to implement and to energize global regulatory ecosystem. We believe in strengthening global platforms such as Codex, WHO, and FAO. We also believe that ultimately we need a whole of society approach, because food availability, standards, etc., are the shared responsibility of not only regulators, but also the farming community, businesses, researchers, and above all, consumers. Food unites humanity across cultures, across borders, and across generations. And by working toward the goal of harmonized regulatory systems, we will promote the bonding between nations, bonding between people, and ultimately benefiting humanity by making available safe, nutritious, healthy food, but at the same time also making sure that the development agenda of respective nations also moves forward by good business and good economic gains that emanate from the food systems and food industry and food production. I'm looking forward to the esteemed inputs and the discussions that will follow in this particular session. I'm truly honored to be here. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Wonderful insights given by Ms. Christine around SPS committee's upcoming reviews and thirst on the similar lines as Codex Alimentarius Commission, pushing the harmonization, and rightly summed up by our Honorable Shri Paul Saab, that food is something that binds us and we all have to work together. I request Madam Manisha Sridhar, who's with us. Madam is Advisor, Intellectual Property Right, Trade and Health, Regional Office, India, WHO CRO. Please come on the dais. And we would like to express our thanks and gratitude to our experts. And I also request my young technical officer, Saurabh, to please come on the stage and assist Madam and also express our thanks on behalf of our team. Request Madam to now honor Shri V.K. Paul Saab. Just a quick group photo, ma'am. I would request Ms. Christine, please, to come forward for a... So thanking all our guests, now I hand over the session to my colleague Monica, and we move to the plenary session, and I request Dr. Paul and Ms. Christine to join us in the audience and enjoy the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. So now we are entering into the segment of panel discussion on the global regulatory harmonization and policy frameworks. To moderate today's session, I now invite Mr. Anwar Hussain Sheikh to the stage. He is the former chairperson WTO TBT Committee and Executive Director, Railway Board, Government of India. I welcome you on the dais, sir. I invite the other distinguished panelist, Mr. Vincent R. Buckle, Deputy Director General, New Zealand Food Safety, Ministry of Primary Industries. I welcome you, sir. Mr. Diego Varela Maino, former Vice Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission, Chile. Welcome, sir. Dr. Hilde Cruz, Senior Food Standards Officer, Codex Alimentarius Commission. I welcome you on the dais, ma'am. Mr. Peter Donnellan, Deputy Head, Standards and Trade Development Facility, STDF, WTO. I welcome you, sir. Professor Alok Dhawan, Director, Center of Biomedical Research, Lucknow, and Chairperson, Scientific Panel of Contaminants in Food Chain, FSSAI. I welcome you, sir. I welcome all the panelists on the dais. And now I would like to hand over the session to moderator, sir, for the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Namaskar, and a very good morning to all the participants here. In the context setting, Christiane put out a very interesting data point of all the notifications that are submitted in the WTO in SPS. Only 42% of the notifications actually make a reference to some international standards of the food. And even within this 42%, 87% make a passing reference or a deductive reference saying that these conform to the international standards. And that exactly is where we are. Food, we need. Food has to be safe. We all know. We all need standards. In this context, I would like to take you to two instances in the history that perhaps stretching the context, but they are very relevant. After the session is broken, after we break the session, when we go to the lunch, all of you would notice just about every Indian dish has some ingredients which are not native to India. The green chilies that we all pride have come to India from Latin America. The tomatoes have come from Portugal, and the potatoes also from the mountains of Latin America. And they have become so much part of our country, we think they are, the ingredients are, they are in the natives of India. How did they come? They came when there were no standards, they came when there were no trade barriers. Come to 1950s, we had another seed that entered into Indian market, which we call as the Congress grass or the Parthenium, which currently, has spread around 40 to 50% of the agricultural land mass in India. It is a contaminant. Did the standards stop it? We don't know. We don't know. Maybe we did not have the standards in 1950s. It came as a part of PL 480, which most of you would be aware. That's where we are. To overcome this situation over a period of time, first the Codex, then the SPS have an arrangement, a formal arrangement where member countries participate in Codex and the standards are set. Whether these standards are uniform across the countries is what we talk here today in this harmonization session. To begin, I would look towards Hilda Cruz for the first question and seek her indulgence by saying, why should countries be following the Codex standards on food? Hilda?
Thank you very much, and good day to everybody. And first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here together with you all, discussing these very, very important topics. And thanks a lot to FSAI and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for excellent organization. So back to your important question. So why should countries implement Codex standards? Well, the mandate of Codex is to protect consumers and to facilitate fair practice in food trade. So by participating in Codex work, countries can influence these settings of these important standards and which they benefit from. And we also heard from Christiane Wolf earlier in this session that Codex standards are also the benchmark in regard to food safety in the SPS agreement. So, we also heard that Codex standards are, well, both voluntary and also binding. So they're binding in a WTO setting. So that's another reason for why it's so important for countries to participate in Codex work and implement the standards. So implementing Codex standards is crucial for trade and protecting consumers, but we also should remember they are also important at a domestic level. It's not only in a trade perspective. So also implementing standards at the domestic level can also improve food safety and help to reduce the burden of foodborne disease overall. So there are many reasons for participating in Codex and implementing the Codex standards. And Codex is inclusive, it's transparent, and it's a consensus-driven process. So countries can influence the standard setting, and these are the standards that they will then be bound to respect in international trade, and will also help them at the domestic market. You also asked about challenges. Yeah. So what are the challenges in regard to implementing Codex standards? Yes, they depend on resources, human resources, financial resources, and also political support, the political buy-in. And it's wonderful to hear the voices from the high-level management in India and the support in regard to food safety. And I wish all countries would take also that to their heart and do the same. And we also need priority setting. Priority setting is important. So, this is a challenge. So also, there is a need to identify and which Codex texts, there are standards, guidelines, codes of practice, are important to countries in different settings and sectors. Interactive communication is crucial among all the players in the implementations of standards. And this summit here is part of this important work of communication. So communication should happen at all levels and among all the players in food safety and its implementation and enforcement. We need, and this also entails training and awareness raising. And as I already mentioned, we also need enforcement, and enforcement is also a challenge in an evolving food landscape. And last but not least, we need regional and international collaboration, and that can also be a challenge for countries. But it's very important to take part in the regional work and the international work, so we can learn from each other, exchange experiences and lessons learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, India. Thank you so much. You talked about political willingness. You talked about communication, the international communication, and building collaboration and regional collaborations. I think all of which is being tried here this morning. We had a political bit that was shown, and this very August gathering, and the third time Food Safety Standards Authority of India is hosting this, is testament to that. Thank you so much. I did not lay out right at the beginning that we are short on time, and I would request all the delegates to confine themselves, be mindful of the time, and confine themselves to 3 minutes in their response. after which we would go into the floor and take questions and answers to whatever time we go up to. And if time permits, we'll come back for the second round of questions. So having said that, let me look across to Professor Alok Dhawan. India is a very active member of Codex and has a very robust system in defining standards. Could you please share with us how Indian standards align with the Codex standards, and if there are any challenges, how are they managed? Professor Dhawan?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I must, at the outset, compliment FSSAI for such a fantastic program. I think there are two things. One, of course, Indian standards are aligning with Codex at a very rapid pace. The other thing we have to look at, as was mentioned by Dr. Paul, that we don't create trade barriers. So I think we also have to look at trade as we are aligning our standards. Thirdly, I think there are a lot of standards where India is now playing a role, key role in Codex related to the different condiments or additives that we have which are specific to this part of the world. So I think that's equally important. But I think where you talk of challenges, I think it starts with the fact that we, at some point in time, India would have to adopt to good agricultural practices apart from other practices. I think it's very important for us to understand that as soon as you adopt good agricultural practices where contaminants are not coming into the system, we'll be able to get very good quality food, but also we'll be able to abide by the international standards. So harmonization will become very easy. I think secondly, what Hilde just mentioned was enforcement. And I think when the codex or other standards themselves are voluntary, I would say implementation is a milder word than enforcing the standards. I think implementing, when you say you have to implement, I think the stakeholders, including the companies and others, they come on board. And finally, I'd like to say that as far as FSSAI is concerned, I think it's handling all the food diversity that is available in the world right here in India. Right? So you cannot have more diverse kind of food that you have in India as opposed to the world. So I think FSSAI itself is doing a fantastic job in trying to harmonize with the global standards, one. Second, trying to educate or trying to skill people to understand how they would be able to implement these standards at the grassroots level. And third, I think as we move forward, we are trying to adapt to the global standards. Of course, food is sort of a thing that we need to have. We are no lesser mortal, so I think we should all have good quality food, and in that pursuit, we have to adopt global standards. So I think there are challenges, but I think FSSAI is committed to becoming a global forum and to adopt all the global standards as we move forward. And thank you, Anwar, very much for this question.
Thank you, Professor Dhawan. That was a very interesting point that you made. One is the agricultural practices that we have, and the second very vital point that you mentioned, that standards are voluntary. They're not mandatory, and if they become mandatory, then they become technical regulations. I would want to take you from that very point and now look to Mr. Mino. There's always this debate. Even though they are standard, they are voluntary, there's always this debate. The conditions in countries are different from what has been agreed internationally. So whether one waives off the domestic autonomy while they are defining the standards. So the question to you is, how can regulatory alignment be pursued by countries without compromising their domestic regulatory autonomy of the countries? Mr. Mino.
Okay, thank you very much, and I would like to adhere to the congratulations to FSSAI team for putting up this very interesting conference. I know I'm short on time, so I'll keep to time. So first, I want to highlight the importance of harmonization to food security, that is the availability of food both economically and physically, but also to food safety. And to me also, harmonization is very important because it speaks about multilateralism And multilateralism is just the realization that we are all in one planet together, and we do better when we collaborate, when we work together, not when we compete, but when we look for the best part in ourselves. So let's agree that harmonization is good. It has been mentioned many times, but you also need to get into the weeds. You have the political declaration, and that is the first thing that you need to politically say that you want to harmonize, but then you should also get into the weeds. So what is happening? What regulation is not being harmonized? And then I get to that part in which sometimes you'll see that you think you might not have the international standard, but you actually will. So it's important getting to that detail. And if you don't have it, or you want to keep your autonomy, it is important to remember that the Codex Procedural Manual has a statement that says that Codex standards are not a replacement to national regulation. And it is a very important recognition of that. And then, so if you want to make your own national regulation, the first thing that you should do, according to WTO, is use science. So you use science, you use the best science available, you are transparent, and you're inclusive. If you do these things, I'm sure you'll do great in setting up a regulatory framework that protects public health and facilitates trade. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. If I take the essence, it would be countries can retain their autonomy and have their own standards, but they should be based on science and evidence. That's how I would sum up what you just said now. Thank you so much. Let me now slightly look towards a different element of the discussion. This is towards Mr. Donnellan, Peter Donnellan. He heads the STDF at the WTO. We always are the cross-border, of having standards and how do they facilitate or hinder trade. So my question to him is, how does the work of STDF enable trade facilitation and help harmonize food safety standards? Peter?
Anmar, thank you. And thank you to FSAI and to all for the excellent organizing. It's a privilege to be here. In a city 4 times bigger than my country of Ireland, so that in itself is mind-blowing. But yeah, thank you. So what is the STDF, the Standards and Trade Development Facility? We're not part of the WTO, but rather housed in the WTO. It's a global partnership helping developing and least developed countries improve their food safety and animal and plant health capacity to meet SPS requirements based on international standards like Codex to gain or maintain market access, so with a strong trade component. The STDF itself was founded by a number of organizations, the FAO, World Bank, World Health Organization, WOA, Organization for Animal Health, as well as the WTO itself. And we're very grateful to our number of committed donors, particularly during the current climate of affecting overseas development assistance. So we're very grateful to our donors, Australia, Canada, the EU, Finland, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Ireland, the government of Ireland, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, the US as well. So thank you to them. So how does the STDF itself support trade facilitation and harmonization in these areas? Well, we work across 3 work streams. Mainly, we provide this global platform, yes, for exchanging ideas. We also work a lot on developing knowledge products as well to benefit all. But one of our main areas of focus is being a funding mechanism. So countries can apply to us for project funding for projects up to $1 million to address their specific SPS needs or food safety needs. And then we work with the countries to develop these projects and implement them with technical expertise as well, from the likes of FAO and WHO, WOA, and others working in the area. So we're pleased to say we do have a new strategy that was just launched this year. So what kind of projects are we looking for? So please send us concept notes. If you go to our website, STDF, just Google that, you'll find it easily. We are open to receiving new ideas for innovative, scalable initiatives. That have a focus on regional harmonization as well, so regional components. We work on knowledge sharing, good practices for digital solutions, like our very successful ePhyto work that is now hoping to evolve into eVet as well, that we're working on in Latin America at the moment, as well as innovations for safe food trade, like in pesticide MRLs and biopesticides. And we're very supportive of inclusive processes as well for women economic empowerment and for persons with disabilities as well. We do have a good example in the region, just to give you a flavor of this type of work with APARI recently, the Asia Pacific Association of Agriculture Research Institutions, regional initiative that focused on residue mitigation through the promotion of biopesticides, piloting the use of biopesticides at the last stage of the crop cycles, which has been shown to help the private sector meet MRL requirements for export as well. A lot of this information available on our website. We have many, many more project examples that I will not get through to now, but just to give you a flavor of what STDF is and how you can reach out to us. Our next round will close in March next year, and we're open to receiving new innovative ideas for us to fund, so thank you.
My apologies. STDF is actually housed in WTO. It is not necessarily part of WTO. It works on the SPS agreement. STDF, it is standards, trade development facility, right? That's how, yeah, I got it right. So I always struggle with it. Yeah, thanks so much, Peter. You talked also about harmonization of the standards while STDF helps in countries developing their own in trade facilitation and also in harmonization. You talked about regional harmonization. So let me look across and ask Mr. Vincent Abukel. New Zealand is a great example. How a regionally harmonized system allows for the state input and resolution of differences. If you could throw some light, we all know Australia and New Zealand do a great work on that. Abukel, Mr. Abukel, thank you.
Thank you, and good morning all. New Zealand's long nailed its colours to harmonisation at a global level and is a foundation member of Codex. We've run that strategy alongside a dual strategy of regional harmonisation between New Zealand and Australia. We're a small domestic population of 5 million with a neighbour of 40 million. So it made incredible sense for the two countries to work closely together. We run a harmonised system on labelling and composition, which means that goods made in either country can free flow between the two countries, there being no impediments to trade at all. The benefits have been numerous. First of all, to industry, to enable that ease of travel transport between the two countries. It's enabled experts within each country to focus on their own area to add value. It's ensured that consumers have had access to choice. It's kept food prices manageable. And it's enabled small businesses to explore exporting to a neighbour where the same labelling and the same composition applies without the reach to go to another country that requires different regulatory systems and different labelling and different composition. So it's sort of in a microcosm. It's a vision of what the world could be when one day we get to global harmonisation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. You talked about ease and the consumers have the access to the choice and the small businesses flourish. So that brings me to the end of the first set of questions. We have covered what Codex does and why countries need to follow Codex, what are the challenges in following them, what are the practices that India has and typically the challenges India faces, how does one overcome the conflict between the domestic requirements, the domestic standards and the international standards, and we also talked about harmonization. I would want to pause here now and look towards the participant. If you have any questions in these areas, we would like to take questions now. Any questions now to the panelists? Monica, I thought you were asking for a question, or you're pulling up your phone. Okay. Any questions, please? Yeah, I see a hand there. Can someone help to hand over the mic across, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Kofi. If these
Thank you, Professor Dhawan.
If these standards are voluntary, but the consequences of not following the standards can be harmful, and if there are no penalties, how do we ensure that those who are involved in the dissemination of information or trading comply with the standards?
So I think excellent question from you. I think there are 2 points to this. One, that these standards are voluntary, and so why should one comply? I think when you talk of trade, at the port, when you send out food from any country, you have to give a certificate that these are the standards that you're following. And at the port of entry, again, they check. And you might have heard several times that the food that was sent to another country did not comply when they checked it there, and so therefore it was returned. I think it's why it is still voluntary. I think we're trying to get to terms with the amount of pollutants or contaminants that are around us, and over a period of time we are trying to reduce the amount of contaminants in food as we get more and more better in terms of our processing, in terms of awareness, so it will take time. And so therefore, if we make it an act or we make it mandatory as a regulation, it might be very difficult for the industries and the exporters, importers to actually do trade at all. So therefore, these are voluntary, and it also creates a sense of camaraderie among the entire community, that because they're voluntary, let's each one of us do our bit in ensuring that the food is safe on the plate.
Thank you, Professor Dhawan. Hilda also wanted to chip in, and you also want to say something. Hilda?
Yes, thank you for the excellent question. I just wanted to add that, at the origin they are voluntary, but if countries adopt and implement codex standards, then it's up to the national governments to also whether they should be mandatory in the country. So they could be mandatory when countries implement them and adopt them into their national regulations and laws. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, and just to clarify, in the international law, Codex will never say that our standards are mandatory. Codex produces standards and puts them out there. WTO then said, if you want to set standards to protect public health of consumption, then you should follow Codex or have real sound science to back up your national regulation. So at the very end, you comply with national regulation. How does that national regulation is made up is for countries to decide based on their adherence to WTO. So it's kind of confusing, but...
Thank you, Diego. Do we have, we have one more question here in the first row, please, on my right side. Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Andreas Hensel from Germany, from the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment. I have a more or less technical question, because yes, I understand it's so important to have codex and to have all the rules and the procedures, but what is the connection to the technical parts, to the laboratory system? Because we have a tendency in the moment that you can measure a nanogram and whatever. So the biological relevance is one thing. The second is why Codex will not or is not connecting the work of Codex to the laboratory routines. Because as you probably know, the standard is a direct function of the measurement in a laboratory. So I think that is something which we have to keep in mind, because there must be a border of sensitivity on one side and on the other side a relevance which is related to the biological outcome, to the relevance in humans, for example. So I think this is something where it should be developed. Is there anyone who can comment on this?
So Codex is a risk management organization. Standards are risk management measures. The scientific advice is requested by Codex to WHO and FAO. Can we strengthen that? Can we improve that? Of course. There's always room for improvement, and to bring in more science to the discussions, to advise the risk managers at the Codex committees and at the Commission to make better decisions. So the door is open, and I think I agree with you, Professor Hensel, that there's works to be done there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. And I just wanted to add to what Diego so rightly said, also to remind everybody that Codex is member-driven. It's the members' own Codex, so it's the members that decide what we should discuss and what we should work on, or what should be the new work proposals. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Any other question? Do I see any more? Yeah, there's one here, right? Yeah, there's one, two. Yeah, that's interesting. That's encouraging too. Yeah. Yeah, please. This hand was up first, if you don't mind. Yeah. The one here, the gentleman on the third row. Yeah, you're getting the mic. Yes, please. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. One thing, very primitive question I have. How Codex is thinking about many countries like India or ancient countries, ancient civilizations, Ayurvedic food, tribal food, or very primitive level food? Yes, anybody else?
Do you want to take it? You didn't get the question. If I may rephrase, even I did not get the question completely, but if I may rephrase, you're saying how does Codex incorporate
yes, Ayurvedic food or tribal food or remotest area food like food from tribal section or primitive section.
Okay, how does they incorporate the foods that are there in the
yes,
tribal
how it is
areas
coming
or
on the
remote
global
locations?
platform?
At the global platform.
Anwar, can I just, yeah, I think it's a good question. One thing you should understand, as just now was mentioned by Hilde, I think Codex is a member-driven organization, and depending on the food and the problems at hand, they sort of try to assess the risk and then try to manage that risk, right? One. Second, I think we need to also understand that that diversity that you're talking about perhaps does not fall into the domain of Codex. We need to first have maybe standards in our own country, and then if the scale is so high that we need to take it up to the global level, then it goes to global level. I think the local food that is prepared and eaten by a certain community doesn't fall into the ambit of, I would say, standards for the entire country, because it's very locally driven. I think it's and you must be aware that FSSAI has already started its work, and it's already there for Ayurveda, it's already there. And so we are trying to look at inwards, trying to look at within the country what all foods are available and how we can make them safer as we move forward, and if we have standards so that it can be scaled up as well, right?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
So another thing that I would say is that you don't need standards, Codex standards for everything. There are some things that will not necessarily need a Codex standard, But you have the other type of standards that talk about labeling, hygiene, residues, that are really also useful to strengthen the capacity of governments to address issues from really local foods.
So most of it comes when you are trading, right? So that's where the standards come. If you're just preparing a food at home and eating, I don't think standards will matter as much.
We had a couple more hands on the same row or the row behind. So yeah, she's coming to you. Yeah.
Sir, in India, about 339 chemicals are used on the field. I'm sure that the world uses more. The launching pad of all these standards should be having some kind of, do we have a meta-analysis on what kind of residues come due to different climate conditions? I know different scientific panels work, but do we have an universal, table which can give us some light, because it will help the ecosystem so much more. It's a question more of curiosity than anything else.
If I may request, क्या आप अपना सवाल दोबारा से पूछ सकते हैं? थोड़ा आराम से बोलिए, थोड़ा यहाँ पे आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Not that you're not speaking well.
Keep the mic near you so that we can.
Yes, India uses around 339 chemicals on the field. So many countries use more chemicals on the field for agriculture, horticulture, etc. Definitely there should be, definitely there are very good, residue, analysis and data available. Does Codex have a robust meta-analysis table from which we can get an idea of the global residue levels due to different climate conditions for the same crop? For example, India, we have got 25 major crops and 17 minor crops. The world has got many more. So I just want to know, how does it affect? Because it will be of great interest for traders to take future action for their business and to plan our progress in food business operations, sir. It's a question more out of curiosity than out of anything else. Thank you.
Yeah, she says she has a comment. Can somebody, we can take this question and together you can answer, Professor Evan.
Questions always come out of curiosity.
It speaks volumes if we are seeing India and FSSAI's holding this third Global Food Regulation Summit here in New Delhi. So that shows that, though the standards which we need to adopt are voluntary, but still, the kind of commitment India is having, and I'm so pleased on behalf of FSSAI also, that the kind of experts, the panelists we are having, we are discussing everything on the floor. We are talking about the countries which are developed. We are also talking about fundings which are available, like hand-holding, that is required. FSSAI in last decade, it has taken big leaps. So I am one of the experts of GM panel. So my only concern is that when we are developing the standards, that for GM in particular, because that is a very small area, the threshold in the European countries is 0.9%. So sometimes it becomes disheartening for very small countries to develop that kind of expertise. As I heard from that corner, that some of the laboratories, because these standards need to be complied also. And for other parameters, when some big shipments, they are being, we read in the newspapers that the big shipments are returned based on like some of the, pesticides or some of the things. So this is a very right time that we are talking about harmonization. So there was one question from that side, that why they are voluntary. The reason is that expertise so far is not available in all of the countries.
Thank you. No, we love to hear you, but we don't want to interrupt you. There are other questions. If Mr. Dhawan, if there's one more question here on the same row, if you can take the question and then we can finally go into the last. And there's one more question was here. No, was it? Yes. So this would be the last question before we go.
I'm Dr. Shah. My specialization is pesticide, sir. Sir, recently I compiled about more than 500 pesticides ADI's values. That is basically required for the risk assessment, chronic risk assessment. I find that the country-wise, 5 countries ADI's values I compiled, and I find a lot of changes in that. Sometimes it is 10 times, it is 100 times differences are there. How to justify that with the codex? So that is one area. Another area is the methods, sir. Limit of quantification is very, very important as far as the residues are concerned. So the method which were developed and the standards developed a decade back has been revised by many countries, which codex needs to upgrade. This is what I feel. Thank you, sir.
So we had 2 questions, Hilda and Professor Dhawan, if they want to answer. Or the previous one, you talked about the curiosity question.
So I think the meta-analysis, maybe she can
Yeah,
answer.
yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for all these excellent questions. In the area of pesticide residues, Codex has a committee on pesticide residues that actually just met a couple of weeks ago, hosted in Chile and chaired by China. Codex is developing maximum residual levels for pesticides. And where to set that line, that's where countries come together and in a consensus-driven process decide on which so-called MRL, maximum residual level, that should be set for individual pesticides in individual food commodities. In that discussion in Codex, which is a risk management body, there is scientific advice from in regard to pesticide residues is from the joint meeting on pesticide residues. So that's an FAO WHO risk assessment body that come together and then advise the Codex Committee on Pesticide Residues. So this is how it functions. And when the expert body, the JMPR meet, then their deliberation depend on data coming from various countries. So countries can also contribute with data they have on various pesticides and food commodities and bring that into the scientific deliberations, and then later on at Codex level, countries can then participate in the standard setting as such. I hope that explains the process. Thank you very much.
It does. Thank you. Thank you so much.
If you could answer the question whether you have at Codex a metadata for countries and the levels of pesticides. That's good.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Codex is developing standards. It doesn't take part in the implementation. We encourage implementation, but the implementation happens at national levels, and so we don't keep a monitoring of implementation of various standards at country level. But FAO and WHO have a lot of projects where they work together with countries also to support in monitoring. For instance, now there's a huge project going on monitoring implementation of Codex text in regard to antimicrobial resistance, for instance. But we don't have a database as such on pesticide residues. But FAO and WHO, and in WHO, the GEMS food, they have a data collection. It doesn't cover everything, but there you can have data. Codex has a database on the maximum residual levels. So it's a database on which are the limits for the various pesticides in the various food commodities. But we don't keep a monitoring system for what's actually happening in the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hila. Thank you so much. I'm sure there are more questions, and you could address those questions during the lunchtime. Okay, quickly, if you don't mind. Quickly, you can share your comments, please.
One question was by Dr. Shah, that he has seen there is a variation in the acceptable daily intake. Acceptable daily intake usually is based on certain chronic or subchronic toxicity data or reproductive or carcinogenicity, and depends on the experts. The experts in the JMPR, when they evaluate, depending on the data, depending on the exposure of data and the interpretation, the ADI will vary. I know EPA has a different ADI, JMPR has different ADI, and EU countries, EFSA has different ADI, Australia has different ADI. It depends on the interpretation, scientific technological development, and the data which they generate. They might be, some country might have evaluated a data which has not been given to JMPR. So there will be difference of ADI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, indeed. Thank you so much. We can take more questions. I mean to say the panelists will be happy to take more questions one-to-one during the lunchtime. Since we are running out of time, if I may request the panelists, if they have any last word, quickly, 30 seconds each, if you want to take it up. 30 seconds each to summarize and complete the session.
So I think we are standing between, or sitting between the audience and the lunch. And I'm sure that the lunch should abide by the Codex standards for sure. So I think it's been a wonderful session, and the fact that we opened the house and we got to know what people also want to say, it just shows you how India is progressing in terms of regulatory framework. And we, as FSSAI, would like to include as many stakeholders and their voices as possible and try to abide by the international norms. So I would like to say what a pleasure it has been, Anwar, in your moderation to be able to say a few words. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Yeah, just something small, if we don't have time for a second round of questions. But yeah, I heard the term transparency mentioned quite a bit, and we talked a little bit earlier about some digital trade facilitation as well. But when we're talking about governments, businesses, traders, to track regulatory changes, I think all of this helps build a culture of trustworthiness, and I think trustworthiness comes before trust, you know, and I think that's an important step that all of this helps us towards. So thanks. Yeah.
So briefly going back to the CCPR discussion, and this is also related to everything that happens in food safety. So food safety is not written in stone, and that is a good thing because all of us here will always have a work, right, a job. It's dynamic, it changes. There's actually a very interesting discussion happening in JMPR about the methodology for risk assessment. So that is, again, going to change MRLs, and new molecules will come into place. So the whole landscape on food safety is very dynamic, it's not written in stone, and it requires us always to be discussing in a very transparent, and I will also say inclusive ways, inclusive of developing countries, inclusive of industry, academia, and consumers. So thank you very much for organizing this panel.
Just in closing, what I think today is illustrated is that global harmonization is hard work. It really is hard work. It requires incredible patience and political will and determination over a long, long period of time. The gains are there, but it takes incredible will, and I can only commend India for its leadership here today, for setting the agenda for us all and reminding us of the importance of global harmonization. So on behalf of our delegates here, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, thanks a lot for convening this session. And for us, it's wonderful with the great interest in Codex standards and its implementation and how they are developed. And thanks a lot to India for the leadership and in organizing this conference and this good dialogue. I really appreciate all the comments heard, and I realize how important it is that we exchange and we communicate and we learn from each other, and we are in it together, and everything is evolving around us. So arenas like this is so important. So thanks a lot.
Monica,
before you say a word of thanks, can I just mention one thing? I think, can I request the students and the audience to clap for themselves they've sat through a regulatory framework for food. Right? So thank you very much.
So thank you to the moderator, sir, actually he managed everything so wisely. To the speakers for giving that insightful session, seriously. We can continue for the next day also because I know there's a time constraint. So I would like to invite Dr. V.K. Paul and Dr. Alka Rao, Advisor Science Standard and Regulations on the dais, please. We just want to express our gratitude and thanks to all the speakers. Yeah. Dr. Anwar Sheikh, we need to have a round of applause for them. Mr. Vincent Arbuckle, Mr. Vincent Arbuckle, thank you. Dr. Diego Varela Maino. Madam, you can join, please. I'll come on. Dr. Hilde Cruz. Mr. Peter Donelon. I want the members of my committee to be ready for a photograph. Kishore. Professor Alok Dhawan. Madam Christian Wolf, I want you to join on the dais. We will all have a group picture. So I want my team, FSSAI team committee members, please, on the stage. Pankaj, Meena, please come on the stage. Yeah. So we break for lunch and the next session will start at 1:45 sharp. at OD2 Level 2, Integrating Science and Technologies Towards Sustainable Food Systems. Venue for the lunch is? Please let me. I'll just tell you the venue for the lunch. Give me just 1 minute. Huh? L1 MR7 for the delegates.
That ensures the safety and quality of every morsel that an Indian ingests.
And for the FSSAI employees, we have a multi-purpose hall just near to this hall where we can have lunch. Yeah. So for FSSAI staff, it is on the same floor, and for the delegates, it's at level 1. The deputed LOs can actually take care of their dignitaries, please.
From the biggest
all LOs are requested to take their delegates to MP H3 for lunch, and for FSAI official, lunch will be served at multi-purpose hall adjacent to this hall.
So the next session is in OD2 level 2. This is 3, so we need to go down.
This process conducted by a scientific committee and 21 specialized scientific panels. 286 experts from esteemed organizations like ICMR, CSIR, ICAR, IITs, and other institutions specializing in food safety and nutrition serve on these panels. FSSAI sets global standards and collaborates with international food regulatory authorities to improve food standards and address key issues. These standards are enforced by FSSAI through regular surveillance, monitoring, inspection, and random sampling of food products. Testing of food for compliance with the safety standards happens across a nationwide grid of connected laboratories. Food Safety on Wheels is an innovative step that takes food testing labs to the doorsteps of the consumers and FPOs. FSSAI also has a robust mechanism for handling consumer complaints and concerns.
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूँ उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज़ करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
So, on the occasion of this World Liver Day, let us all take a pledge that we will protect our health and minimize the use of oil in food. Instead of frying, try healthier options like grilling, baking, steaming, or cooking with less oil to retain the taste and health too. Remember, health is the real wealth.
अधिक वजन या मोटापा कई तरह की परेशानियों को, बीमारियों को भी जन्म देता है। आप तय कर लीजिए कि हर महीने 10% कम तेल उपयोग करेंगे। हम सब मिलकर छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से इस चुनौती से निपट सकते हैं।
दादाजी, 10% तेल कम करने से क्या होगा?
10% कम तेल मतलब कम कैलोरी और ज्यादा एनर्जी।
सही मायने में जीवन का स्वाद अच्छी सेहत में है। उसके लिए खाने में तेल, नमक, चीनी कम करना जरूरी है।
तो लो, अब से संतुलित खाना और स्वस्थ रहना ही है हमारे जीवन का मंत्र।
तो आज से हम सब मिलकर खान पान में दिखाएंगे समझदारी। कम तेल, नमक और चीनी से होगी बेहतर कल की तैयारी।
तो आप भी खाने में तेल की मात्रा घटाइए, सेहत की ओर कदम बढ़ाइए और ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में भागीदार बनिए। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
ये है मिस्टर नवीन, जो है सेहत की शौकीन। फिट रहने के लिए करते हैं एक आसमान और जमीन। जिम में उठाते हैं वजन, करते हैं कसरत और दिल में रखते फिटनेस की हसरत। पर जैसे ही इन्होंने ये जूस का पैकेट अपने होठों से लगाया और खाने के लिए काजू का बिस्किट उठाया, किया कराया सब कुछ गमाया।
क्या हो गया?
अरे अंकल, पैकेट पलटू पैकेट।
कैलोरी 800, एडेड शुगर 50 ग्राम। ये मैंगो जूस है या फ्लेवर और चीनी का घोल? और कैश्यू नट बिस्किट में से काजू गोल? ऐसे कैसे बचेगी सेहत अनमोल?
अरे अंकल, FSSAI कहता है पैकेट को पलटो, लेबल देखो, फिर खाओ।
हर लेबल बताता है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपायरी डेट और किस पैकेट में कितना है शुगर, फैट और कार्बोहाइड्रेट। हर लेबल कुछ कहता है, इसमें कितना पोषण रहता है।
मैं एक शेफ़ हूँ और एक शेफ़ होने के नाते मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ओबेसिटी की बात एक नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे करी।
2050 तक 44 करोड़ से ज्यादा भारतीय मोटेपन, ओबेसिटी की समस्या से ग्रस्त हो जाएंगे। इसका मतलब है कि हर 3 में से एक व्यक्ति ओबेसिटी की वजह से गंभीर बीमारियों की चपेट में आ सकता है।
और इसका सोल्यूशन भी उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा दिया है। द सोल्यूशन इज रिडक्शन। अपने खाने में ऑयल को रिड्यूस करके इस आपदा से बचा जा सकता है। Here are a few tricks, because मैं हमेशा से ये मानता हूं कि ये सारे आंसर्स किचन से ही शुरू होते हैं। ऑयल कम करने के लिए सबसे पहले जब भी आप ऑयल लाएं तो बड़े कंटेनर से एक ऐसे छोटे कंटेनर में डालें जिसका मुंह बारीक हो, पतला हो, ताकि चाह के भी आप ज्यादा तेल ना डाल पाए। दूसरी चीज, जब आप तड़का लगाएं, छौंक लगाएं, जो हमारे हिंदुस्तानी खाने की फाउंडेशन है, तो ऑयल कम डालें। और अगर आपको लगता है कि ऑयल कम है तो तड़का लगाते समय थोड़ा थोड़ा पानी का छींटा मारते रहें। उससे टेस्ट में कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होगा, लेकिन आपको ऑयल का कंजम्पशन ऑटोमेटिकली रिड्यूस हो जाएगा। तीसरी चीज, हम अक्सर खाना बनाते हैं और उसमें ऑयल ऊपर आ जाता है। कोशिश करें अगर पॉसिबल है तो वो ऑयल निकाल लें, क्योंकि वो ऑयल भी इवेंचुअली हमने कंज्यूम करना है। चौथी चीज, जब भी आप बटर, घी या ऐसी चीजें यूज कर रहे हैं जो सॉलिड फैट्स हैं, उनको हमेशा थोड़ा सा मेल्ट करके या रूम टेम्परेचर पे लाके इस्तेमाल करें। बिकॉज जब वो फ्रोजन या हार्ड होते हैं तो हमेशा हम स्कूप करते समय ज्यादा लेते हैं। आप जब भी चीजें तल रहे हैं, आप सोचें कि क्या मैं इसको बेक या एयर फ्राई कर सकता हूं। उससे ऑयल का कंजम्पशन 90% तक कम होता है। घर पे अप्पा चट्टी लेके आए। अप्पम चट्टी होती है जिसमें गोल अप्पे बनते हैं, उसमें हर वो चीज बन सकती है जो तल के बनती है विद 70% लेस
10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण।
तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे,
सेहत को अपनाएंगे,
ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से दूरी बनाएंगे।
स्वस्थ भारत के जरिए ही विकसित भारत का सपना करेंगे साकार।
Balanced eating habits are the first condition to avoid obesity. But do you know what is a balanced diet? No. Balanced diet means the right balance of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals in the food plate. Let us understand this in detail one by one. First of all, let us know about carbohydrates. It is necessary for energy in the body. We get it by eating grains, but not just rice and wheat. Adopt coarse grains like jwa, bajra, ragi, and eat more unpolished grains. And this is our bodybuilder, that is protein. For protein, consume pulses, beans, milk, cheese, eggs, meat, fish. Protein is necessary in every meal. The third is fats. Don't be afraid of fats. Consume healthy fats in the right amount and avoid unhealthy fats. By habit, we are fond of eating fried food and consume more fat. So it is important that we reduce the amount of oil or fat we use every day by 10%. Now let's talk about vitamins and minerals, which are very important for a healthy body and immunity. For this, you know that we should eat lots of seasonal and local fruits and vegetables every day. These are the best sources of nutrition. In this way, your plate now becomes healthy, and this is called balanced eating.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has made an appeal to reduce the amount of oil in food by 10%. Do you know why? Because eating too much oil can be dangerous for our health. It can harm the liver along with other organs of the body. It can make the liver fatty, which can cause many serious diseases. Therefore, reduce the amount of oil in your diet and choose healthier alternatives. Fruits, leafy vegetables, pulses, nuts, and whole grains are good for the liver. Exercise regularly and drink plenty of water. This will help in keeping your liver healthy. Your liver is a vital organ of your body. It is important to keep it healthy. Remember, the secret of a healthy life is linked to liver health. Take care of your liver and live a happy life.
जरा सोचिए, 2050 तक मोटापा बन सकता है एक राष्ट्रीय चुनौती। इसका असर हमारी सेहत और प्रगति दोनों पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन एकजुट होकर हम इस चुनौती से लड़ सकते हैं।
अगर आप खाने के तेल में कटौती करते हैं, अपने को फिट रखते हैं, तो ये विकसित भारत की यात्रा में आपका एक बड़ा योगदान हो।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर देश कर रहा है प्रण। तेल की मात्रा घटाएंगे, सेहत को अपनाएंगे, ज्यादा नमक और चीनी से थोड़ी दूरी बनाएंगे। अच्छा खाना, स्वस्थ रहना, यही है जीवन का सही तरीका। ईट राइट इंडिया के जरिए स्वस्थ भारत के इस मिशन में बने भागीदार। FSSAI द्वारा सेहत हित में जारी।
Science has now established that fasting has numerous health benefits. Fasting gives time to the body to detox, to utilize unused sources of nutrition such as fats. And fasting also cleans our stomach and gives us strength to face infections. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in a recent podcast has highlighted the various importance of fasting.
दूसरा मेरा अनुभव है कि आपके विचार प्रवाह को ये बहुत ही शार्पनेस देते हैं, नयापन देते हैं। आप एकदम से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स, मैं नहीं जानता हूं औरों का उपवास का यही अनुभव होगा, मेरा है।
The Honorable Prime Minister said that fasting enhances the capacity of the senses, making them more sensitive and aware. He also clarified that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It involves a scientific process of preparation and detox. Fasting has many health benefits, such as reduction in risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, improved longevity, maintaining a balanced weight. In the words of Gandhiji, a genuine fast cleanses the body, mind and soul. This means that fasting in the right way not only removes the impurities of the body, but also purifies the mind and soul. That is, fasting is an effective means of holistic well-being because it balances our physical, mental and spiritual health. Do you also think that if there is no oil in the food, it has no taste? But just think how costly this taste can be to your health. Eating too much oil not only increases obesity and spoils digestion, but also has the greatest impact on your liver. Keeping in mind the increasing diseases caused by oil and the rapidly increasing obesity in the country, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has also appealed to the countrymen to reduce the amount of oil in their food by 10%.
हम सभी को अपने खाने के तेल में 10% की कटौती करनी चाहिए। यानी हर महीने जितना खाने का तेल लेते हैं, अभी से 10% कम खरीदना तय कर लो।
Renowned liver expert Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen also spoke recently about how deep-fried foods cause serious harm to health, especially to our liver, which is the quietest but most vital organ of the body.
देखिए, हमारे जो भारत के सर्व लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा कि भाई खाने में ओबेसिटी को कम करने के लिए 10% ऑयल कम करें। मैं पूरा सहमत हूँ उनसे। उन्होंने बहुत माइल्ड पोलाइट वे में सबको ये मैसेज दिया। डीप फ्राइड का मतलब है कि बहुत ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर तक आप ले जाएं, फिर उसको ठंडा करें या फिर दोबारा से सेम ऑयल को यूज़ करें। वो डीप फ्राइड फूड जो है वो हानिकारक होता है। उसमें कई तरह के कार्बन के ऐसे एटम्स बन जाते हैं जो कि बैक्टीरिया का तो नुकसान करते ही हैं, पर वो कार्सिनोजेनिक हो सकते हैं।
Very good afternoon to everyone. I will request all to please have your seats, please. In the coming 1 or 2 minutes, we are going to start the session. I request all to please have the seats. Very good afternoon, and again I welcome you all after the first wonderful session in the second session on integrating science and technology towards sustainable food systems. The Sustainable Development Goals exemplify the global aspirations. They are also integral to India's journey to achieving the Viksit Bharat status by 2047. Today's discussion on integrating science and technology towards sustainable food system aims to explore how countries can collaborate, coordinate, and exchange global best practices through science and innovative technology towards developing ecologically healthy, economically viable, and socially inclusive food system. Hopefully, during panel discussion, these points would be taken forward. For this session, we are blessed to have two distinguished delegates to grace this occasion. Please join us in welcoming Professor Andreas Hensel. He is President, Federal Institute for Risk Management, Germany, and has contributed significantly in the area for risk assessment in food safety and consumer protection. I will request Professor Andreas Hensel, please join us and take the seat on the dais. Professor Hensel, please. We also honored to have with us Sri Bir Bikram Yadav, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Sir is 1996 batch Indian Administrative Services Officer. He has held various important positions in state and central government and having extensive experience in government administration and policy making. Request you, sir, to please take a seat on the dais. Now I request Professor Andreas Hensel to set the context for this session. Professor Andreas Hensel, please.
So first slide, please. So thank you very much for the to invite me to this important conference. I think one before, please. It's such a broad topic, and I thought, how to have an introduction. So what we have to think is, what is a consumer expecting about new scientific approaches and where he can gain profit from them. And I decided, I will give you examples of these sustainable developments which make the world better and food safer. So the BFR is a German food safety, one of the German food safety institutions. We also serve for cosmetics and chemicals and so on. So because all the substances occur in many different legal frames, so we do the whole preventive part of public health and veterinary public health. So this is an introduction of our institute, the introduction for what is Germany doing with food. People probably don't know, but we are the third largest importer of food and the fourth largest exporter. So it means we are not only making cars and submarines, but also we are trying to keep our market open in a concert of all European countries. So I don't have to point out that from farm to fork is a principle of the EU. At least everybody on the production scheme is responsible for food safety, and that is written in the White Book of the Commission, which means that who is responsible for food? It's not the government, it's the producer or the importer. They have to guarantee safety. And the role of the governments is to control this and to check it and to keep the system running. So that makes it a little bit complex, because when you introduce a global trade, you have to face that the European community is importing almost 140 million tons of food and feed. I always say feed because in Europe the feed is inside the food safety system, because as you would probably know, when a cow is eating an unwanted substance, you will find it in the milk. So that should be done in an integrated approach. So what I want to show you how we deal in the moment Europe-wide with the early detection of hazards and risk indicators. And just to introduce the traceability itself, I would say this is the backbone of the European system. Why it's so important, and not only in Europe, but also in the rest of the world. If you are a consumer and you know that there is a contamination, could be a zoonotic agent or substance, unwanted substance, you want to see that the government can identify the source of contamination, then they should check the distribution. So where is the food and the feed has, sold, and so that you can take it back. And this is one prerequisite to warn the consumers. And for trust-building purposes, you have to remove the product from the market. So that means traceability is something which, and withdrawal of unsafe product is a backbone. So how to make, let's say, becoming true with all these instruments. One is very simple. I show you now some results of our scientific work at the VFR level. One is very simple. For example, we check the imports and make it visible. This tool is quite successful because sometimes you have bad harvests somewhere in the world, and there are a lot of rain and a lot of mycotoxins, for example, in maize. So you can see, where are the indicators for the relative trading volume. So that means that easily we can have an overview about the products which will enter our country. This is another example which is in use now for many years. This is so-called food chain lab. It makes the distribution chain visible. Yeah, on the right side you can see there are the producers, then the production nodes, and there the pathways where it has been distributed. And this is something which you can combine also with geolocating systems. So that means that you can see where the people are, or where the factories are, or the producers are, and where they distributed their products. So it's an automated visualization of food business operators, and it's a free software. So we give it to everybody. If you want, please join us. It allows some interactive analysis and also the simulation of hypotheses. For example, cross-contamination. And for the people who have to make the outbreak investigation and to find the source of, for example, a contamination, it's quite easy, because then they can plan their investigation steps. This system now is rolled out. We are sharing it with a couple of countries in whole Europe in the moment. FAO, WHO, you can find it as part of the tripartite toolbox, or even USDA, FDA have implemented it in their analysis procedures. And on the left side you can see this is an outbreak where we had a contamination with fipronil. This is a drug where you can treat little mites in chicken, red mite in chicken, and they were contaminating eggs. And here you can see the distribution of the eggs, and you see that it's highly complex. If you want to do this on an Excel sheet, it's nearly impossible. Even this is too complex, to understand, where are the sources. So this is one example which has been used, but we have had also some others, like the egg and sprouts. May you remember this in 2011 was the biggest outbreak in Germany ever. But also the HIV in berries, for example, in the EU, salmonella, for example. So these are things which are in use, in all their use in the moment. The second aspect is outbreak investigation, where you can use, for example, RASNEX results, which are open to everybody worldwide. So you can see the data, and you can bring this into a document viewer, and we have an automatic extracting UTX data system, where you can see on the right side the output is a relation between outbreak and delivery. So I think this is something which makes visible, how you can identify sources of infection, for example, in zoonotic agents. So another introduction into sustainable IT is the so-called CONTRANS system. Very often we have, or the biggest problem we have is in the primary production. Quite often you have contamination of feed, like heavy metals, pesticides, for example, or halogenic substances, and they will be transferred into the animals. So in the chicken, in the egg, or from the cow into the milk. And this transfer rate, is part of a scientific examination, because you have to feed the animals and to see what's in the product, at least. Could be done with fish and everything. And when you have this kind of data, and we're doing this actively, so more or less funny, but we have a farm, where we also produce bad food. But this is just to demonstrate, how the transfer rate is. And then if you go to our website, it's also open for everybody. It's a system where you can link the food and feed connection, and it's visible. It's also good to know when the farm is free again, because they are shedding the contaminant, and so after a few weeks, you can eat the eggs again, so to bring the farm again into production. Another example is authenticity. So for sustainability, you need all. You need food safety, food security, food integrity, and food fraud is a big issue. But the same system can be used also for the geographical origin. Just to let you know that this food fraud is not only a labeling problem. Almost 50% of all cases we know about food fraud is also related to health problems. So it's not only mislabeling, it could be adulteration, for example, or recontamination, cross-contamination, all these things. So sometimes it's important to know where it comes from. And for these purposes, we do authenticity examination just as an early risk, and then we try to verify this with our other complex analytical IT systems. So just a last thing is all these predictive models. I think this is some of the future of food and feed safety. You just make a prediction, how much could be how high the contamination could be. And if you know this, then you have a good scientific background, you can argue and can make a good risk assessment. So the idea was also to bring all people who are modeling together and to make a repositorium. So what we now succeed with is that we have now one, you can see it here, Food Risk Labs, and it's an initiative now which is also shared by the WHO, it's shared by EFSA and also by many other countries outside Europe. Just to have a collection of all models which can be used, for example, for distribution and all these things. Yes, the idea in the end is that we want to have an interoperable tracing software ecosystem. So many of these aspects has been realized in the moment, but we are working hard that we can complete this ecosystem. So the idea is that you can input your data, that you can upload mass data, you check them, you have an early warning data, and also the the data from the zoonotic agents in food. So that could be collected, and then with the right module, you can also look for the report and the validation, and you can easily visualize all these data. The advantage is that you don't have to double it, and this facilitated data exchange, I think, is the best benefit we have in Europe, because as you probably know, we have 26 countries and some related countries which are working together. So if you do this 25 times, it's wasting time and money. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hensel, for enlightening and sharing valuable insight with us regarding the European traceability law and the tool for analysis of the trade data, as well as the different tool size for tracking the foodborne disease outbreak and the contaminant transfer from feed to food. Now, I would like to invite Sri B.V. Yadav sir to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lokendra, Professor Andreas, Dr. Lokendra, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Quite a challenge which has been thrown to us to discuss sustainable food systems just after the lunch break. I am deeply privileged to stand before you at the 3rd Global Food Regulators Summit and extend my heartfelt congratulations to FSSAI for their vision and dedication in organizing this event, bringing together international bodies such as WHO, FAO, Codex, national regulators, and eminent researchers, scientists, and technocrats to discuss integrating science and technologies towards sustainable food systems. In today's rapidly evolving world, sustainability has moved beyond being a mere trend. It has become a global imperative for both brands and consumers. The rising demand for environmentally friendly options is positioning India as a significant player in this dynamic landscape. The Indian green packaging sector is poised for robust growth, with the Invest India report projecting a compound annual growth of 7.24% between 2023 and 2028, clearly reflecting a growing commitment in the food and beverage sector to adopt sustainable practices as a necessity rather than an option. Coming back towards our Ministry of Environment and Forest, at the heart of India's sustainability vision lies the concept of lifestyle for environment. Announced by our Honorable Prime Minister at Conference of Parties 26 in November 2021, that is in the UNFCCC. Mission Life is a people-led movement inspiring individuals, communities, and nations to adopt sustainable lifestyle choices for a healthier planet. It is built around 7 key themes: save energy, save water, say no to single-use plastic, adopt sustainable food systems, adopt healthy lifestyles, reduce e-waste, and reduce other waste. Together forming a holistic framework to guide conscious actions that reduce environmental impact, promote resource efficiency, and strengthen harmony between human well-being and planetary health. If we talk about the global perspective, just if we go back to 2008 when the entire world faced food crisis because some of the member states diverted their food stock to biofuels. So this was a challenge which was thrown to the entire globe that yes, we need to have sustainable food systems. So today, global food systems face a dual challenge: ensuring food and nutritional security for all while addressing the mounting pressures of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. Science and innovation are emerging as powerful enablers of this transition, offering solutions that balance environmental sustainability, economic viability, and social equity. India is committed to this vision, aligning with UN Sustainable Development Goals and FAO's Science and Innovation Strategy. Domestically, we have advanced circular economy approaches and extended producer responsibility frameworks to reduce plastic and 7 other types of waste. This entire EPR framework is handled by Central Pollution Control Board, which I am also heading that. So this is another innovative steps which India has taken for sustainable environment. Across the world, countries are strengthening sustainability efforts, addressing challenges across the food systems, from promoting healthier consumption patterns and reducing food waste to advancing sustainable packaging solutions also. The packaging sector is undergoing a substantial global transformation towards renewable, recyclable, biodegradable, and compostable materials. Notably, the beverage industry has made significant progress, with nearly a quarter of PET packaging now aligned with sustainable practices. For achieving sustainable food system, India has taken several landmark steps, particularly in advancing sustainable food practices, packaging solutions, and the end of use of edible cooking oil. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has implemented a ban on several single-use plastics and introduced specific regulations through the Food Safety and Standards Packaging Amendment Regulations of 2022, mandating recycling of plastic materials. In addition, the government has established extended producer responsibility under the plastic waste management rules to curb plastic waste by promoting the use of compostable and biodegradable alternatives. Complementing these efforts, the Repurpose Used Cooking Oil initiative of FSSAI has emerged as a successful circular economy model, with over 55 lakh liters of used cooking oil collected and nearly 39 lakh liters converted into biodiesel, strengthening energy security, protecting public health, and promoting sustainability. This aligns strongly with the Adopt Sustainable Food Systems theme of Mission Life under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which emphasizes reducing food waste, promoting resource-efficient practices, and ensuring sustainable consumption patterns. In conclusion, by fostering collaboration between government, industry, and consumer, India aims to significantly reduce its environmental impact and achieve a sustainable future. Moreover, government and global regulators play a pivotal role in driving the growth of sustainable food packaging. Under the Mission Life, we are undertaking these efforts with whole of society and whole of government approach. The initiatives are develop and implement codes of practice and guidelines to minimize the use and risk of pesticides and antimicrobials in food production, particularly in developing countries. Formulate policies and awareness initiatives that drive shift towards balanced diets, reduce food waste, and eco-friendly consumer choices. Establish and enforce policies that prioritize environmental sustainability, mandating the reduction of non-biodegradable materials and promoting renewable, recyclable, and compostable alternatives. Provide incentives such as tax breaks and subsidies for companies that adopt sustainable practices, accelerating the transition to eco-friendly packaging solution. Design and operationalize a sustainable framework for managing surplus food, ensuring its redistribution to reduce food insecurity and food loss. Promote international collaboration to harmonize standards across borders, fostering a global environment where sustainable practices become the norm rather than the exception. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the thoughts and valuable inputs with us regarding the role of science and technology in achieving the FAO sustainable goals, including the sustainable food system. Now, I will request to Dr. Alkarab, Advisor of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, to come on stage to express our gratitude to the guest speakers. Shri B.V. Yadav, sir. Professor Andreas Hansen. Now I will request my colleague, Mrs. Priya, to take over the session.
Thank you. I'm a little bit lame.
Thank you, sir. Now we are entering an exciting segment of our session on integrating science and technologies towards sustainable food systems. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Shri Raj Shekhar sir, Senior Program Manager and former Vice Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission. I welcome you, sir. Now I will be inviting the distinguished panelist of the session, Mr. Anthony Riskala, International Relations Specialist in Food, US Embassy, New Delhi. Dr. Brajesh K. Tiwari, Principal Research Officer, Division of Food Chemistry and Technology, Food Research Center, Dublin, Ireland. Mr. Kufi Usman, World Packaging Organization and Vice President for Education, Austria. Ms. Riza Zain Banicot, Senior Science Research Specialist, Department of Agriculture, National Fisheries Research and Development Institute, Philippines. Dr. Tanveer Alam, Director, Indian Institute of Packaging, New Delhi, under Ministry of Commerce and Industries. We are honored to have you all on the dais. We will now proceed with the session. I now hand over the session to Shri Raj Shekhar sir and lead us through the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. And I would like to begin by thanking the opening address by both Professor Hensel and Professor Dr. Yadav. for their very insightful comments. Professor Hensel highlighted some of the leveraging of technology to address the sustainability issues, and also to highlight some of the critical components of traceability, the need to use technology to address various links in the food chain, which all contribute to the sustainability goals and so on. And I was very interested to hear Dr. Yadav's comments about India's journey in this area. And in some ways, sustainability issue is one of the generational issues of our time. And it brings together many of the various regulatory interests, society interests, the personal lifestyle interests, all of those sort of things. And what I've always felt is that in some ways this is a journey and this is an agenda that requires a collective commitment for all parts of government, industry, consumers, civil society, everybody. We all have a role to play, and we all have to hold our hands and go together forward. So we have a huge agenda before us. This topic itself is huge, and I'm conscious that the time that we have is limited. I don't know that we can do justice to it in the space of 15 minutes. But I'm very much reliant on a very distinguished panel of experts who privileged to have here today. And it is indeed my great privilege and honor to be moderating this session. I'd like to point out that sustainability has been something of a topic of very dear to my heart. New Zealand, as a small country with a heavy reliance on agriculture and a strong export economy, have been at the forefront in many ways of the sustainability journey. We have been in particular championing the importance of science, and in particular the application of new technologies to address the sustainability questions. So it is it's quite important. And if you look at the global imperative, population is growing around the world. We need to produce more food to feed a growing population. We need to produce it more sustainably. Otherwise, we are unlikely to achieve the global food security agenda. And also, there is a nexus between food security and food safety. As they say, there is no food security without food safety. So again, all of these different dimensions come together. And in some ways, packaging represents one of the manifestations of the sustainability agenda and the challenges as well. And it's something that we all have experienced, and we also have expectations in terms of behavioral changes and so on. So it's a very, very interconnected topic and we have a panel that we have expertise covering both the scientific research aspects. Professor Brijesh Tiwari from Ireland will bring some very interesting perspectives on the research dimensions and the leveraging of science. We have representative from the United States, Anthony, talking about some of the role of government. And we have Dr. Alam talking about some of the initiatives that India is taking in terms of the packaging area. And I would also be interested to hear what Dr. Kofi has to say. And of course, the challenges that the fisheries sector is facing arising from climate change, again, is an interesting one. It's globally, the traditional boundaries for marine biotoxins and others are changing because of global warming and climate change and all of that. Again, it'll be interesting to see how countries are dealing with some of those challenges and what implications they have. So without further ado, I'm going to start by asking Dr. Kofi a question around how can innovations in food packaging contribute to minimizing food waste and loss across the supply chain?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I would like to thank FSSAI for inviting me here. So far, I've heard so many things, and one thing that keeps striking me is that there is the need to send food to people. The world is producing so much food, but then food is going bad. Food is being wasted. This is mainly because we have closed our eyes on one critical item which moves food from the farm gate to the consumer. and that is the packaging. Today, we have so many technologies that are available to ensure that the food that is produced will be enough for everybody. So we have innovations that extend the shelf life of food. We have innovations that can make food fresh for a longer time. We have innovations that can create an environment in which food will be kept for a long time without going bad. We have innovations that ensure that when you package food, they will stay in the package for a long time. And besides all these, we also have innovations where the food can be conveyed from one end to the other without any damage or without it being spoiled. So these are things that are going on which we need to tap into. I want to mention that every year, the World Packaging Organization organizes innovation challenges. We ask all industries that are into packaging of food or producing packaging to come up with new ideas that have come up. And we see so much stress on packaging that is saving food, packaging that is making food safe, packaging that is ensuring that you can transport food without it going bad. And these are key areas of innovation that is ensuring that food can be made available. One area that has become very interesting is what everybody in this room is having as we speak now. If you take your badge, there is some zigzag thing on the badge. You scan it and it provides so much information. And this is one area that has gone into packaging that is enabling food to be preserved. It's telling consumers what to do when they get food. It's also helping you to track and trace where the food is. So these are the few kinds of innovations that are going on and which is making food safer, which is making food last longer, and which is making food available to many people.
Thank you, Dr. Kofi, for those introductory comments. You have touched on many dimensions, what is driving packaging in addition to protecting the product integrity and protecting it as safe product. You've also touched on leveraging of technology. Everybody these days has a cell phone, and we all know what QR code is. And that touches about how we communicate information around package and so on. And you've also referred to the importance of technology to adopting innovative practices. And we heard earlier from Dr. Yadav about some of the challenges and policy initiatives that India and indeed around countries around the world are dealing with to achieve the sustainable goal 12 of the global sustainability agenda around transforming production and consumer to advance food systems. So it's a very good introduction to this topic. I just want to now move into the science and research field, and I'm going to ask Professor Brajesh to talk about some of Ireland's initiatives in this area. You have been doing quite a lot of work in the agricultural science space. You're currently leading the Global Research Alliance, which is all about growing more with less emissions. Please share us your perspectives on some of your thinking on how we can advance sustainability agenda through the use of science and technology.
Perfect. Thanks very much for your question. And to begin with, on the backbone for all the policies, what Chagas as an Irish Agriculture and Food Development Authority is doing, or Ireland is doing, for us, European Green Deal is one of those Bhagavad Gita for how we are going to make sustainable, within that sustainable food system, that is farm to fork strategy is the critical part of it, which not only includes the sustainable food production, but processing and distribution along the chain. We cannot expect a very highly safe food, regulated food end product, unless until we have regulation for the primary production. The moment we exclude primary production, we cannot be sure of the regulatory limits of pesticide residues or any of those stuff in the final product. So within Chagas, I'll come to the main point because a lot to say about it. So based on the EU Green Deal, we do have our own Food Vision 2030, which specifies sector-wise what improvements are required. And in terms of agriculture, we do have AKIS, that is Agriculture Knowledge Innovation Systems. That means to integrate how to share the best practices. And within that, Chagas itself is having a farm signpost. That means the model farms to demonstrate how best to produce a crop, how to process it, and how we distribute it. And one of the most important thing, as Kofi mentioned, and as well as Professor Henshin mentioned about traceability, as well as Yadav mentioned about different initiatives. One thing what I see is, as far as we are not using food waste as one of the KPI, key performance indicator in supply chain, we are not going to sort out the food waste problem. The number of technologies are there, and it is often been asked, can we use this technology to reduce the waste? But what I see is technology can improve a given unit operation, but it's a full package, how product is produced, processed, and distributed, and we often leave food waste from the supply chain. So unless and until we do have clear indices how much waste is produced, and having a benchmarking of 10% agriculture to be converted into organic agriculture. This is our target in Ireland. By 2030, we are supposed to reduce 30 to 40% food waste. But still, personally, I believe we need to be sector specific. Dairy, nothing is wasted when it comes to dairy. Whereas fruit and vegetable, we can reduce up to 50 to 60%. For grains, we can reduce 10 to 20%. So getting one particular figure, unless and until we have a very, very specific objective, neither a technology or any of the policy, it will be difficult to implement those. So with this, I conclude what I'd like to say related to that activity.
Thank you, Brijesh. You have touched on the role of science and the importance of taking a whole of food chain approach. And you have also highlighted the global burden of food loss and wastage. I remember traveling to the US, and on the streets, on the billboards and so on, there was often a poster saying 40% of food is wasted. And I think in a sense that sort of a statistic highlights the importance of sustainability. You can produce all the food, but if it goes to waste, it is again you're self-defeating. So that's another dimension. And packaging clearly comes into play in that context. Packaging originated to enable ensuring that food that is travels across the food chain is safe for across the value chain, so that it ends to the consumer in a safe and consumable situation. So it's quite important. I'm going to change gears a little bit and move a little bit more to the on-farm or marine level, and I'm going to invite Jane Bannicod to talk a little bit about the fisheries sector and how the current climate change and some of the global warming change has affected the marine economy. As I mentioned, it has diseases that were not present in temperate areas are now starting to appear, and biotoxins. So what is your perspectives on how it is affecting the fisheries sector and how we deal with that?
Thank you, Dr. Raj, for such questions. So climate change is impacting the fisheries value chain through multiple interconnected pathways, beginning with production, through altered sea surface temperatures, rising sea surface temperatures, altered rainfalls, and stronger typhoons, which disrupts fisheries and strains aquaculture. These shocks ripple through the processing and distribution sector as heat accelerates spoilage, flood damages facilities, and power outages weakens the cold chain integrity. So by the time the food reaches the market, the affordability, accessibility, and even the quality are already compromised. And the communities hit hardest are the small-scale fishers and farmers, as well as the low-income consumers who have the least resources to cope. For the Philippines, which is located in the Northwest Pacific Basin, which is the most active tropical cyclone regions, the stakes are extremely high. So in order to cope with this, escalating climate challenges, the Philippines enacted the Climate Change Act in 2009, creating a Climate Change Commission, which is the lead policy-making body tasked to mainstream climate change in all national and local development plans. And to complement that, we also have sectoral and commodity roadmaps, which integrates adaptation strategies from production to market size. However, these frameworks and policies, while essential, are only starting points. Because even with these enabling measures, the Philippines is still far from achieving climate resilience, because the greater challenge lies in converting these strategies into enforceable action, backed by adequate financing, strong governance, and delivery mechanisms that truly reach the community. So until these these things are realized on the ground, I think climate resilience will remain more of an aspiration rather than a lived reality, especially for Philippines.
Thank you, Jane Bandicott, for your comments, and in particular highlighting some of the challenges you face in the geographical region you're in, and some of your regulatory initiatives to address the specific challenges around the marine sector. Moving on to the next stage, as I mentioned at the beginning, advancing the global the sustainability agenda requires strong collective collaboration from industry, government, non-government and interests, and so on. So that takes me on to Anthony Riscala from the US mission here. What are your thoughts on how we can promote public-private partnership, and what has been the US experience in this area? So if you can share some of your thoughts and initiatives to help us move this discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, and it's a pleasure to be here. And huge thanks to FSSAI for the invitation and for organizing such a great conference. It's a privilege to be here. I'll use foods from genetically engineered plants as an example. The US now has about 30 years of experience with these foods, and these products are a routine part of the US diet, and they can sometimes offer solutions for food security challenges. These products have been shown to be safe after rigorous safety and real-life consumption, and here's how FDA uses public-private partnerships. FDA operates for these commodity, or for this section, a voluntary pre-market consultation process during which developers share with the agency safety data and information about their food, and then FDA evaluates that information from a scientific perspective and makes a decision about whether any more information is needed. Once FDA has no further questions, the consultation is made public, and that's really a critical part of the process because transparency is key for all stakeholders involved, including the developers and other countries who are looking to FDA for whether the products exported from the US are safe. This early engagement makes for a more predictable regulatory environment, which is very important for developers, and ultimately it's more cost efficient, something that adds to the sustainability of food. FDA has found this approach is especially beneficial for small firms who have not engaged with FDA in the past, and FDA has mentioned that this is probably the developers have mentioned to FDA that this is one of the most beneficial parts of the regulatory process, this pre-consultation that is voluntary. So it sort of, rather than just enforcement, it takes, that relationship with industry to sort of guide and be more transparent in the end. Transparency continues to be important for consumers, industry, and fellow competent authorities and builds trust globally. And FDA is excited for what the future holds and to build on our strong foundation of regulatory science. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony Ruscala, for sharing your thoughts on some of the initiatives that FDA has taken to focus on particular sectors of the US food economy and how that is helping the agenda around promoting sustainable production and consumption. I would now like to turn to Tanveer Alam, who brings a significant expertise in the food packaging area in India. We heard again earlier today from Professor Yadav about some of the initiatives that is being led from the highest level from the Prime Minister Modi ji to promote sustainable choices, deal with some of the negative impact of packaging and how we can transform packaging while ensuring that it serves the fundamental purpose of packaging, which is to ensure that presentation of food in a safe and sustainable manner. So please share your thoughts on some of the innovations in India and how you see them advancing the production and consumption interests and advance sustainable agenda.
Thank you. And as we know that the packaging is an important tool for marketing and branding of each and every commodity for the both domestic and export market. But when we talk about the packaging, we can say that we can give the concept of the packaging in 5 important words. One as of the packaging is the how safe your packaging. Another as of the packaging is security of the packaged product is. And third word, important, which is very buzzword of today, is standardized packaging. Fourth as is the sustainable packaging and smart packaging. Overall, we can see this 5S concept is very much important for holistic objective of the packaging for safe delivery of the product in safe, secure, sustainable condition to the ultimate consumer in a cost-effective manner. We can start, the government is very much proactive especially in recent years. When we talk about the standard of the packaging is playing important role, especially for the primary packaging. When we talk about the different types of the primary packaging, major 6 packaging materials are playing a role. That is packaging materials, especially we can say convert into the package is another operation which is involved for the secure packaging. Paper, plastic, metal, glass, and composite packaging materials. The major share is, of course, the packaging. Plastic is a major share consumption in the food packaging sector. So when we talk about the standardization, the Bureau of Indian Standard is played a very important role. And recently we are the heading the different chairman of the different paper and packaging. I'm also chairman for textile packaging. So recent times, more than 300 packaging standards has been evolved. And especially when we talk about the primary packaging, 30% of the primary packaging is concerned with the food packaging materials, whether the paper-based packaging material, plastic-based packaging material. And then when we talk about the safer packaging for food application, Food Safety Authority of India is taking a very good role, and I'm also the part for the Food Safety Authority of food packaging standards related, where especially in 2018 we have a food packaging regulation come into in existence, and a special scientific panel was established for taking care of the food packaging, and now it is especially this scientific panel become food packaging and food contact materials. This shows how the government is concerned about the safer food packaging, and various standards has been involved, and more important is that towards ensuring of the sustainability, RPET has been evolved, and now not only to the RPET, now there will be the safer RPET logo will be also implemented, so that the consumer point is also taken care of that, to make sure the consumer, the trust of the consumer is also built up by these regulations. And the more important aspect when we talk about the sustainability, the Ministry of Environment and Forest taken a lead. I can say in this year, we have one of the best EPR system for the globe. And from the 30% recycled content to we have fixed the target of 2028-29 up to the 60% of the recycled material is now mandatory. So this shows that India is taking a lead, and this EPR standard will be the leading milestone for the global. These are the what I can say from Food Safety Authority of India, we have taken so many initiatives. Government has taken so many initiatives that the RPET is allowed, and many more things is coming in the part of the FSSI. And EPR is the what we can say the global. I can say so many countries it is the milestone standard for the globe. And third important is that when we talk about the harmonization of the packaging standards, today we are talking about the smart packaging, where we can track and trace. And I would like to mention about that, not only to this, India is also taking the traceability of the RPET content and smart packaging. So many innovative research has been done by our different research institute in the country. And not only to, we are also, what we can say, taking some of the lead in the material development for alternative for the packaging, biodegradable, biocompostable packaging. Now we have a standard for that. Biocompostable packaging standards is already is there. So that material development, alternative packaging materials, sustainable packaging material is one part where lot of work has been done. India is utilizing the agro-waste materials as fiber materials as a part of the sustainable packaging material. And I'm very much confident, not only the research level, academic level people are doing, now it is translational work is very much in the industry. A lot of the industry is now commercially developing, marketing the RPET material, biodegradable compostable material, utilization of different natural fibers in a large scale. Utilization of the bagasse is one of the example where that bagasse conversion of the bagasse material into thermoforming alternative to the single-use plastic. Major chunk is now, and India is a big source of this bagasse. Not only the bagasse, other agro material is also being utilized. Example is the big example is the straw, rice straw, wheat straw. Not only to the hemp straw is also being used for development of biocompostable materials. These are the innovations in both material development. I can say lot of initiatives has been done, and that is in translational return into the industrial scale. And of course, the harmonization of standards, we are very much proactive. More than 300 packaging standards has been involved by different committees, and FSSI is also taking lead under this food safety, food packaging standards regulation, application of RPET with the logo, and more important, I can say, many institutions has already incorporated the sustainable packaging in their course curriculum.
Thank you, Dr. Handevi Alam, for describing some of the innovative practices you're adopting. And it reflects really very much the sort of a global interest around the circular economy and its importance of how we address the whole issue of generating waste. I remember reading somewhere that something like 350 million tons of plastic waste is found every year. Only 10% of it is still recycled. So we have, despite all these exciting developments, we still have a long way to go. But we have to start somewhere. And I think you have highlighted the important action and initiatives that FSSAI is driving to support and encourage industry to adopt more innovative practices. Again, this is a good example of how industry, government, and the consumers, ultimately consumers have to make those choices and support. I remember going to supermarkets in New Zealand 5-10 years ago. We all used to come back with many plastic bags. Nowadays, people are getting used to the habit of taking their own bags and also making choices about how they, what foods they buy and what sort of packaging, knowledge they have in terms of using and making choices around sustainable packaging products and so on. So it's an interesting whole area. I'm conscious that we have a significant interest in this topic among the audience. So I would like to, in the time that we have, open the floor for any questions that any of the people in the audience may have. We have a few minutes, and if we still have some time for the next session, we will revert to some more questions. It's a topic that is wide, and it's something that touches all of us, so I'd be keen to hear if there's anyone who is interested in asking any questions of any of the panelists. Okay, so been advised we have time for one or two questions. Anyone with the burning desire to ask any questions of any of the panelists? Please.
Sir, thanks, but
Hello.
very impressive discussion. But I am speaking to you because I was involved in one of the packaging works, that is specifically the leakages of our pickles, as well as some acidic material which we pack in very decent bags. Any address to that, sir, because you may be aware about it.
Sir, when we talk about acidic food, you talk about, when we talk about the basic role of the packaging is that 9 to 10 suitability of the packaging is very much important. Your packaging must be inert material, non-reactive, compatibility. So we have to select any packaging material based on suitability or compatibility. First, we have to understand your product must be compatible with the product you are going to pack it. Just I want to give one reference is that high acid foods are not recommended to pack in a can material. Understand? The can, when we talk about the basic characteristic of the can is metal. They are very much corrosive when we direct in contact with the high moisture and acidic contact. So that is not recommended. Recommended with the more compatible lacquers is recommended so that it should be compatible. So one part of that you have to take care of when we are talking about the acidic food selection with the packaging. Your packaging material must be safer, must be compatible with your food. First you have to understand. Another question you have asked, what your question was? Leakage. Of course, integrity of the packaging is very much important. Whatever the packaging material you have to select must be leak proof. In a sealing and sealant is important, and cap and closure, where the cap and closure is important, your packaging must be a good cap and closure. If anywhere you are using with the dispenser should be also compatible with your desired design should be in such a way it should be release quantity what you want to release it. And more is now these days when we especially leakage, we have to, VAD is also playing important role. Now we are talking about that some VAD which must be antimicrobial, moisture absorbent, oxygen absorbent, that where you can improve your leakage property. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question.
Hello.
And one more question, I think we have time.
So, good afternoon.
We have high density polyethylene bags and we have gunny bags. In the gunny bags, you have always some sort of respiration is there for the grains when you keep. But how far it is feasible in the case of high density polyethylene bags, which today Food Corporation of India they are using, if I am correct. But how far it is practically in comparison with gunny bags, how they are functioning? Just any information, please.
This is some tricky questions. Some where the gunny bags is mandatory application as per the Ministry of Agriculture mandatory compliances. But gunny bags for years we are using because it is eco-friendly. but it has limitations. When, especially if your product is high agrospic in nature, very low moisture food items, where the gunny bag will not be suitable. Then recently we have even the sugar. We have a gunny bag with the application of the liner. And SDP bag, again, what we can say, it is recyclable material. SDP. Recyclable, it can be recycled.
But the gunny bag production is very less now. That much raw material is not available.
Therefore, we are talking about that. Yeah. We need to sustainability is important aspect for all, including the packaging. When we talk about the sustainability, 3R concept is very much relevant for this factor. 3R factor is important for the sustainability. Reduction, reuse and recyclability. If your material is recyclable, so we can fulfill some aspect of the sustainability. And now there is alternative packaging materials are available, which is very much provides the barrier property of the food commodities. And now the PP based, SDP based oven sack with good liner is suitable to improve the shelf life, and by the same time it is recyclable. One answer is there. Limitation of production and cost of jute, so somewhere we can have an answer of PP based, SDP based oven sack materials are recommended and standards are there. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
can we able to stop the production of this plastic bottles, because all the world is lacking with this plastic problem, and the sea is also get somewhat how contaminated, because nanoplastic is still coming in all the salt and everything. So can it is possible to stop the production? Because if the production is not there, then no plastic will be scattered in the market or in the whole world. This is my question. And also we can see that the thele wala or the vendor wala, they were still giving the this loose plastic, very low grade plastic in the market for vegetables. So can it be possible to stop this production? Thank you. I'm Ashish.
Who would like to pick up? Kofi, would you like to comment on this one? And perhaps I'll also ask Brijesh to comment as well.
Thank you very much for this question. It's something that comes up over and over and over again. From the little experience that I have with packaging, I would like to say that the issue of plastics has a lot to do with human behavior. So all the technologies can be put in place, but we as consumers must begin to behave responsibly as far as plastic packaging is concerned. How many of us will separate plastics from other waste? In many countries today, they have made provision for separating your waste into various types. Therefore, yes, it is a big issue, and it's going to be very difficult. In fact, if there is a law today that says that there should be no use of plastic packaging, there will be a lot of chaos. We will see an increase in food waste and food loss. However, if we can manage the way we handle these plastics as consumers, it will go a long way to prevent the accumulation of plastic waste in the oceans and in the rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi, for those excellent perspectives. The last word, Brijesh.
I'll just add one or 2 points. One is about microplastic in a food is not only because of the plastic usage, but also like how we are using the plastic along the food system itself. That's important one. And at the same time, if you want to remove all the plastics, I think then we are going to face another challenge of the bulk and the weight and all those other environmental issues. What I think is single-use plastic, obviously it's been removed. That's one important thing. Recycling the plastic, that's again what EPR was mentioned. That's really a good initiative. Most of the plastic is reused, as Professor already mentioned. And second thing is about whatever plastic is already out there at the moment, even if you reduce all the plastic, there will be issue of microplastics moving forward, because it's already, we have used a lot of plastic for last 20-30 years. So in the morning when Christine was mentioning about the risk assessment framework, and risk assessment framework does include this microplastics along the food system, taking food systems approach, I think we'll be able to address some of these issues.
Thank you, Brajesh, for those
Yes.
comments. As I
sir.
mentioned at the beginning, this is a very complex topic, but it is also one of the most important challenges of modern times. And as is, really, as the title of this whole session, it's about leveraging science and technology to advance the global sustainability agenda. And the discussion today really brought all of the different perspectives together. Clearly, the emphasis on packaging, which is very appropriate, because as consumers, as society, we all deal with packaging on a day-to-day basis, and it's in some ways the front face of the whole sustainability challenge that we have. And that highlighted the importance of policy initiatives, the need for sound regulation, but also to the role of international organization, public-private partnership, and so on. So all of these have come together. And I mentioned about the climate change, and Jane Vanicott talked about some of the challenges they face, not merely from the geographical location, the impact of weather, extreme events, and their impact, and the climate change affecting the way the disease profile and food safety issues. And at the international level, Codex, for example, is starting to talk about how they can contribute to address some of the food safety challenges arising from recycled plastics, which is being driven again by the imperatives around promoting sustainable circular economies. So all of these different things, it highlights, I think, the challenges and the respective roles of regulators, industry, consumers, and all of the broader society. And we all have a collective commitment to move this agenda forward. It's been a rich discussion, but I think we could have spent a lot more time, and we could have had a lot more opportunity for interaction. But unfortunately, I think I've run out of time. I would like to close by once again expressing my gratitude and privilege to be part of this discussion and to moderate this session. And I would like to close by thanking the panel members for their excellent contribution, and thanks to the audience for your joining in as well in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator sir, and all the panel members. Now I would like to invite Shri V.V. Yadav sir and Advisor Science and Standards to express our gratitude to guest speakers. Shri Raj Shekhar sir. Mr. Anthony Rizkala. Dr. Tanveer Alam. Dr. Brajesh K. Tiwari. Mr. Kofi Isman. Miss Riza Zain Banikod. Now I would request Professor Andreas Hensel and the committee member of Technical Committee Integrating Science and Technologies, Sustainable Food System to come on the stage for a group photo. Ms. Vishali and Ratish. And Lokendra sir.
Big job to do still here.
अभी नहीं, इसके बाद है। अभी बाद इसके
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody is awake and there was fantastic session on sustainability. And now we are entering into another interesting round of discussion. As I said in the morning, this GFRS 2025 is going to talk and discuss not just about a reactive compliance model to build, but building a proactive, resilient, and most importantly, science-driven ecosystem. And one very fundamental aspect to that is the dynamic food landscape, where we need very many pragmatic approaches. And it's my privilege to welcome you all to this session on dynamic food landscape, with a special emphasis on novel foods, new food sources, production systems, and emerging technologies. Our discussion today will focus on pressing need for agile and pragmatic regulatory frameworks that can keep pace with rapid innovations, such as precision fermentation, cellular agriculture, and other technology-driven food types. We will also be having intensive discussions tomorrow on the risk assessment methodologies, databases, tools, techniques in collaboration with WHO and FAO teams as a parallel session. And as a prelude to that, in this session, we are very proud to have with us Dr. Ajay Kumar Parayali. I request him to join us on the stage. I request our esteemed Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhleji, to please join us on the stage. Very, very warm welcome. Dr. Ajay Kumar is an elected fellow of American Institute for Medical and Biological Engineering. He has over 180 US patents filed or granted in his name. He is a leader in the area of bio-alternative scale-up platform. He's been a recipient of Rafael Cartzen Award in 2021. And now, without taking much time, I straight away invite Dr. Ajay Kumar on the dais and request him to set the context for this session. Dr. Ajay Kumar, please.
Thank you for inviting me. Okay, all right. I'm going to little bit give insights about how the next generation biotechnological process, fast way of evolving into the next generation food products. So how do we global regulation need to be reframed, and what are the challenges and the opportunities for us to innovate in the food? And we just heard about the plastics. So the food, next generation biotechnology, but particularly the biomanufacturing, go from agriculture all the way to the making the food and packaging. So it's going to impact every aspect. So how do we think into reframing the regulatory framework? So next slide, please. So we are living in the era of, I would say, Bio 4.0. The Bio 4.0 is the convergence of biotechnology and AI, which will, in the coming years, accelerating the evolution or the evolution of biotechnological process to make processes much better, faster making food. So the major impact is going to be the two areas, which is food and health. There is a massive opportunity. It's almost $100 billion by 2040 in the food space alone. So there is a market opportunity. At the same time, we have an opportunity to innovate in the space of creating more sustainable manufacturing processes for making food. So what it offers, the foundation of these processes is about the precision fermentation. The precision fermentation offers reduced land use up to 90%, water usage by almost 96%. We are switching from fossil fuel and other chemical agriculture process to emissions up to 90%. Supply chains, the major advantage of these new technology, emergence of biomanufacturing, is we can manufacture anywhere in the world. It is more distributed way of manufacturing and opportunity across the world. The production, improved production yields, both in the agriculture space as well as the biomanufacturing space. In the context of India, India could really innovate in the two areas with the biomanufacturing opportunities around in the food and biopharmaceuticals. Next slide. When I was 38 years old, I got diabetics. Until that, I was working on making anti-cancer drug at MIT. That gave me an awakening to my lifestyles and my life. I decided to move from making drugs to how do we prevent the diseases? How do we make technology, next generation biotechnological process to preventing diseases? That was a real eye-opening because no one at my home, my dad or my mom, no one had any diabetics when they are alive. So it was really coming from the way I lived my life almost 20 years after I left India. So this really an eye-opening, and started looking into the space of how do we, the next generation biotechnology can be innovated in the space of food. That's where I switch into the food manufacturing space. Obesity, I don't need to tell any of this crowd about obesity and how this devastating in the world, across the world, and particularly in America. Almost 70% of the population is obese, and 13% of the people are diabetic. Why? If you look into the history of calorie consumption, since 1960s to 2020s, almost 1,000 more calories people are consuming. An average person only needs 2,400 calories. We're consuming almost 1,500 more calories. Why the calorie consumption increase? As the economy grows, affordability and the cost of calories lower and lower, and people can afford more calorie to consume, and also the shift in the food system, which we are moving into more preserved food, which is more sugar and salt. And where is all the calories coming from? Almost 24% of the calorie coming from sugar sweetened beverages, and 19% from desserts and snacks, 19% from other sources. So how do we innovate in the food to reduce the calorie using next generation technological processes? So this is a major crisis, not just in the United States, across the world. The only way we can provide solution through innovating the food using the next generation technology. However, the global regulations, so when I talk about the food, we're going to make milk, proteins through precision fermentation. We are making the cellular meat through fermentation process. We're making natural sugars through fermentation process, sweeteners through the fermentation process, so and milk fat using the fermentation process. So how do we come up with a new frame for this emerging technology, biomanufacturing process? With what happening in India now with the BioE3, Rajesh is going to talk about it, the initiative. It's an opportunity across the world. And more than 50 countries already adopted framework around biotechnology. Again, when you think about the food, is it additives? Is it novel food or processing aids? Because we are not, the biotechnological process is not making new food. We are creating new processes to make the existing things more efficient and more economical, more sustainable. Over the key, how do we create data around to the safety of the manufacturing process to the safety of the finished product? And how to harmonize that processes across the world? In the US, the US coordinated framework, EU novel foods, Singapore FSSA, and India FSSAI is taking lead on that one. But these are not harmonized. We have different standards on different regulatory frameworks. So this is the time to think about all of you to how do we harmonize these regulatory processes. Again, coming to the harmonization challenges. Each food created through these processes different for different applications. So how do you harmonize with the additive versus processing aids versus novel foods? Then also divergence on categorizing taxonomies. How do we harmonize on the doses on the food across the world? Because every society, every population is different. Ethnicity is different. How do we harmonize that locally as well as globally? And how do we help or enable the industry by faster way of regulatory approvals to these products? Because as the population growing, as the economies are growing, India is growing so fast now, so more people coming out of that middle class to above middle class. So the affordability is increasing, the consumption is going to grow faster. So we need more food, more better sustainable manufactured food. Then what are the biotech specific challenges here? So biotech products are precision fermentation proteins or engineered microbes or microbes engineered as a processing aid to make ingredients used in food products. Here the key is for me, timeline and transparency. How do we bring transparency and global data collection in the regulatory framework? Because different countries have a different framework. So how do we bring that globally with all the agencies? And how do we minimize the cost of this as well? Because each country, we need to go through the different tests. This is not cheaper one. This is costly as well. How do we bring it much cheaper, efficient way of harmonizing it? In the last point, the changes are very dynamic and moving so fast. Last 10, 15 years, almost $15 billion spent into the synthetic biology and biomanufacturing industry and innovated in the technology. These coming 2 decades, we're going to be pushing into the manufacturing and creating more products. So in that dynamic change, how fast we can adopt the regulatory guidelines will be determining the success of the next generation technology providing this one. So here again, globally there is a policy momentum happening. As I said, almost 50 countries now adopting the biotechnology process and portfolio positioning and market sequencing and regulatory acceleration. All this comes together. Building a pragmatic food regulation is critical to adoption of the next generation biomanufactured products and biotechnological processes. Here agility matters and balance is key, and transparency and trust from the corporation to the government to the regulators is critical, and collaboration across the globe, and also need to have a shared vision around the regulators and next generation food innovators to deliver the safe, sustainable, innovative foods to meet the global demand. Again, in the last session, I just want to bring back one point there where really the concern around the use of plastics. By 2050, if we need to retain the growth of the society, we need to make 3 times more plastic than what we are making now. If we don't have a new technology solution, renewable solution, even the food packaging space, how do we handle these waste and how do we sustain the world? So here is the next generation technologies, and technology harmonized with the regulation is critical. And from there I will be stopping, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Kumar. It was excellent presentation from your end. And without taking much time, I now invite Dr. Gokhale, who doesn't need any introduction, a chemical biologist from Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. He studied in Stanford. He led NII, CSIR, IGIB. He's a recipient of several awards. And over to Dr. Gokhale now.
Thank you very much, distinguished guest. Good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to come and talk to you about innovation ecosystem that actually will bring about changes in food dynamics of how manufacturing will change the ecosystem. And also it's very important in a regulatory meeting because I think the regulatory will drive how innovation ecosystem will work. So at Department of Biotechnology, we are actually trying to envisage various aspects of how food becomes Anyway, it's the integrated part of life. But I think how does this would drive the hidden linkages of food, nutrition, and health is what is the most critical component that we want to envisage upon. Let me start with a slide that gives you a perception of what our country was not too long ago, actually. This is it just gives you a perspective of how rapidly things can happen through science and technology intervention and right policies in the world. So this is an example of 1943 famine in Bengal, where people had scarcity of food, actually. And we should never forget this, because food cannot be, is irreplaceable in human life and endeavors, actually. And if you really look at till 60s about in India, there was even Prime Minister in fact made a statement saying that why doesn't Indians miss one day's food so that we can actually have enough food for all of them, actually. And that was not so long ago. This is less than 75 years. What have we transited to now, if you really look at? And this is the present scenario now, a prediction which talks about how Indian obesity challenge will become an enormous, big problem to look at. Now, the prediction of this article says that there will be 70 million children and adolescents by about 2050 in India. And you can see now one side of the spectrum, obviously the enormous amount of food, quality, nutrition, everything has to be balanced. So from one end of the spectrum, we now in less than 75 to 100 years, you can shift to the other end of the spectrum where because of large amount of inappropriate food actually and cheap consumer excess, that you can in fact start to reach a stage where you have to start to rethink about other aspects of life. So therefore, I think the most critical component for food regulators is that how that the nutrition goals and health policy becomes a perspective of the preventive part of human life and endeavors, actually. And that's as important as treatment, because as we continue to live longer and longer, I'm almost sure by 2050 you'll find many more people living hundreds actually of years, and therefore the food will become even more important at different stages of life. So how do we really do this? So clearly what that means is that you need to design the blueprint for a better food system for not for just the countries, for the entire world actually. And what that means is the balancing supply, sustainability, nutrition, and the security. Because you cannot leave one aspect and worry about the other aspect of it. And therefore, I personally believe that because what we have focused on in the last 20-25 years is that to produce as much as food as cheaply as we can, we put an unsustainable strain on the planet. That's been the major agenda of all innovation ecosystem actually. That you make it cheaper and cheaper, you make it grow faster and faster, and you make as much as the larger amounts you can make. And what this has done is that done a lot of damage to various systems, which is what is really unimaginative. However, if you really look at 800 million people still don't have food to eat, and the numbers are and 2.8 billion still don't get healthy nutrition actually. So this inequity also needs to be addressed actually. It cannot be addressed until and unless the regulatory guidelines get empowered to be able to look at it. And therefore we have this twin burden of malnutrition and overnutrition that is continued to engage across the world. And I think that is where the biggest problem is all about food actually, because it's not just producing it right, it's producing its right quality, reaching the right kind of place at right time, given the scenario that is happening around the world in the present circumstances. So therefore, the key to all of this is the data, insights, and tools actually. And I think all these three now have become really technologically feasible in recent last 5 to 10 years. There's amazing transition in terms of what one can do actually. So clearly the first and foremost point is, can the nutrition be decided as a foundation of health? And that should be the paradigm for survival and not the healthcare systems actually. Second, you need to generate sustainable, resilient, and equitable food systems. There should be pragmatism between policy and practice, because clearly you cannot have a policy that is unimplementable and that is not really very, doesn't provide a perceptive changes. And then strong science-driven regulation is the key actually. Every scientific decision making is will transit through times, will transit through various phases. Can we take science-based decision making and ensure that that becomes our major mandate to look at? So anyway, as many of you must have talked about over the last one and a half days actually, there is a new dawn of new food era actually. And I think that is what is really gives us an opportunity to redesign how we can look at the food systems. It's primarily a combination of need, taste, rigorous safety assessment and technology. And these are the 4 pillars on which the new food will be set up and will be built actually. And therefore, the critical is feeding what we need to look at, whatever the future of people, number of people is going to increase on the planet. So clearly one has to understand that part. The second is the sustainability. It's not about sustainability in that era. It's about sustainability for centuries so that we can define parameters of how we should guide every innovation ecosystem. And then this should be inclusive of nutrition because, as I said, preventive is the best way to solve people's problem rather than actually, putting more and more burden on the healthcare systems. So what are the key elements? And in my opinion, there are 4 key elements in the food system right now as we understand. The first is nutrient, the second is the food, the fourth is diet, and the fourth one is microbe actually. Because microbiome of human beings and various systems is increasingly associated with variety of diseases actually. And this interconnected and interplay, if you understand, then we can really make microbiome-based therapeutics that can improve health outcomes through nutrition intervention can really indeed become a reality. And that's why you can see I put microbe as an outside part of a circle here, which can surprise many of you, but in fact that's a reality as well actually. A lot of food that we eat, in fact, get digested, it gets converted into different forms, which then get supplied in various other small metabolites, which travels all across the organ systems, and in fact keeps the health of various organs through a various engagement of different chemokines, hepatokines, myokines, adipokines, which are kind of secreted by these organs. And therefore, the food and nutrition balance actually is dictated quite largely by the microbial system that is present in our body. So what are the new frontiers of food innovation? And I thought I'd just list it out because it's just amazing variety of food innovation that we can actually bring out to the table right now. Obviously, plant-based alternatives are becoming bigger and better, including meat and dairy as well actually, right? I mean the dairy, you can see the large number of people in Western countries use milk that is derived from plant derivative source actually. The cultured meat, obviously, it's better than the conventional system, particularly when you have to do large-scale farming and you have to feed larger and larger systems. Insects and algae, I mean, this is an area where actually we can have a very, very large emerging technologies coming up because obviously you don't doubt about credentials, but it's about taste and compatibility that is becoming very, very critical and important. The precision fermentation, and I'll give you an example how critical and important it is actually in an agriculture products as well, where just to leave you, but for example, animal-free whey, egg whites can be produced with increasing efficiency actually, and I'll show you an example of milk actually, why one needs to focus on these kind of products from a point of view of biomanufacturing perspective. Of course, 3D printing can convert everything into your own personalized nutrition palette. You may have a 3D printer at your homes actually, and you can say you design it, add something, and make it to your compatible taste that can in fact become a reality source. And eventually the genetic engineering and gene editing programs and projects that are now worldwide actually approved in some ways in different countries provides an opportunity really to look at how to do oversight in terms of regulatory perspective as well actually, and how should we really take this forward. The government of India, in fact, has taken a very important step of announcing this policy called Biotechnology for Economy, Environment and Employment, actually, called BioE3. And this is a policy document that, in fact, provides a framework by which science, technology and innovation ecosystem, along with regulatory systems, can really change the roadmap of how systems will work with. We've identified 6 main sectors for it, and the key, and you can see the second one of these is the functional food and smart proteins actually. And the tagline, as I say for it, is the kind of taste without cruelty actually. I mean, the cruelty is not only to animals, but in fact it's for agriculture practices also are fairly cruel in many ways actually. Because it puts stresses on soil, it puts some stress on various organisms that are living around. And I think these are the various sectors, and I won't spend time because it's a very short talk. But these are various sectors where biomanufacturing can really play a transformative role in future of the countries, and what we look at are the what is fourth industrial revolution that is likely to happen through these kind of processes. So let me give you an example of milk kind of challenge that we have to worry about in India, and this will happen in many of these cases as well. As of today, India produces about 25% of the world total's milk, and the milk production is about 230.6 million tons. If our population is about 1376 million, then per capita availability comes to around 459 per gram per day actually. Now to produce this much of milk, which is a very large amount of milk that we produce actually, this is what is our cattle count. The livestock consensus in India is around 303 million bovines in the country that produces this much of milk actually. We've got about 74.26 millions of sheep, 149 million of goats, 9 million pigs and 851 million poultry. So you can imagine that this animal world is very, very large in our country, very large. And if the population is going to increase, you have to reimagine how milk, dairy, meat, eggs and various other products can be provided to the people actually. Because the needs are always going to grow, they're not going to shrink actually. And obviously what that means is that there's going to be scarcity of land, scarcity of water, in the context, antibiotic resistance, cost of feed and GHG impact. And eventually who is going to be doing this work as well actually. Because as we continue to move towards more refined, what you call industrial revolutions, nobody would like to do cattle farming on a basis of what classical models are actually. And therefore, I'm almost sure that precision fermentation of food, drink, meat, protein is going to be a new exciting and critical solution actually. So how do we bring into practice? How do the regulators look at it? How do various stakeholders look at it from the point of view is very, very important and critical actually. And of course, as I said, there are advantages of various kinds, sustainability, lesser GHGs, free of viral risk, free of antibiotics and hormones, and is a scalable model that can be taken up to a next level at very, very easy cost to the manufacturing processes. The second example that I want to take is of ecophysiology of food systems actually. And I thought this is an interesting example, just two examples I wanted to give you. This is regarding the cocoa chocolate actually. Now very often we forget that even while farming, many fermentation or spontaneous happens on the plant itself actually. Now this is a very interesting paper that appeared very recently about how the flavor of chocolate is regulated by fermentation ways of cocoa beans when it's on the plant and in the agriculture farms itself actually. And you can see this wonderful paper talks about actually that the final flavors of various activities comes because of the microbes that are present along with these seeds actually. And the understanding of these interactions could improve the flavor profiles to be reproduced under the conditions. So for example, these raw seeds need to produce pyrazines and aldehydes that impart the nutty and the floral sense and fruity taste to it actually. Clearly, as you would recollect, many of you would recollect that the chocolate cost is like growing amazing all across the world really. One is the usage is growing, the consumption is growing. And if you really look at Ivory Coast and Ghana, which produces about 70% of the cocoa, there's a severe shortage of plant because of various climate change and rainfall and all these perspectives. So how do we really, can science solve the problem of shortage of beans? And I showed you earlier how drought kind of conditions actually was solved by these kind of problems. And I can again tell you, almost guarantee you, that synthetic biology and biomanufacturing will in fact solve these kind of challenges really well actually. So you can see from test trees to test tubes to biomanufacturing will become reality in next few years to come actually in these kind of cases as well. And now the challenge for regulators is to allow these kind of chocolates to be used in the systems so that one can really allow this utilization of these chocolate beans in a way that looks at some of the best possible way. So in fact, this paper identifies 5 bacteria and 4 fungi, which are the key players in the fermentation process that gives a fine flavor to it actually. Now, many same things will happen with coffee beans, will happen with tea, and this is why I've called ecophysiology of these food systems also need to be understood actually. It needs to be understood, it needs to be conveyed to people that it's not only in industry a fermentation happens. Fermentation happens live on the agriculture plants while beans are being treated, while these are kind of, it's not accepted in general that you will say, oh, this is a fermented food and therefore it should not be consumed in this way. Well, it's already happening actually, and we have already been consuming for several decades and years, actually centuries, these kind of foods. So I'll leave you with this message. Obviously, the food, nutrition, health are under greater stress than ever before, and clearly this has got to do with the longevity of human life, and clearly various systems that are likely to evolve along with it as well actually. And I think there are three powerful things that have become very, very possible in today's era. The one is the natural intelligence, which is a cognitive part of human intelligence, which is actually still very, very powerful, which can utilize its capacity. The second is biological intelligence, which is an encoded one, which is now can be monitored, mentored, and can be genetically modified. And the third one is an algorithmic one, actually, where the data and artificial intelligence convergence can really make tremendous amount of impact. And I think these convergence of these three technologies has a tremendous role to play in the food systems, actually, tremendous role to play. Because it will have huge impact if we really work together in a way that will actually modify all these systems together. And obviously, you know, the regulatory imperative balancing progress and protection has to be the only model of doing this. And I'm very happy that FSSAI is doing fantastic work in India and coming up with various different new guidelines to support biomanufacturing processes and various activities that are key to this entire process. And I congratulate them for this wonderful show that they have put up here actually, and for all of you coming over here. I thank you, all of you, and I don't think I need to go through this regulatory imperative, but thank you very much. Thank you for time.
Thank you, Dr. Gokhale. It was indeed a very, very engaging presentation from your end. I could see a lot of interest from the audience, and I could see a lot of mobiles up there in the air taking clicks of the slides. So thank you for this wonderful engagement with the audience. And I certainly want to thank Dr. Ajay Kumar one more time, because he is one man who has brought innovation into implementation. And on ground, how a concept, such a complex concept of biomanufacturing happens, he has shown. And Dr. Gokhale has been very kind to show the vision forward. And as a regulator, on behalf of FSSAI, I would like to just give one brief input on the regulatory framework of India. We have a very well-established regulation from 2017 onwards, which is taking care of approval processes for novel food and food ingredients. And ahead of time, India could see the need to take under its scope the technology-driven foods. Although the technology-driven food was not there at that time, not many regulators across the world have been able to give approvals for such products. Now the instances are there from very few, handful of such foods have been approved from a couple of countries. And at the level of WHO risk assessment bodies and as well as Codex Alimentarius Commission is currently evolving the mechanisms to handle this new technology-driven food segment. So at this point of time, India is very well placed in bringing out necessary amendments and bring out a regulatory sandbox kind of approach. We have one full-fledged regulation implemented already in the on ground, and at least 5 more regulations which have enabling provisions for the innovations and provide scope for even innovation in the packaging segment. So with that, we would like to close this session and thank our esteemed speakers. And I would request Dr. Kanungo to please join me here on the dais. He is one of our most senior member who's been involved in all the risk assessment activities of FSSAI since very long. And I would request him to join us and express, together we would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Gokhale and Dr. Ajay Kumar. So I request Dr. Gokhale to kindly. Dr. Kanungo is an active member of JMPR as well, and he's been one of the longest serving member there. I invite Dr. Ajay Kumar, please. So I'll request Dr. Gokhale for one short group picture. I'll request my colleague Faraz to please take over for the panel discussion session.
Good afternoon, everyone. With the context of this session already said, so let us begin with the panel discussion of this very interesting session. To moderate the session, I would like to call on the dais Dr. Shashank Joshi. Sir, please take your seat on the dais. Dr. Shashank Joshi is endocrine and metabolic physician, and he is also the member of scientific committee. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to call the panelist of this session, Dr. Manisha Sridhar, Advisor, Intellectual Property Right and Trade and Health, Regional Office, WHO CRO. Ma'am, please come over the dais. Our next panelist is Dr. Moez Sana. Dr. Moez Sana is Senior Epidemiologist, WHO Headquarters. Sir, please come over the dais for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is Ms. Yeonju Law, GFI Startup Lead from South Korea. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to call our next panelist for the session, Dr. Hilde Cruz. Dr. Hilde Cruz is Senior Food Standard Officer, Codex Alimentarius Commission. Ma'am, please take your seat on the dais. Welcome, ma'am. Our next panelist is Dr. Rusako Ladumir. He is leading researcher from the Department of Food Hygiene, Russia. Sir, welcome for the panel discussion. With the moderator and the distinguished panelist on the dais, I'll request the moderator of the panel, Dr. Shashank Joshi sir, to take over. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, FSSI, and I know we have brevity of time and we have challenges of time, and we have two extraordinary keynotes, particularly from Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, who told us from scarcity to surplus, Viksit Bharat, and we are in a global village, and we are in Vasudevam Kutumbam. And we have to talk of security, safety, sustainability, health. We have to talk of from ultra-processed foods and the food paradoxes to minimally processed foods and natural foods. So, you know, we have a very, very distinguished panel, and I'll start with Manisha ma'am. Dr. Manisha Sridhar is a top intellectual property expert, worked with WHO Ma'am, how has the traditional food production and processing landscape changed in the last couple of years? You have seen the entire ecosystem evolve, and what are the key drivers of this transformation?
First of all, thank you, Shashank, and I thank FSSAI for getting us here together to listen to 2 days of very detailed deliberations. Actually, when Dr. Gokhale was making his presentation, it set me thinking beyond what I was thinking I was going to say. More importantly, I think we need to bear in mind, even in WHO in 2023 and 2025, we have 2 resolutions which are looking at some of the existing issues which need still to be handled: anemia, iodine deficiency, and some of these other, digital marketing and breastfeeding. Some of these issues we still have to look at as we look at novel technologies which are coming. So we're actually looking at 2 very different ends of the spectrum. There is a lot in history and the processes that we need to handle, and there's a lot new that has to be done. And I think this is where the job of FSSAI is extremely challenging, because on the one hand, we are looking at some of these existing issues, and we also have to handle the new. And when he had that slide on the insects on the right up there, I was reminded of a very recent European Court of Justice judgment. I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to look at it, but they were addressing how there were 3 companies in France who said they want to use animal or meat-like indications for plant products. So can we use, say, vegetable sausages? Or can we use other similarly, use a meat name for a plant product? And the trigger is that, when we look at protein-rich foods, and which has become very important in terms of, how protein is becoming very important for longevity and other aspects, the substitutes for animal protein have become very important in commerce and trade. And the question was, can you actually use this in terms of, is it a misleading label? And I deal with intellectual property rights and trade and health, and these are some of the issues that we are tracking as to how it moves across different continents. And if you looked at that and you saw what Dr. Gokhale had to say, I think if in France and in the European Union, they would like to say, you have a vegetable sausage. But if you said the same thing in India, it's not going to go very far, because we have a very strong vegetarian and a very strong ethical component associated with vegetarianism. So I think when you look at transformation and you look at how foods move across boundaries, the cultural context is extremely important. And I think we will need to keep that in mind when we look for globalization and harmonization and see where we really want to go. So in terms of some of these new products like insect-based foods and others, they look very promising, and there are issues which are very important. But I think this is also something that we need to bear in mind. Having said that, let me just go back immediately to your question. And I think the biggest driver of all change now is technology. Whether it is at the level of creating a demand, we all have a cell phone in our hands. And we are all aware that even from the person on the street who is selling our vegetables to all of us in the hand, we have a lot of input of information, and that information is available to all. And this information is driving the kind of change that we are seeing in terms of manufacturing, in terms of quick product manufacture and also in the supply chains. And this is what is very critical, apart from driving the science which has to support these kind of transformations. So I think technological change is very critical, and we see it all across as the products move. And given what AI is promising, I think this is going to go in leaps and bounds, and we need to move forward and keep track in the regulatory space and beyond.
So thank you, ma'am. as a public health expert from WHO, Dr. Moez Sana, what really constitutes novel food? How can you create a definition, particularly in the technological ecosystem, because technological ecosystems continue to advance, and how would you really map this entire novel food with a tech angle to it?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for this question. So, when you look at the current definition, and mainly in Europe, where novel food, we have a regulation about novel food, it is stated as any food not consumed before a certain time. They choose 1997 as an example. Why May 1997? But it is mainly about a new food or new behavior of consumption rather than novelty of the food itself. Because if you talk about insects, in some region they consume insects since centuries. So, to your question, how we can find a global, flexible and global definition, I think first we need to avoid historical cutoffs like what is proposed in European regulation. But I will surprise you, it should be perhaps be process or technology agnostic. Because the novelty is not mainly about the technology or the process itself, but what this process is providing as a new hazard or new risk for the consumer. So we need to look carefully at the technology to understand the technology and not directly driven. It is a novel food, we need to evaluate it a certain way. It is a novel food because we have new ingredients, we have new functionality of the food, and we need from that to see, do this kind of food brings more exposure than the ones that we know, for which we have historical data, and we have experience in a certain population. So it's always very difficult to take or classify or categorize novel food by technology, because I think it will be the wrong way to do it. But try to find the process, harmonize the process, but we will come to it later on, harmonize the process, how we can evaluate that without delaying innovation or delaying the application of new technology.
So I think that's a great point. We have to be tech agnostic, and the new ingredient, functional, the keywords. Ma'am talked about transculturization. From Korea, we have Yanju La. I hope I pronounced you correctly. Can you provide us some examples, because you work in this space, on emerging food technologies like what Dr. Gokhale was mentioning, vertical farming, cellular agriculture for gene editing, and that is really changing the entire paradigm of this traditional understanding of food.
Yes, certainly. First of all, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for moderating the session, Professor Josh. And it is a great honor to be on this stage with other esteemed panelists. Yeah, so to set the context, protein, in recent times, protein has become a global topic of discussion. There is a growing interest in making our protein supply more sustainable and leveraging food technology to offer familiar tasting, sustainable, nutritious, and scalable protein alternatives to feed the growing population. The most prominent food technologies that are redefining our protein are cultivated meat, precision fermentation, and biomass fermentation. Cultivated meat is primarily made using animal cells grown in large-scale bioreactor with serum-free culture media and scaffolding or microcarriers to give it a meat structure. Although the production process is novel, many safety assessment principles used for conventional meat like hazard identification and ingredient validation can also apply to cultivated meat. Currently, cultivated meat and seafood are sold in the US, Singapore, and Australia. Secondly, precision fermentation uses microorganisms like yeast and fungi to produce a specific functional ingredients like protein, fats, and vitamins. These technologies allows us to produce a rare dairy protein without a cow or egg whites without a chicken, offering a new way of producing familiar food. These ingredients are molecularly identical to their conventional counterparts, but the production process entirely different, raising the questions around how to classify, evaluate, and label them. Globally, there has been examples of food derived using precision fermentation, like recombinant chymosin for cheese production, flavoring, enzymes, and others. Lastly, biomass fermentation uses the high protein contents and rapid growth of microorganisms to efficiently produce a large amount of protein-rich food. In this application, microorganisms that reproduce themselves through this process are themselves ingredients for alternative proteins. For example, the UK company Corn grows filamentous fungi via fermentation to use as the primary ingredient in its products. And with its rich biodiversity and systemized agri-value chains, biomass fermentation has the potential to aid in producing and providing nutritious food to the global population. These emerging new food technologies are redefining how we feed the world sustainably, safely, and more also nutritiously.
Thank you. So from Rome, Codus Elementricus, FAO, WHO, we have Ma'am Hilde Kruse. Thank you for coming. And how the fast track is the key word. Dr. Gokhale was telling us right in the beginning as he was walking that if we can fast track and FSSAI can enable, how can we ensure that the current regulatory frameworks are flexible and adaptable, and that's what even Moez was mentioning to and alluding to, to keep the pace with rapid advances without hampering innovation. But it's science in action, that's the theme, and we need to balance safety and science.
Thank you very much for that question, and good afternoon to everybody. A pleasure being together with you again. Yeah, it's a good question, and not straightforward, but I think actually it, in order to be pragmatic and flexible, we also need to have dynamic systems that are also flexible and are not silo thinking. I think in the past very much we have worked in different units and departments and not so much cross-fertilization between the various expertise and disciplines. So I think increasingly we need to work more holistically also within governments, but at the same time have a very good and interactive communication with all the players, all the various sectors, disciplines, the different stakeholders, including academia, the forefront of scientific developments, and the food industry, of course, and also the consumer organizations. Risk-based approaches are important. Also, I think governments need to also set their priorities and think where which products represent the highest risk, etc. And there we need to again a good communication in order to arrive at that decision. And regional collaboration is crucial, as well as international collaboration. Also sharing insights, experiences, as risk assessment. Also share risk assessment. Not every single country can do their own risk assessments. So international collaboration is key, including collaborating in the Codex system. Also continued training and capacity building for all of us involved in this system. So, and I think also this summit here is an excellent example of all of these initiatives. Thank you very much.
So thank you, ma'am. So we have Dr. Ruskov Valdemir, from the Federal Hygiene Institute in Russia. What are the primary scientific uncertainties and long-term risks with novel foods? Moens try to define these new or novel foods. What are the scientific uncertainties and long-term risks with novel foods?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. Good afternoon. Modern challenges, population growth, climate change, demand innovative solutions in the food sector. Novel foods from alternative proteins to cultivated meat offer tremendous opportunities. However, the safety requires equally innovative approaches. Analysis reveals 3 key risk groups for novel products, such as cultivated meat. The first, microbiological. The cultivation process is vulnerable. Data indicates that up to 11% of pilot batches are rejected due to contamination. Pathogens like mycoplasma require high precision control at all stages. Chemical and allergenic compounds of nutrient, media, and novel proteins can cause unpredictable allergical reactions. Strict control and clear labeling are essential. The first, the 3 unpredictable effects. Studies reveal mycotoxins in plant-based meat analogy. Potential risks are associated with the cell source. Ensuring safety is a multi-level system integrated into production. Rigorous input control, donor selection, cell line testing, controlled production, closed bioreactors, automated monitoring, comprehensive final product analysis. This system is built on HACCP principles, which are an international standard. That's all.
Thank you. So Faraz, tell me, we have brevity of time and I'm going to do a rapid fire and I'm going to get a minute or two from some compelling last round. And Manisha madam, we know that this is all about pragmatism and what is the role of a cross-sectoral collaboration involving scientists, regulators, industry to have a shared pragmatic approach? And are there really some potential ethical concerns related to genetic engineering, synthetic biology in food production because you are, in the legal and the IP arm?
Yeah, thanks, Shashank, and that's a very important point. I think in terms of collaboration, when we are looking at novel foods, I think we could learn a little from what is happening in the medicines sector. In medicines, when we take out a new medicine, because we are looking at novel foods where again we do not know the landscape in terms of, in drug it is safety, efficacy and quality, but here it must be safe, nutritious. That is very critical, of course with quality. But more importantly, when we look at the drug space, we find that when we are innovating in a new product, one engages with the regulators very early on. The reason being that if you don't engage with the regulatory agency in the beginning, you have to start repeating all the clinical trials. And if the clinical trials are not strong enough, it doesn't lead to a good product. So while we are innovating on new food products, maybe we could learn what we can do somewhat from what has been happening in some of the experiments with the drug agencies. And in this context, food is so complicated. In fact, Alka and I are part of the, the advisory board on biodiversity. And when we look at the Convention on Biodiversity and what is happening in terms of the genetic process, we call it digital sequence information in WHO, but they call it digital, the genetically modified data in WHO, but it is DSI in CBD. So when we look at where exactly the gene mapping is happening and how it is influencing the different characteristics, this is a space where we can engage better even with some of our across sectors and across ministries. cross-border collaboration is even more important when we look at these new technologies. And I also think that there is a role for civil society to play. So I think in the session before us, somebody mentioned on the transparency how the US FDA puts up their regulation or any proposed regulation for comments. And I think that's, I have seen many of them when they put it up, and I think that's the way to go, so that anybody can respond. And sometimes through these responses we can get the key which can render that product even more suitable.
That's right, the key
so
calls.
these
Yeah.
are some of the
That's
aspects we
absolutely
may
great
keep
points,
in
ma'am.
mind.
Thank you so much. Mohens, Dr. Sana, the key is, can WHO and associations like FSSAI, how can you have a regulatory sandbox? And again, Alka was mentioning sandbox, so was Rajesh. How can there be a regulatory sandbox approach, a pragmatic tool for accelerated development? Because everybody wants fast track, acceleration for novel foods. And what are the potential benefits and challenges of this model of a regulatory sandbox, both for innovators and regulators, for benefiting the food sector without compromising health?
Yeah, thank you for this question. And the issue is that if you want to keep pace on innovation, we need that regulation go fast as the science. And this is not always the case. And from the scientific advice that we are providing, the codex, so if we take the example of novel foods, on how to evaluate the safety from the food safety aspect, the nutrition, or perhaps we can have a question about the environment. And in addition to that, in WHO, when we are looking at the food from the nutrition aspect, we look at the contextual factor. Is the food increasing or decreasing the equity? Is it affordable, and so on? So there's a lot of factors. But the problem today, when you take the food, is not like a substance that you add to the food additives of war, single hazard, one bacteria. Is about the food in general. So when we look together just from the scientific advice, we don't have a mechanism that bring all the pieces together. So what we can do today is to go through different expert committees and ask them different questions, but it will not be very helpful because we don't want to continue in this silo approach. So the sandbox are very it's a very interesting idea because we can test idea in a controlled way. If we compare with the children's sandbox, is a very creative space, but we have borders. It's very controlled. We cannot go outside the sandbox. So I think this image is very interesting, but it brings a space where we are not. When we ask scientists, what do you think about the safety? They said, but do this test, for example, genotoxicity or allergenicity, whatever it is regulated or not? But it is not the question in the sandbox. In the sandbox will be more creative, and we can beyond do which type of information, or what is the best science, or what are the best evidence that we need for a novel food to end up with a good solution or with the right decision. So I think the sandbox is very good idea, but we need to be very careful because it's something that we need a lot of interaction between the ones who are developing, the innovators, and the evaluator. And it can perceive it as a conflict of interest sometimes, and we need to find a very a good process for that, to not create conflict of interest. But there are experiments, but at the end of the day, once we have the experiment, we have the lessons from how to evaluate novel foods, we can create after that independent risk assessor panel that will do the job in a routine way.
So thank you. I think we can make a start by having a sandbox-like idea here, but we need to ring fence it, and I completely buy your point of ring fencing it. Yonjala, you are into startup ecosystem, GFI startup lead in South Korea. You know, the biggest problem in consumer space is building trust with the public. So how can we communicate benefits and risks on novel foods to the public to build trust and address it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So effective communication is the cornerstone of building trust. A successful strategy must be transparent, science-based, and collaborative, involving both the private and public sectors. Communication should be straightforward and also avoid overly technical and scientific jargon. We need to be clear about the technology, the safety checks in place, nutritional information, and integration into daily diets, as well as how those products contribute to broader goals like food security and public health, as well as environmental sustainability. I think governments and industry may benefit from partnering with credible third parties like renowned healthcare professionals, prestigious university labs, and non-profit think tank. This strategy helps to educate the public and build trust through reputable, non-commercial channel. Importantly, messages must be science-grounded, culturally relevant, and honest about limitations. And naming, labeling, and framing also matter. Terms like cultivated meat and cultured meats are more informative and accurate descriptor for consumers compared to lab-grown meat, which is not accurate and may raise unnecessary concerns. And finally, companies that produce novel foods may consider opening the doors to their production facility to the public. This provides the people with the opportunity to see firsthand how those technology turn into food and how the production facility maintain safety, hygiene, and sanitation. These kinds of efforts will significantly contribute to building consumer confidence. Thank you.
So, Ma'am Hilde, what should be the clear role of labeling and traceability which plays in empowering consumers to make informed choices about these novel food products? Because this is a very delicate area, and Allah also touched on that. So how do you really, what should be the role for the clear labeling and traceability? And consumer empowerment is the key.
Thank you very much for that question. Consumers have a right to know and to know what they are buying, and in order to ensure food safety, but also we talked about also fighting obesity, and that's also another reason for knowing what you are buying and eating. And food should be labeled according to Codex standards. There are specific standards addressing labeling, and we encourage countries to implement those standards. And Codex standards on labeling and also national regulations in this field is important to empower consumers to make those informed choices about what they buy and eat. Traceability is increasingly important, and it's crucial for tracing forward and also tracing backwards food. It's important for consumers, but it's also important for industries and also for regulatory agencies. And it's also crucial in regard to outbreak investigations. And also in Codex we have a committee on food imports and export certification and inspection system. And currently they are now revising guidelines on traceability, and we welcome all members to participate in CCFIC's work on traceability. So, and again, we welcome also members to engage also in the Codex Committee on food labeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ruska Waldemir, this probably would be the last question, and then maybe we may take a question if Faraz allows me, otherwise we will have to close out. Dr. Ruska, which innovations can regulatory bodies use to respond to modern challenges to food safety?
Thank you very much for your question. Regulatory authorities can effectively respond to modern food safety challenges through the implementation of digital technologies. Key areas include a digital product labeling and traceability system, the use of blockchain technology for supply chain transparency, the application of artificial intelligence and big data analytics for risk forecasting, as well as whole genome sequencing for rapid pathogen detection. In addition, consumer informational tools are being introduced: color code labeling, traffic light, and mobile application. This innovation make it possible to increase the level of trust, reduce risks, and ensure the sustainability of the food system. In Russian Federation, we actively use such tools. To combat counterfeit products, the digital labeling system is operating successfully. It covers 31 categories and has blocked the sale of almost 2.5 billion units of prohibited products. Sales of goods with expired shelf lives have decreased 120-fold. To enhance consumer information, we launched traffic light color-coded labeling and the Healthy In mobile application. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we are in a global village. It's Vasudevam Kutumbam, our Prime Minister. We have to thank for the Viksit Bharat, but it should be the Viksit globe. And any compelling point or two, or for us, we should wind up. Maybe we can take a question from the audience. Maybe you wanted to say something.
Yeah.
You know, Alka saying no.
Very quickly.
Maybe a very quick
about the because we need certain harmonization, of course, on how to deal with the scientific advice, how to deal with the evaluation. But I think something very important is how Codex can help with providing the good definition, provide the idea about what we mean by comprehensive evaluation that take into account nutrition, food safety, and sustainability. And something very important that we would like to develop it in the future is to have a trusted organization or trusted authority. So why we need to repeat each time the work? So if someone
don't redo the wheel.
Yeah, if one trusted authority do the evaluation of a novel food, why we need to repeat it? What we need is just look if there is any specific or local condition that differ instead of repeating the works. So it's something that we need to work
by
together.
a point. Don't redo the wheel. Fast track is the key word, but don't compromise on safety. For us, it's all yours. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together, and we thank our global panel for being there. Thank you FSSAI for giving me an opportunity to moderate this panel once again. Thank you Alka and the entire team.
Session. Thank you Shashank sir and all our distinguished panelists. To express our gratitude and to thank our guest speaker, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Alka Rao madam and Dr. Rajesh Gokhale sir to express the gratitude through some certificates. Dr. Shashank Joshi. Dr. Moiz Sana. I'll request sir to felicitate Dr. Hilde Cruz. Dr. Manisha Sridhar. Request her to felicitate Miss Yonjula. Request to felicitate Dr. Manisha Sridhar, madam. I request her to felicitate Dr. Rusako Vladimir from Russia. I request Ms. Apurva, Ms. Nidhi, and our Deputy Director, Ms. Aruna Bandil, madam, to please come on the stage, and we shall have a group photo for the session. Since we have concluded this session, our next session is regarding the traditional food and global standards. I request Dr. Ravinder Singh, sir, Director of FSSAI, to please take over the session.
हाँ बैग में ना हाँ हाँ
I request everyone to kindly take their respective seat so that we can start with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your respective seat.
Thank you. And now we'll start our session 4, Global Traditional Food Regulation, Traditional Foods and Food Global Standards. So, good evening to all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome you all for this today's session on traditional foods and global standards. And right now, I would like to take back you around 600 to 700 BC. There was one Saptarishi, the 7 ancient sages of Rigveda, Acharya Kashyap. Rigveda was the ancient text or Ayurveda which mentioned about the medicines. So, one shloka in Rigveda, it says that the nacha aharsam kinchit bhashyam uplabdte shakyate api an manetnar kancho niramaya. It says that the ahar as a mahabhashyam, that is, no medicine will act good as food and help in maintaining the health. And with this note, it is pleasure to inform you about the significance of the traditional food and discuss about the bridging gap of between ancient food wisdom and the modern science. As you see that the ancient traditional food, now it is coming out of our kitchens and it is entering into the factories, and with the factories it is just getting pegged and getting back to us. So this is a long tradition of food, which are culinary practices which have been practiced for many years, and they have developed their own cuisines. If you see around the world, when we go, we are having a lot of traditional food around the world. India, it's having a diverse field and diverse field and the linguistic abilities and other cuisines, and they say that in every part we have a different kind of cuisine. So today's this session take us through the global regulation on traditional food, integrating the traditional knowledge system, framework of functional food, regulating personal nutrition, and promoting food diversity for nutritional wellness. This session will explore regulatory pathways for the growing categories of the functional and personalized food, ensuring their safety, efficacy, and truthful claim. And to deliver the keynote address for this session, I would like to welcome Ms. Roli Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to the dais, please. Roli ma'am, please. Please give her a big hand, please. So Roli ma'am is well known in the health and family welfare sector, and she has done a lot of work about the public health and shaping the public policies for health. I welcome ma'am to the stage, please. It is my great honor to introduce Ms. Avilo O. Parnet. She is a former chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission 2014 to 2017 and Swiss Federal Food Safety and Veterinary Office, Switzerland. I invite Ms. Avilo O. Parnet to take the seat on the dais, please. So please give her a big hand. So Ms. Avilo Parnet, she is a distinguished expert in law, human nutrition, and international food regulatory affairs. She served as a chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission during the year 24 to 2017 and Swiss Federal Food Safety and Veterinary Office, Switzerland. Her leadership as former chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission, reflect her deep influence on international food safety standards. I request Ms. Avilo O. Parnet to kindly set the context of this session, please.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, respected stakeholders and participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, namaste to you all. It is indeed a great privilege and tremendous honor for me to be here among you today, and I extend my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India for their very kind invitation and generous hospitality. I also extend my best wishes to you all for a very successful and fruitful third Global Food Regulators Summit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in his remarks this morning, Dr. V.K. Paul reminded us that food is not only linked to sustenance and health, but that it is also important for cultural, societal, and religious reasons, to mention but a few. Indeed, food is part of almost every celebration all over the world, including weddings, child naming ceremonies, or different religious feasts. This session, which is entitled Traditional Foods and Global Standards, is about more than food. It is about bridging traditional knowledge with science-based frameworks in order to ensure safe and nutritious foods which can contribute to the promotion of the health and well-being of consumers globally and also contribute to food security. Traditional foods which nourish the body as well as the soul, and here I've taken note, sir, of the shloka that you quoted from the REGULATORS, and I hope that you will teach it to me so that I can use it in my future speeches. Thank you very much. So indeed, today, traditional foods which nourish the body as well as the soul connect communities to their ancestors and to the environment. Across the world, people prepare meals with a variety of ingredients based on recipes which have been passed down over several generations. These dishes reflect the richness of the various landscapes as well as the depth of the different cultures and their history. Today's global food safety standards and international food trade policies follow the risk analysis approach with a great emphasis on risk assessment. While we acknowledge that this approach contributes to ensuring that the food which is on the market is safe, however, we also have to realize that this very rigorous science and evidence-based approach can create barriers to trade and, unfortunately, also disregard the valuable traditional knowledge and wisdom which have been passed down through many generations. Now, the challenge is to protect cultural authenticity, nutritional value, and the sustainability of traditional foods, while also ensuring that they meet the safety requirements, such as those related to food contaminants, food hygiene, food labeling, including allergen labeling. Here, I would like to mention very briefly the Codex success story of quinoa. Well, the United Nations General Assembly declared 2013 as the International Year of Quinoa, thereby recognizing the ancient Andean heritage and their efforts to preserve quinoa as a vital, nourishing food, which would also contribute to ensuring global food security. Originating from the Andean region in the South American countries of Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and others, quinoa is now widely grown and consumed in many parts of the world, including Asia, Africa, Europe, and North America. The Codex Alimentarius Commission adopted the Codex standard for quinoa in 2019. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is true that international standards often struggle to balance scientific principles with cultural authenticity. Codex has begun recognizing traditional use data, but clearer regulatory pathways and harmonized standards are still needed to ensure that small producers and indigenous communities are not excluded. Examples like India's Ayurveda Ahara regulations, the European Union's protected designation of origin or protected geographical indication schemes, and community-driven standards in Africa demonstrate how regulatory systems can successfully integrate cultural knowledge. As nutrition science evolves, the category of functional foods is also growing. There is a need to establish clear, scientifically sound frameworks for health claims, ensuring that consumer trust is built on robust and reliable evidence. There is also a need to develop regulatory frameworks which validate historical evidence of safe consumption, simplify documentation for traditional producers, and support innovations for safe and sustainable practices. Thereby, the path to global food and nutrition security will be forged by bringing together tradition and scientific rigor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us strive through this session to shape food systems in which food, cultural heritage, and health walk hand in hand for the health and welfare of the entire world's consumers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. So it's really we are enthusiastic to know that the Codex Alimentarius Commission, they are paying attention to the traditional food and setting standards and opening the ways for the international market for that, for these kind of products. So it's a dire need that we should give more emphasis on these kind of formulations, because these kind of recipes, they are time tested and they are nutritious, and they are particularly established in particular region of different countries. So Miss Avilo, she has also emphasized that there is a requirement that we should bridge the food, we should bridge the food standards with the traditional food, making the use of marrying the modern technology and regulation. So thank you very much, ma'am, for setting up the context for this session. And now it's my privilege and pleasure to welcome the next speaker of the session with the 3 decades of service as an Indian Administrative Services with immense knowledge and expertise in public health system, Ms. Roli Singh, and she has played a pivotal role in shaping public health policies. Her deep expertise and leadership experience make her uniquely qualified to set the stage for this crucial discussion. I invite Ms. Roli Singh to deliver the keynote address, please.
Good evening, esteemed panelists, distinguished speakers, guests, all the stakeholders, partners, and dignitaries present here. I'm grateful for the organizers for inviting me for the Global Food Regulators Summit as a keynote speaker for the session on traditional foods and global standards. Traditional foods, as we all know, are foods which have authentic roots. They have been handed down from generations, and they represent a region's or a country's cultural identity. They are made from indigenously sourced ingredients, and they are based on recipes which are based on old practices and old ways of doing things. In India, which has been a producing economy for the longest millennia that we can recall, we have a variety of traditional foods across the country. The traditional foods and their preparations have been mentioned in our systems of medicine, which we call Ayurveda, our ancient system of medicine. It is also echoed in our other systems like Unani, Ayush, and Siddha as well. India as a country has had a very distinct food belief system, and there is a huge variety of diets across the country as per its varied agroclimatic regions that we are blessed with. Ancient Indian literature, both religious, scientific, and the secular literature talks about, there are immense references to food and its centrality in our life. You mentioned Rigved, Dr. Ravindra, and it's one of our most ancient texts and predates 1500 BC, and it mentions barley, jaw, as an initial staple food. There are also references to wheat as godhum, and so there is a lot of talk about the dating of wheat and where it originated from, but there are texts in India which mention wheat as being available as far back as 1500 BC. In Ayurveda, ahar is one of the pillars of Trayo Upstambh, or the Trayopstam, the three main pillars of life, that is Ahar, which is food, Nidra, which is sleep, and Brahmacharya, which is celibacy. Foods are classified based on their taste, which is Rasa, energy, which is Virya, and the post-digestive effect, which is Vipak. And the impact that food has on the various body types, which in Ayurveda we call the doshas. These are the guiding principles that govern individual constitution and health. Traditional preparations are often seasonal, region-specific, and they're tailored to an individual's prakriti or constitution of the body. Indian knowledge systems recognize 6 different seasons as well, which are called ritus. We have the Shishir Ritu, Hemant Ritu, Vasant Ritu, Grishma Ritu, Varsha Ritu, and Sharad Ritu. And it is these seasons which determine the kind of food that is prepared in the household, because the food availability was directly linked to the season in which it was growing in that part of the country. And therefore, proper food selection and a dietary schedule, it is believed, helps to control the mind and promotes holistic health and happiness as per Ayurveda. This holistic context-based approach is something modern nutrition science is beginning to rediscover. It is one of the first examples, we can safely say, of personalized food based on body type, that is doshas, the seasons, as well as the local produce. Traditional food systems present unique opportunities for enhancement of nutritional labeling and establishment of standardized hygiene requirements, thereby aligning their rich heritage with modern food quality and safety standards. Therefore, it is essential to setting up of standards of traditional foods to ensure availability of safe and healthy traditional food to the consumers in line with the core mandate of the FSSAI Act 2006 and any other regulation that is available across the globe. Today we all have gathered to share the commitment to preserve, protect and promote the rich culinary heritage of traditional foods while ensuring they meet evolving global standards for quality, safety and sustainability. FSSAI, in collaboration with Ministry of Ayush, has introduced a new category called Ayurveda Ahar in accordance to the Food Standard Safety and Standards Ayurveda Ahar Regulations 2022. It has culled out thousands of food recipes from classical texts which can be prepared with the modern food science interventions. This, I'm sure, has a huge export and commercial value creation potential. Finally, traditional, functional and personalized foods together can be powerful engines of health, promoting dietary diversity, resilience and wellness for all. As we align our standards and unlock the potential of ancient systems like Ayurveda, let us prioritize inclusivity, scientific validation and the collective good. Food diversity is not merely about what is on our plates, but about also ensuring health, sustainability and cultural richness across nations. Therefore, as we move forward in aligning traditional foods with global standards, it is imperative that we do not lose their essence. Instead, let us integrate scientific validation with traditional knowledge, safety with authenticity and innovation with preservation. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and FSSAI reaffirmed their commitment to safeguarding India's culinary legacy, even as we contribute to global standards for food safety, authenticity and innovation. Together, let us co-develop regulatory pathways that balance tradition and transformation, inspire international trust, and deliver safe, nutritious and diverse foods to all citizens of the world. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the rich and fruitful discussion and partnerships forged during this landmark session today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your commendable keynote address providing insights on the traditional food, and we have emphasized the need of the global standard for traditional food and the inform of the Ayurveda Ahar and functional food and their nutritional benefits. So now I would request our advisor, Dr. Professor Alka Raoji, to kindly come to the dais and just give a piece of gratitude to the speakers and the context setter. To Roli Singh ma'am, please. To Ms. Avilo O. Parnet, please. Yeah. And doing it with the honor to Ms. Roli Singh, please. Yes, thank you. So now I'll hand over the mic to Shri S. Ajay Vinu for introducing the moderator and the panelist. So Ajay is working in my team and he is a very passionate food processing enthusiast and a very promising young talent in the food safety. He is currently served as Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, FSSAI, as a technical officer, playing an important role in ensuring regulatory compliance and food safety standard in respect of traditional food. I would request Ajay to take over the mic, please, and sail this session onwards. Thank you, Ajay. Yeah.
Thank you, Director Sir. Good evening, everyone present here. Sabko mera namaskar and anevarukum vanakkam. We are now moving to a truly interesting part of our session, the panel discussion on traditional foods and global standards. Allow me to draw inspiration from our heritage. Over 2 million years ago, a renowned poet Thiruvalluvar captured the essence of dietary wisdom in Tirukkural, Marandana vendavam yakaikku arundiyadu achadu pochi unnin. It means no medicine is necessary for those who eat only after assuring what they have already consumed is fully digested. And complementing this, the ancient classical text of Charak Samhita states that prayojana chasya swastasya rakshanam aturasya vikar prashmadam cha, which means the purpose of this science, the science for which we are gathered here today, is to preserve the health of the healthy and cure the disease of the unhealthy. These enduring ancient insights remind us all the depth and relevance of traditional food knowledge, a theme central to the Global Food Regulators Summit, Yatha Anam Tatha Mana, reflecting the profound connections between the quality of food and health of the mind and society. To moderate the important session of traditional foods and global standards, we are privileged to have Dr. Pradeep Kumar Dua, Technical Officer, Traditional, Complementary and Integrative Medicine, WHO, Geneva, Switzerland. Please welcome Dr. Pradeep Dua on the stage. Now, let us welcome our distinguished panelists first. Mr. Rajashekar, former Vice Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission, Ministry of Primary Industries, New Zealand. Please welcome Mr. Rajashekar on the dais, please. Our next panelist is Professor H.C. Andreas Hensel, President, German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment, Berlin. I invite Professor Andreas Hensel to the stage, please. Next, we have Professor Meeta Koteja, Pro Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, Rajasthan. She is an expert in Ayurveda cosmetology. Professor Koteja is widely known for spearheading Ayurveda Ahar and advancing Indian traditional food regulation in India. I invite Professor Meeta Koteja to the dais, please. Our fourth panelist Professor Tanuja Nesri, Director, Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Jamnagar, Gujarat. She's contributed significantly in mother and child care development initiatives and Ayushman Bharat. I welcome Professor Tanuja Nesri to the dais, please. Now I invite Ms. Riza Jain Benicode, Senior Science Research Specialist, Department of Agriculture, National Fisheries Research and Development, Philippines. Please join in welcoming Ms. Riza Benicode to the stage, please. Next, we are joined by Professor Disna Ratnashekar, Co-Director, Center for Research and Education, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. Welcome to the stage, Professor Disna Ratnashekar. With our moderator and esteemed panelists on the stage, we are all set to dwell into insightful panel discussion on traditional foods and global standards. Now, I hand over the session to Dr. Pradeep Kumar Dua to moderate our panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. And I'm scared to see this yellow slip just in the beginning of the session. Thank you, Madam Roli Singh ji, for setting the stage regarding Ayurveda, mentioning quotes from Ayurveda, the dosh, the ras, dhatu, gun, virya, vipak, everything. You made my job half. So now I can really conclude in lesser time. Well, as Ayurveda says, Sarva manyat paritajye shariram anupalet tad bhavehi bhavanam sarva bhava sharirinam, means leave everything else in life, rest everything can be left behind, take care of your body, take care of your health. If you are not healthy, if your body is not healthy, you won't be take care of any of your responsibilities, you won't be able to enjoy any luxuries, any pursuits in your life. So remaining healthy is very important. And as Ajay said just now, well, Ayurveda comes with two basic objectives: to take care of the health of the healthy person, and of course to treat the ailing mankind. Prayojanam chasya ayurvedasya tasya ayurveda means swasthasya swasthya rakshanam aturasya vikar prashmanam cha. So now, to take care of the health of the healthy, well, what is more important, a drug or the food? Of course, food is of prime importance, and that is probably the reason that we are dealing with this theme today in this very apt summit and at very apt time. Why I'm saying time? Not because it is evening time and just after the tea. The time because recently we celebrated the World Ayurveda Day on 23rd September, and the theme for the day was Ayurveda for people and planet. So again, people is the focus and planet is the focus, and when these both these things are in focus, well, perhaps food is in question. Now, another important coincidence that recently the World Health Organization has launched the new WHO Global Traditional Medicine Strategy 2025-2034. So this strategy is quite innovative in terms, because now the focus shifts from the previous strategy, it was traditional medicine, and now we are taking care of traditional complementary integrative medicine. So now the scope has increased. Now we are augmenting the scope to include several other facets and domains related to traditional medicine. Perhaps food is also one of them. So with this short background, I think the time is ripe, and we have a distinguished panel of experts, right from academicians, researchers, to policymakers, strategists, and of course innovators with us. So with this august audience and with this distinguished panel, I need not be between the two. And we start with the first question. The format would be that I would be asking an opening question with 1 minute each to all the panelists to reflect their instant thoughts on that. After that, we will be rolling out 3 rounds of questions, one for each of the panelists' specific question, and we would be requesting them to answer in 2 minutes. The objective is to open more dimensions, more food for thought, instead of elaborating and discussing in detail on any particular topic. And at the end of the session, if we are able to, wind up by 5:30, I am told, but I think I get some relaxation, and we would open the floor to audience, because I am sure this session is going to invite a lot of questions. So now, opening the question with 60 seconds to each of the panelists. Well, we all have been consuming food ever since we were born, or ever since the dawn of human civilization. What prompts suddenly the regulators to start regulating the food? Do you really think it is needed to regulate the food? So I'll request Mr. Rajshekar to start, and then after Mr. Rajshekar, Dr. Tanuja.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep Dua, for your opening introductory comments. This is a very important topic, and I see this very much as rediscovering our roots and traditions and going back to
the way our forefathers used to live. And I think, if you look at references to some of today's modern nutritional challenges, some of the modern sustainability issue challenges, it stands to reason that we seek to once again look at how our forefathers lived, how did they live at one with nature, all of those considerations. So I think this is a very topical discussion, and one I think which will get more and more traction as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tanuja, over to you.
So thank you. It's a most relevant question. Madam Roli Singh and Madam, you have really set the context and made our job very easy. But the Ayurveda, a knowledge system of health and happiness, is imbibed in our culture. It is in India, it is in Delhi, everyone takes whatever we eat. It's a traditional healthy food. It's nothing but Ayurveda. When it becomes the science-based understanding of the traditional food is the Ayurvedic ahar. And when we say that why it is really required, because we eat healthy, we eat mindfully, that becomes the traditional healthy food. Then why regulation is required? But nowadays, home-based food, eating home-based food has become a luxury to many Gen Zs and many millennials and to everyone. To have the work-life balance, we really require something which is ready in our plate, ready to eat. All FBOs, whatever we eat, we have Swiggy, Zomato and many others, we order it. And where is the traditional healthy food? It is not available. So to make available, accessible, then to promote the international trade, the regulatory trade of the traditional food, which makes everyone healthy and happy. Then to make availability, then the question comes about safety and quality. So the safety, quality, risk assessment, everything and science-based, then that comes with the regulation, and that really attracts the simple regulatory framework that really enables more and more trade of the traditional food, and that will definitely make availability of the traditional food for everyone's plate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Over to Dr. Andrew Hensel.
Yeah, if you ask me for the stringency of the food safety system worldwide, I would say yes, definitely we have to regulate it. Because if you go into detail, you will see that the question is food, or is it acceptable that you have food which is unsafe? And unsafe food is no food. So the question is, even when you have a traditional method to prepare it, it doesn't mean that it's healthy. So it's just traditional. So when it comes to trade, I think there is no chance. You have to be very clear with your regulation. On the other side, we have to see what we want to protect in the traditional food. What do you mean with traditional? Is it the plant, for example? Is it the preparation? Is it something like Ayurveda, which is in between drug and therapy? So that makes it, so it's needed, to go into detail and to look what you want to regulate. I think then you can find solutions.
Thanks. Dr. Meeta Kotecha, your reflection on why do we suddenly think of regulating the foods?
Namaskar to all. Actually, Ayurveda, Roli Madam says that the three pillars of Ayurveda. The first pillar is ahar. Ahara means food, and food is most important. And Ayurveda says wholesome food and unwholesome food. So wholesome food is sustainable health, for sustainable health, and wholesome food is lead to disease and root cause of disease. So, and nowadays boom of Ayurveda in the world, and so many things are coming name of Ayurveda. Even so many traditional food also coming in market as a name of Ayurveda. So I think there is need of regulatory for Ayurveda ahar, because originally Ahar and originally Ayurveda come forward in the world.
Thank you, Dr. Meeta Kotecha. Over to Dr. Lisna Ratnasekara, your reflections on the topic.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pradeep. In terms of the food diversity, it is very much important to the healthy life. So with respect to the diversity, that once we consider all of us day to day, what we are eating is like that confined to the limited number of the food, the commodities. So once we move to this traditional, the food stuff, it contains a lot of wild-based, underutilized species as well, but it is confined to limited areas, probably some kind of the communities only. So to have in terms of the global context, it should be open, and once it goes to the consumer. So from that side, in terms of the protection, like the standardized way of the nutritional side and as well as the pathogenicities and checking all these, the standards should be there. So it is really important for, like, once it goes to the scaling up level from the small scale household level, the community based, once it moves to the global scale, the standards should be there. So it's a timely important topic, and as well as to consider that what we can do with all these the traditional level foods, and then how we give the accessibility in terms of the physical accessibility and as well as the economically, how we can reach to this the important the commodities at the rural level. It's important.
Thank you, Dr. Disna. And over to you, Dr. Riza. What is your reflection on the topic?
For millennia, people ate what they grew, caught, and traded locally. But today, food no longer stops at village borders. It moves through vast supply chains, and it comes with immense risk. A single lapse in food safety and integrity can threaten the lives of thousands of people. The world's food systems are evolving faster than ever, and our challenge and our responsibility is to evolve with them by building flexible, science-based, and globally coordinated frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we understand that since probably the definition says that traditional foods are having a territorial, domain or territorial integrity, but now the globalization, the commercialization, the cross-border trade, the packaging, the transportation, the use of preservatives, coloring agents, and all those additives, perhaps that is the reason that we need to have some regulations to maintain the sanctity and authenticity of traditional foods. Well, it is established now that we need to regulate foods. But over to you, Dr. Rajshekar. You have a long experience in Codex Alimentarius. Now, Codex and other such international organizations, they look forward to having some harmonization. Perhaps I would use the word convergence. Harmonization may be a distant dream. So convergence from the regulation point of view regarding foods. But how do you perceive that we can maintain the uniqueness or the regional uniqueness or sanctity in case of traditional foods per se? Over to you. And I would request all the experts to answer in less than 2 minutes. If you answer in 90 seconds, perhaps we will get more applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. It's a very interesting question. I certainly believe that Codex has a role and has an important responsibility as well in the context of what we've been talking about in terms of the significance of traditional foods. Earlier today, Avilo mentioned about quinoa, which was a good example of how the world has rediscovered the nutritional value of traditional foods. And I would add millets to that list as well. So, if I take some of the examples in the Southwest Pacific region, the traditional diets that included cassava, for example, including the particular varieties grown in that region. There are examples of quinoa, of noni juice, which is again a traditional citrus juice, which has both recognized medicinal as well as nutritional value. Then there's a social drink called kava, which again, Codex is, the point I want to make is that Codex as a platform for harmonization has provided the opportunity for countries to address how Codex standards development can help countries both to commercialize, promote, and to advance some of the address, while at the same time integrating international issues. We talked about our forefathers growing and following traditional foods, but they didn't face the challenges that we are facing today in terms of the environmental pressures and so on. There is an important responsibility that organizations like Codex can have to address some of the food safety issues in that context. So Codex definitely has a role to support the international standards development while recognize the unique regional interests.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Raj. And perhaps it's interesting to know that even at the international stage, yes, we can do the harmonization convergence exercise while maintaining the sanctity and uniqueness of the traditional foods. Over to you, Dr. Meeta Kutecha. You have been heading the Ayurveda related work, Ayurveda AHA related work in FSSAI. So what is your reflection that how did you ensure that while formulating the Ayurveda AHA related things, you could maintain the sanctity of Ayurveda? How do you think the two things can go together, maintaining the nutrition and the uniqueness of Ayurveda as well as complying to the regulation? Over to you for a quick reflection.
Food Safety and Standards Authority of India in consult with the Ministry of Ayush and has notified Food Safety and Standard Regulation 2022. This regulation defined Ayurveda Ahar as food prepared according to recipe, ingredients and process, because in Ayurveda process is also very much important. Due to process, so many gunas, means properties, are changed. So that's why these all things are included in this Ayurveda Ahar regulations. And authentic books, 71 authentic books are listed, and from these all recipes are taken. So these nutritious principles of Ayurveda and identity of unique culture identity is, I think, safe. And there another things, because of globalization and commercialization, the labeling and safety aspects and claim etc. are also important to ensuring authenticity, and confidence of customers also important. That's why the regulations is FSSAI regulate this, and I think whenever it will be commercialized and globalized, then because all things are included, so there is no problem of any authenticity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we understand that if the process mentioned in the textbooks can be followed and the things can be regulated simultaneously, well, both the objectives can be achieved. Thank you so much, madam. Over to Dr. Andreas Hensel. You have a huge experience in risk assessment. How does European Union take care of risk assessment related aspects when it comes to traditional foods entering into the regulated markets?
Yeah, we do the normal risk assessment procedure, which means risk analysis, and then we do exposure assessment. And the exposure, I think, is the most important thing. So if you have traditional food, you know, people are used to it, and they know that they should not eat more. This is always happened in food, you know. You can eat as much unsafe food as you want. As an individual, and you can eat wrong things and too much and whatever, and you can drink alcohol, which is definitely cancerogenic, yeah? So everybody knows this, but we do it. So the question is, you know, how you regulate it and why. And I think if you give it to other people, you know, you have to look for the normal consumption. And if you see that there is an overconsumption and there are MLLs which could be exceeded in a 97.5 percentile, you can see, okay, this starts to become unsafe. So that would be the procedure, the normal procedure for the risk assessment, and I would say this is more empirically, but nonetheless very much experienced to use this system, and I don't see a reason why to use another one.
Thank Thank you, Dr. Hensel. So there is no liberty, no flexibility for traditional foods, so you will continue with the same procedure. I understand. Thank you so much. And now coming to Dr. Tanuja Nesri, Madam, we have heard about maintaining the integrity of traditional foods. How do you think, what is your suggestion that what strategies should be adopted to safeguard the authenticity while enabling the scientific validation and in an attempt to harmonize? Almost similar question, but how do you think, what is your view on maintaining the evidence and the authenticity?
Thank you very much. Ayurveda, as we mentioned, that it's unique. The approach is unique. Even if we integrate with the scientific measures and the scientific nutritional parameters, sometimes it can be apple comparing with the oranges. Because when we say that we have to be original and to maintain the sanctity of our own science, I take the example of the Sir Rajashekaran about the millet. And it was the millet last 24 was celebrated as an international millet year. And we promoted all types of millets as the originality of our own science, Ayurveda traditional food. Then the millet, it's a pearl millet, it's a summer millet, winter millet, that's the authenticity. All millets are what we say that it has its own science. But the pearl millet, bajra, is a hot and it is used in the winter. And the sorghum, jowar is used as a summer millet. So the same nutritional value can cause, it's a risk assessment. So these knowledge also needs to be promoted. So we give sorghum with ghee and the bajra, how we use it, how we cook it, that is also important. So these knowledge supported with the modern science and simple regulatory framework, I think that's the way how we take it forward. And one more important, that's the historical data, what we have from the tradition, which is preserved in our classical texts, but in our tradition, in our homes also, that data, that documentation is also very valid. That needs to be integrated with the current science. And more important, as we have the policy for the cultural diplomacy, the food as it creates the health and happiness and connects the people, I think this traditional food maybe become the part of evidence-based traditional food can become the part of our cultural diplomacy.
Thank you, Madam. Well understood, and millets are indeed a wonderful example to show a beautiful amalgamation of preserving the tradition as well as adding suitable regulation to this. Over to you, Dr. Riza. How does Philippines manage the regulatory challenges for seafood-based traditional foods?
The Philippines enacted the Food Safety Act of 2013, which strengthens our regulatory system through risk-based and farm-to-fork approach. We also have Philippine national standards for various agricultural and fishery products, but in terms of traditional foods, we only have general standards for fermented, smoked, and dried fishery products, but it does not capture the full diversity of our traditional foods. Because many of our traditional seafood products involve unique materials, combinations, and preparation methods that does not fall within those broader categories. I think one of the reasons is that our Philippine national standards are patterned after the Codex Alimentarius, which is of course necessary since Codex serves as the global reference under the WTO SPS agreement. But I think there is a pressing need for the Philippines to strengthen our capacity for local risk analysis by taking into account our specific conditions, traditional processes, and unique products. And also we can do that at the regional level because across Asia we share geography, agricultural practices, culture, and food traditions. By developing regional-based standards, we can better address the common challenges related to food safety and trade harmonization, and while collectively amplifying our voice in the global trade market. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Riza. Over to you, Dr. Desna. What regulatory strategies are evolving within South Asia to recognize and safeguard the traditional foods in global trade?
Of course, the South Asia is something special regionally because the immensely rich and diverse culinary heritage is there in different countries, especially that once we consider that in this the regulations and the standards, the primary challenge has to the move from this informal and the community-based knowledge, how we convert to the formal and the legally protected way. So the few of the examples that what we are practicing so far in the South Asian region, like the geographical indications, for example, like the Alfonso mango, basmati rice, Ceylon tea, Ceylon cinnamon. So having that type of authentication to the location is one of the strategies that the region-wise we are following. In addition, that with respect to the South Asian, the traditional food, not only safeguarding the global market also important. How we can market our the traditional dishes, the recipes and the processing processes to giving access to the global context as well as safeguarding the rights of this originality. So with respect to that, in India, that Incredible India is one of the programs that launching that type of, giving the publicity like marketing strategies. Even in Sri Lanka, we have Taste of Sri Lanka. So that is the strategically highlighting the stories, heritage, and uniqueness of traditional foods and adding kind of intangible value that justifies the premium price of global markets. So those are some of the currently practiced the approaches that we are moving forward in the South Asia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Desna. Dr. Alka, I need your guidance and support in this. I've got 2 yellow slips already. How much time do I really have? I was told to wind up at 5:30. Do I need to wind up at 5:30? So it's 5:27. Can we take 1 or 2 questions from the audience and close down? 1 only? Yours? Somebody else? Okay. I can see the hand. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. This is now very interesting situation for the frontiers of the harmonization if Ayurveda like traditional science is being included. As Madam Tanuja, Professor Tanuja said, that not only the ingredients or the product but the entire process which was by the wisdom of ancients and the experiences is also taken as science models, how the frontiers of the codex or the international agencies are authenticating, what are the parameters. Yes, if Dr. Raj Rajshekhar can answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's a good question. I was going to say in the next sort of a round, but it's not going to happen. Codex, you've got to ask yourself, is Codex good at developing specific commodity recipe tile standards? It started off very much as a recipe organization developing, but there were plenty of challenges, and I can tell you the example of the Codex Committee on Milk and Milk Products, which struggled with developing a Codex standard of processed cheese for 18 years and came to the same conclusion as it started. So, but the point here is that what is it that we are looking for in Codex and how we can... Example that comes to my mind is the Committee on Nutrition and Foods for Special Dietary Uses. And many of the issues that this conversation is focusing on probably falls in that committee area. And one of the work that they did was around vitamins and minerals. That debate was held in the context of the growing interest around dietary supplements and so on. And there again, there are some challenges. National regulations vary. Some countries regulate these as under their dietary supplements, and others regulate this under the Medicines Act. So, you know, there's a regulatory challenge. The point I want to emphasize is that Codex's role is assuring the health and safety and developing specific guidelines around what claims are made
And that's an interesting, again, an important issue, because many of these products, functional foods, will have a commercial interest, would drive claims on them. What is the authentication? What are the proof? Where does the proof lie? And so on. And again, labeling of the on consumer information. So those are some of the mixes. A codex doesn't always have the answer on these, and nor do member national governments. And there's a whole new debate taking place around novel foods, new food sources and production systems and so on, which my former vice chair colleague Diego Varela is all too familiar with. So there's a whole range of these issues, and it's Codex is still in the journey in trying to clearly define how it can add value and guide member countries in terms of promoting those products, but at the same time defining its boundaries and regulation.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. And my apologies to the audience. Unfortunately, we have to leave the traditional food partially cooked, so we cannot cook it completely. So you have to bear with us. And thank you, distinguished panelists, for sparing your time. And thank you, FSSAI, for giving this opportunity. One request, Dr. Alka, next year, please give us a panel before the last panel. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Vinu.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, I request respected Ms. Roli ma'am and Dr. Alka Rao ma'am to express our gratitude to our moderator and panelists, please. I also request Ms. Avilo and Dr. Ravinder Singh, please come to the dais also. So, Dr. Paradeep Dua, sir. Miss Riza Jain. Miss Riza Jain. Professor Meeta Kotecha, ma'am. Professor Andre Helsen. Professor Mr. Raj Rajashekar. Professor Tanuja Nesri, ma'am. Professor Disna Ratnishekar, ma'am. I request all the distinguished speakers for a group photo, please, including our committee members, Dr. Komal, Dr. Bhargavi, Miss Sangeeta. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. An important announcement, which I'm sure a lot of you are going to thank me for. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, but we are not going to be that dull boy. So in another 30 minutes, we are going to assemble here for a very eclectic cultural dance performance. So I request you all to take a short break, which is well deserved, well needed, and then come back for it. With my personal experience, I'm telling you that you will be enthralled in 30 minutes. So 6 to 6:10, we'll gather here and see you again.
बढ़िया सर, बढ़िया, बस भाग दौड़ चल रही है अच्छी खासी। हाँ
Come everyone. Yash. आओ. गुप्ता जी. अमित सर कहाँ है?
सर लेवल चेक कीजिएगा एक बार अपना।
जी मैं बोल रहा हूँ लेकिन
सर एक बार लेवल चेक कीजिए।
जी मैं बोल रहा हूँ लेकिन उसकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
and taste Punjab's सरसों दा साग।
हाँ बोलिए।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ लेकिन उसकी थोड़ी सी आवाज बढ़ा दीजिएगा।
हाँ बढ़ाएंगे, वो आप बोलते रहेंगे, मैं यहाँ से बैलेंस। आपको ठीक आ रहा है? आपको मॉनिटर्स में ठीक आ रहा है?
बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा है। क्या इसको थोड़ा सा और ऊपर किया जाए? अब जैसे मैं ऐसे बोल रहा हूँ,
थोड़ा सा इसको अपनी, थोड़ा सा अपना मुंह के पास रखिए और कोशिश कीजिए थोड़ा सा लाउड हो।
witnessed by all of you. In another 5 to 7 minutes, the artist will be ready and we'll be having an experience of our lifetime. So I request all of you to please quickly be seated.
Hello. Yes, ma'am, it is.
White roller coaster over है
India, Bharat, the cradle of civilization, where myriad cultures show their beauty through countless forms of art. The land which gave mankind its first testament, where monks are our mentors, where we learn about love, compassion, gratefulness, and nourishment, where we have been taught the concepts of dhyan, yoga, meditation and spirituality, not just for us, but for the entire mankind, where we are so well connected to our roots, where we pray to the goddess of food, abundance and nourishment, Ma Annapurna. But now in the modern era, we are faced by a new enemy, an enemy we have to defeat, the enemy of obesity.
करे वराभयकरे सौन्दर्यरत्नाकरे निर्धूता किल घोरपावनकरे प्रत्यक्ष माहेश्वरे शालेयाचलवंशपावनकरे काशीपुराधीश्वरे भिक्षां देहि कृपावलम्बनकरे मातान्नपूर्णेश्वरे नानारत्नविचित्रभूषणकरे हेमाम्बराडम्बरे मुक्ताहारविलम्बमानविलसन् वक्षोजकुम्भान्तरे काश्मीरागरुवासितारुचिकरे काशीपुराधीश्वरे भिक्षां देहि कृपावलम्बनकरे मातान्नपूर्णेश्वरे भुवनत्रयम्
Presenting the various facets, the elements of the dance performance, the elements of good and bad, Mohiniyattam, representing goddess of food and abundance, Ma Annapurna. Through the dance of Chao and contemporary, depicting us, the human body. Through the dance form of Odissi, depicting control, balance, and the discipline on which the entire universe runs. The dance form of Kathak, representing consciousness, representing the inner light, representing the fight and the factors that wake us over bad. Bharatanatyam, showcasing the results of obesity. And Kathakali, the enemy. It is the 21st century. We wake up with our mobiles in our hands. The clock is ticking and we do not have time. Nowhere do we find time for our own people, for our own self. We are completely surrounded by mobile phones and laptops. We do not have time for ourselves. It is the 21st century that we have built and we do not have time for ourselves. Imagine, think about it for a moment. This is a time where we are simply running against time. We are all running against time. It's a fight that begins as soon as the sun sets up. And now we are caught up in the chaos. See what has happened. The life that we built has now taken us towards the tangles of obesity. We are now caught up in a chaos we cannot escape. Along with greed, gluttony, lust and jealousy, now the ills of health, of obesity, and the results of obesity are coming. They are now trying to make the humans suffer. They are trying to take control of our lives, and we can only hope that maybe the consciousness within us will fight back.
Tagaram
How do we gain control? How do we make our lives our own? There's only one way: control, balance, and discipline. It's the whole universe that runs on discipline. The sun rises and sets at the same place. We're all one. We're all one, and we are one in this fight. Only when we follow that will we win this fight, and the good fight.
Tari jham, tari jham, tari jham, tari jham, tari jham. Ta
The turmoil between the good and bad never ends. Our soul, the Atman, is pure. It is our temple, our mosque, our church. The turmoil between the bad and the inner consciousness. If we have to win this war, we have to depend upon our control, our power, our strength. Only then we will be able to defeat this enemy which is here to scare us and defeat us. But we will hope that the consciousness will kick in.
takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 jamuda jamuda dimida dimidanu dimita dimikitata pitata kata takitaram 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 takitaram
The mother of nourishment came to rescue us. She was here. She was here to tell us that when we neglect this body, we lose control. And when we lose control, we lose everything. We have to stay in control. We have to remember that balance is everything. That we are here for a purpose. And it's a gift that we should cherish. When we cherish our bodies, when we stay in control, when we realize the gift that has been given to us, our life will be better, not just for our own self, but for the entire mankind. All of humanity shall benefit from it. And we have to remember, at any time we are feeling low, we are truly in control. We are the ones who can win any fight.
Well, it takes me about an hour of meditation to reach the level of tranquility that these people, these artists, transcended to us in these last 30 minutes. So I'm sure you all are also in the trance of the music and the rhythm that we just witnessed. But have you ever wondered why does birds never get a bees? I mean, we've never seen a parrot with a thunder arm or a parrot with a paunch, probably because they dance. So these artists transcended these very important message, and they rewrote obesity in form of optimism, balance, energy, strength, inspiration, transformation, and youthfulness today. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the message that we leave you with tonight, that food is not indulgence, it's an offering, not in excess, but in equilibrium. And now I request Honorable CEO FSSAI, Shri Rajat Panhani sir, and Executive Director FSSAI, Shri U.S. Dhani sir, to please come on stage and felicitate the performers and the entire team. They all curated this beautiful dance performance, keeping the theme of GFRS in mind. I will call the names of the performers and request you to please come and take your felicitations. We will begin with the dance performers. Shri Vaibhav Jyotsna Srivastav, who was the narrator. Please give a big round of applause. Miss Vaishnavi PJ on Kathakali. Shri Suhail Bhan, Bharatnatyam. So behind this mask is a very pretty woman, ladies and gentlemen. Behind the mask of this Kathakali, I have seen her. Yeah. Shri Suhail Bhan, Bharatnatyam. Shri Shubhashish De, Chow and Contemporary. Miss Megha Nair, Mohiniyattam. The Annapurna personified. Miss Lipsa Satpati Odissi. Miss Princess Panigrahi Odissi. Miss Samadrita Chanda Kathak. Miss Ankita Datta Kathak. And Miss Tushti Som Kathak. Miss Adya Agrawal, Kathak. Shri Unni Krishnan Pillai, who did the makeup and costume of Kathakali, which is a very hard task. They've been doing it since 2 o'clock in the afternoon without any lunch. So they deserve some extra clappings. Thank you, very generous audience. Shri Puran Chandra Sharma, light designer. Shri Jay Prakash Sharma, music.
Music, sound support and editor.
Dr. Y. Theba Devi, who had conceptualized the entire show. Srimati Ritushri, who's the choreographer. Can I request everybody to please come and sprint on the stage? Our dignitaries are standing there. Shri Yuvraj Singh. Shri Mahendra Kumar. Please line up. Shri Ashu. Shri Vijay Kumar, Shri Kishore Singh, Shri Manish Mangmai, and Shri Mohan Singh Rawat. I'd request everybody to stay on the stage for a photo op, and also call upon stage the head of cultural committee, Shri Shubhashish Malikji, and his team for all the behind the scene hard work, management, coordination and efforts put in to make this show such a grand spectacle and event. Requesting everybody from the cultural team to please come for a photo op. Thank you. Thank you so much. I request you all to proceed for dinner, and although it's a Friday evening, I shall remind you all that most of us have to gather back tomorrow for the day 2 early morning. So keep your after party plans in check, drive safe, take care of yourself. See you tomorrow. Namaskar.